Morning, all. We're going to start the meeting. Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting of the County Commission to order, please. May I have the roll call?
Vice Mayor Baxter.
Here.
Commissioner Flores.
Here.
Mayor Marino.
Here.
Commissioner Powell.
Here.
Commissioner Sachs. Commissioner Weiss.
Here.
Commissioner Woodward.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Bobby, I put the prayer book on at your seat. Would you lead us in the prayer and the pledge?
Head bows. Bowed. Dear God, we are meeting today to conduct matters of business for our community. Guide our hearts and our minds in the spirit of fairness. Impart your wisdom upon our activities so that our affairs may reach a successful conclusion. Thank you for being our source of guidance today. Amen. 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 To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And thank you, it's Commissioner Powell.
Thank you all. How do we deal with Commissioner Sachs's absence?
Yeah, they just say, is Commissioner Sachs available on the phone right now?
Yes, I am. I can hear everything.
Are you requesting to
Give a
participate
prayer.
remotely due to extraordinary circumstances?
I am.
I'll make the motion to approve her to attend via phone.
And may I have a second, please?
Thank you.
Second by Commissioner Flores. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. And at this time, do we have any?
Thank you, colleague.
Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
Mayor, good morning. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the board. On page 11, 3A1 is being deleted for further staff review. That concludes additions, deletions, and substitutions.
Thank you. May I get it?
Mayor, I'd like to move to adopt the agenda as amended.
Second.
So I have a first by Commissioner Weiss, a second by Vice Mayor Baxter. All in favor? Thank you. The agenda is adopted as amended. Now may I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
And a second? Did you get that? Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Now we'll go on to special presentations. And let's see, who's going first?
I believe Commissioner
Who wants to go
Woodward.
first? Commissioner Woodward. And then, Sarah, why don't you
I'll go last.
I'll go last.
Good morning. Could I have Carrie Gale and Stephanie Shanoa? For the proclamation for Impaired Driving Awareness Month. So we are declaring December 2024 as Impaired Driving Awareness Month. Whereas it is important to recognize and honor those who have been killed, injured, or emotionally harmed from vehicle accidents caused by alcohol or substances that impair driving. And whereas in 2023, there were 2,320 drivers arrested in Palm Beach County for driving under the influence of alcohol or narcotics, 1,087 total crashes, 77 serious injuries, and 37 fatalities, all caused by impaired drivers. And whereas November and December are the deadliest months of the year for drunk driving vehicle accidents, Mothers Against Drunk Driving and Palm Beach County Public Safety Department's Victim Services Division are working to create a future of no more victims and free support services for victims and survivors. And whereas Mothers Against Drunk Driving and Palm Beach County Public Safety Department's Victim Services Division, you need a shorter name, will host a candlelight vigil on December 4th, held, you already had this, right? I'm sorry. Held on December 4th to honor victims and survivors. Whereas all citizens are urged to join the local efforts to raise awareness and to honor the lives of those killed or injured as a result of impaired driving. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners on Palm Beach County, Florida, assembled in regular session on this 10th day of December 2024, that December 2024 in Palm Beach County is hereby proclaimed Impaired Driving Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Woodward, and thank you to the board and Administrator Baker for all of your support for this program that we've had in place since 2017. I would like to recognize our DUI program coordinator, Carrie Gale. She's actually going to be leaving Palm Beach County, moving on to bigger and better things. December 20th is her last day. She's moving to Indiana. So we have definitely been grateful for her work here in Palm Beach County in the DUI program. So I'm honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of Public Safety and the dedicated members of the Impaired Driving Death Enhanced Assistance Task Force, which is also called IDEA. This recognition highlights our community's united effort and the unwavering commitment to supporting victims of DUI fatalities and serious injury crashes. Since 2017, our county's response program has evolved into a collaborative and compassion model. Through the IDEA Task Force, which includes the Public Safety Department, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, 8 law enforcement agencies, and the State Attorney's Office, we've significantly improved the response time to victims and their families by reducing it from an average of 250 days to just 72 hours. We have ensured that survivors receive the immediate support they need during their most challenging moments. This collaboration has not only enhanced our connection with the traffic homicide units with law enforcement agencies, but has also established compassionate death notification standards that benefit law enforcement, advocates, and survivors alike. In 2021, we were nationally recognized for our death notification training video, which is a true testament to the innovative and meaningful work our team continues to deliver. We're also proud of our advocacy and outreach efforts, from assisting families with funeral arrangements and legal advocacy to hosting DUI candlelight vigils, as we did last Wednesday, and engaging with youth in our local high schools. These initiatives are critical in raising awareness and fostering a culture where impaired driving is no longer tolerated. None of this would be possible without the dedication of our partners and the trust of our survivors we serve. Together we strive where there are no more victims of impaired driving, and we thank you for this proclamation today and recognizing our efforts. Thank you.
While they take pictures, I'm going to have Captain Turner, Lieutenant Sowers, Sergeant Gaudreau, Sanfilippo, and LeCaire come up, please, agents. Good morning, everyone. Today we are declaring December 8th through the 14th as PBSO District 15 Street Crimes Unit Week. Whereas Agent Sergeant Gaudreau keeps our residents safe by responding to calls, then taking action by putting resources into place such as surveillance units and additional street team units, K-9 units, aviation units, to navigate dangerous situations. Whereas Agent Sergeant Gaudreau orchestrates play-by-play instructions for responding units to conduct arrests safely without incident and demonstrates the ability to maintain law and order in a professional and timely manner. Whereas Agent Timothy LeCaire, long-term investigation skills, has helped resolve a multitude of felony crimes which have led to multiple arrests involving stolen vehicles and firearms. Whereas Agent LeCare's long-term investigation into a multitude of felony crimes and cell phone search warrants led to the arrest of 2 felons with a total of 7 felony charges. He stopped 2 deadly teenagers that were recklessly shooting stolen firearms throughout the county. Whereas Agent Thomas Sanfilippo investigative skills led to multiple arrests, which stopped the chain of criminal activity that was occurring in multiple jurisdictions. His determination cleared active investigations via arrests without incident. Whereas Agent Sanfilippo puts himself at risk protecting the lives of our residents, his compassionate mindset led to him completing a Baker Act to get an individual with mental health disorders the care needed. Whereas, from the founding of this nation, law enforcement officers have played a critical role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms granted by the U.S. Constitution in protecting the lives and properties of our citizens. Whereas, the District 15 Street Crimes Unit performs their duties in a highly professional and dedicated manner through training and application of new procedures and techniques. These agents are leaders in effective law enforcement of our laws. Whereas District 15 Street Crimes Unit encounters daily exposure to hostile environments, including interactions with some of the most dangerous individuals in society. Whereas the District 15 Street Crimes Unit has made significant contributions to public safety, including 42 felony arrests, 47 misdemeanor arrests, 29 arrest warrants, 103 suspects arrested, 30 violations of probation arrests, 14 warrants and pickup orders, and 5 crimes in progress. Whereas the District 15 Crimes Unit is responsible for the protection and security of major community events, including Westlake Fourth Fest fireworks and festival operations, the Halloween of Citrus Grove operations, and the Loxahatchee Groves Veterans Day Parade, and the Indian Trails Improvement District Holiday Parade. Whereas it is fitting and proper to express our gratitude for the dedicated service and courageous deeds of our sheriff's agents. Now therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County, Florida, assembled in regular session on this 10th day of December 2024, that December 8th through the 14th, 2024 in Palm Beach County is hereby proclaimed PBSO District 15 Street Crimes Unit Agent Sergeant Burke Drill Week, also Timothy LeCare Week, and Sanfilippo Week. Thank you, boys.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you. Catherine, would you like to say something?
I'd just like to say that Sergeant Gaudreau and his agents make me look good on a daily basis. I appreciate everything they do. They go above and beyond every time we've asked them to do anything, so it's highly appreciated, all the work that they do. So, thank you.
Okay, while they take their pictures, could I have Connie Siskowski, Delma Bennett, Rashawn Etienne, Milka Santos, Amoy Gordon, and Bina Martin, and any others that are here for the Family Caregivers Month proclamation. All right, thank you. So today we are declaring December 2024 as Family Caregivers Month. Whereas in the United States, more than 5.4 million children and teenagers aged 18 or younger provide significant assistance or care to family members with illnesses, disabilities, mental health conditions, or frailty due to aging. And whereas the American Association of Caregiving Youth, founded in 1998 in Boca Raton, Florida, has been at the forefront of addressing the needs and challenges faced by this large hidden population for over 18 years. Whereas AACY offers direct services to Palm Beach County middle and high school students and their families of all ethnicities, countries of origin, income levels, gender identification, health conditions, sexual orientation, marital status, and religions. And whereas the county has a vulnerable population, as over 24% are 65 years of age or older. Nearly 60,000 have Alzheimer's disease. More than 6,000 children have disabilities, and close to 20,000 grandparents are living with their grandchildren. Whereas, although family caregiving can be a rewarding experience, it often comes with increased risk for health issues from chronic stress, lack of time to take care of oneself, fewer social relationships, reduced hours of employment, and increased demands on financial resources. And whereas the Palm Beach County Family Caregiving Respite Committee, led by the United Way of Palm Beach County, recognizes that family caregivers of all ages deserve to have periodic relief from their responsibilities and are acknowledged and appreciated for their compassionate care they provide throughout our communities. Now therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County, Florida, assembled in regular session on this 10th day of December 2024, that December 2024 in Palm Beach County is therefore proclaimed Family Caregivers Month. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all on the County Commission. You know, it wasn't until 2006, when we began this work with students in Palm Beach County, that the county and the school district took a risk, because this is the first program in the country that has been dedicated to this population of students in middle and high schools. So any of you who have been family caregivers know the stress and the challenges that can go with it. And for students, they must learn. And it's really interesting that, you know, our country, our county, everywhere has been focused on DEI, and yet caregiving youth are excluded. They're excluded from the benefits that are awarded to family caregivers because they're not yet 18 years old. So I really thank you all for recognizing this population and our ongoing need to support them. This past year, we've served over 600 middle and high school students in Palm Beach County, more than 3,000 since we began, and it's really made a difference with our high school average 10-year graduation rate of 98.3%. And it can only be done with the support of our team, such as with Roshane Etienne, who is the Assistant Project Director in the North area, and Dilma Bennett, who is our Development Director, along with our whole team. So we thank you so much for this recognition and for honoring caregiving youth in our county and beyond.
So it's always my pleasure to talk about something fun. And we are doing a certificate of appreciation to Loggerhead Marine Life. So may I have Andy DeHart, the Executive Director, and Ray Graziato, Board Member. Also, Tammy Fields, are you in? Tammy, Jennifer Cirillo, and Paul Connell from our Parks and Rec Department. So for some of you that might have been at our State of the County this morning, we did a little shout out to Loggerhead Marine Life as one of the number one tourist attraction here in our county. But why we're gathered here today and we're doing this certificate of appreciation is because Loggerhead Marine Life Center has been named the top free attraction in the United States, in the USA Today 2024 10 Best Readers' Choice Awards. The center offers free exhibits and programs to the public every day, hosting more than 300,000 visitors every year. And we're fortunate to have this top-notch facility right here in Palm Beach County, and I'm fortunate enough to have you all in my district. So with that, we're going to present this certificate of appreciation to you on this 10th day of December from the Board of County Commissioners. Andy, you want to say something?
Sure.
I love your turtle time.
Of course. So for 40 years, we've been happy to operate here in Palm Beach County as a free, no admission fee attraction. But I'd be remiss to say we couldn't do that without Palm Beach Parks and Rec. We've got our partners here, not our collaborators here. They truly are partners, and we are going to, in turn, you can't really say thank you for a thank you, but we're going to do that. We're going to offer this plaque to Parks and Rec for the amazing work and partnership they have with us at Loggerhead Marine Life Center. So, wasn't totally fair. And Maria, thank you so much for all your partnership and collaboration over the years and your faith and trust in what we do. We focus on rehabilitation, research, conservation, and education. It's incredibly important work, but more importantly, we get to see 300,000 guests every year do that. So thank you.
one picture with our honored guests here. Today we're going to call them our men in green.
I always forget it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks again for your service.
Thank you again.
Yeah. Okay, that's always the fun part of the meeting. Now on to the public hearings. May I get a motion to receive and file, please?
So moved.
Second.
Did you get that? Thank you very much. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay. We are going to have Palm Tran. Would anyone like a presentation? Seeing no requests for a presentation, while you came up, got your little bit of exercise, I think we're good. So, staff recommends a motion to approve 5A1, A, B, C, D, and E. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No lights are on. No
Mayor,
discussion. Motion, and,
sorry, could I just, there were two people I heard make the motions.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Weiss made the motion, Commissioner Baxter made the second. Correct? Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? See that it carries. Commissioner Sachs, can you hear us? See that it carries 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, now on to the regular agenda. 6A1. I'm sorry? 6A1, airports. Does anyone need a presentation on the parking? No, nope.
If we could just speak about the future of the valet parking, I think it'd be nice for the public to know what's coming.
Sure, okay. So we have item 6A1, and please, brief.
Okay. Do you want a full presentation or just talk about valet
No.
parking? So we're proposing establishing rates as part of this resolution for valet parking. The rate would go from 30.
Laura, pull the microphone towards you.
Sorry. As part of this resolution, we're proposing to establish rates for valet parking. We anticipate implementing that sometime early next year. There's equipment that we still need to purchase, so we'll be bringing an agenda item back with our parking contractor for the purchase of equipment, and we also need to have management of the valet services, so we're negotiating a contract for that as well. The cost to provide out valet services is about $500,000 a year, so we're proposing the rates be between starting at 36, ultimately going up to 39, which will keep them lower than Miami, but higher than Fort Lauderdale, and that's primarily to make sure that we're breaking even. We think the break-even point is going to be about $39 per day. So we're proposing starting in a little bit lower, but then working our way up to the break-even point. So that's our recommendation for valet services, and like I said, I think we'll be bringing that back sometime, maybe March or April of next year.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a couple questions, if that's okay. Can you go over, and we have it in our backup, but just for the people who are watching and may want a public record, and it's not a full presentation, just the changes in range, and this is over 5 years of what we will get up to in terms of pricing. And then when you go back into the pilot program, can you explain a little bit more in detail in terms of what the pilot looks like? And you said $39 would make us break even. We had this conversation between us. I believe that if someone is paying for what valet service is ultimately super premium, if we're going to offer that service, whatever it would take so that we would break even the initial year is something that I think we should kind of consider, because we shouldn't be losing money on people who, obviously, if they are valeting their car, most of the time they can afford it. So can you, if you don't mind, just going back and showing those rates of what we're going from, and in comparison to our neighbors to the south?
Happy to do that. So, based on a review of other airport parking rate structures, we're proposing implementing base increases over a period of 5 years, which will provide for additional incremental revenue on rates comparable for parking facilities, for other airport parking facilities at or below the current rates for peer airports. And due to the fact that our premium and short-term facilities are regularly exceeding capacity, I don't know if any of you tried to find a space in short-term parking and finding the garage so low, because the rate is so low, it's causing long-term parkers to actually park in our short-term facilities. So we are proposing higher increases for the premium and short-term rates, so that those products truly are more short-term parkers. We're proposing to increase the premium from $30 to $34 next year, and ultimately that will be $38 by 2030. It's important to note that our premium slot is completely unique compared to other airports. It's steps based in front of the terminal. There are other comparable facilities at Fort Lauderdale or Miami. Short-term will increase from $17 a day to $21 next year, which is $15 less than Fort Lauderdale's current rate, and to $25 by 2030, which is $11 lower than Fort Lauderdale's current rate. So we're still keeping our rates very reasonable. Long-term will increase from 13 to 14 next year, which is $6 less than Fort Lauderdale's current rate, and to 16 by 2030, which is $4 less than Fort Lauderdale's current rate. Economy will increase from $7 to $8 next year, and to $10 by 2030. Fort Lauderdale does not really have an economy lot. They have a temporary overflow lot. They open.
Laura, I've gotten a notice that people can't hear you.
Sorry, am I not? Okay. Do you want me to repeat? Or?
Much better. Can you give a synopsis?
Okay.
Let's just say that the prices are going up, but it is reflective of our
Yeah.
service, and it's also in competition, competition with the other airports.
And it will, and you can see from the chart, it'll be significantly lower than the current rates for existing facilities at other airports. And I don't assume that they will not be raising their rates over the next 5 years. So you can see that we will still be very reasonable in rates. We do have a couple of premium products that other airports do not have, so we can't really comp against those facilities for the other airports. So we are proposing that those rates go up a little bit quicker. Valet parking, like I mentioned, we're proposing the rate would start at 36 and increase to 39. I know that there's been some discussion about, making sure that we're breaking even initially and proposing the rate at 39 or 40. I would be supportive of that. Because it's a new service, we're proposing starting it at a lower rate just to get people used to the new service. The service would be provided out of the short-term garage, and it would be by reservation only, so that the valet company isn't collecting cash within the garage, and that's really from a accounting standpoint, just to be cognizant that we don't want cash changing hands. So,
Commissioner Powell, does that answer your question?
It does. I have another question.
Go right ahead.
It's called a pilot program. How long will this pilot be tested? Or is there a sunset date if it's not successful? What does success look like?
so we would want to at least break even on the valet services and that they are regularly used. So we would evaluate it after the first year. I would propose continuing with the current management contract with valet services if it is successful through the end of the contract, which is another, I believe, 3 years. If it's not successful, I would propose that we stop providing the service after a year. We can come back and reevaluate. We're also proposing to add reservation services, which allows you to make a reservation in the garage facility. There's a service charge associated with it. It guarantees you a spot within that facility, but not a specific space. I think because of the convenience of the short-term garage, we're probably going to see people adopting reservations, probably more than valet services, but there wasn't a desire to test valet services at the airport, so this will allow us to do that and find out whether it's successful or not.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores.
One more question,
Oh, sorry.
Mayor.
I thought you were done.
Economy parking goes from $7 to $8. Where is economy parking located in terms of where the terminals are and
So economy parking is located almost adjacent to the terminal facility, which is very unique compared to other airports. Immediately adjacent to the building is our employee and flight crew parking, but economy from certain spots is walkable to the terminal. So we have also the most convenient economy parking option as well.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores. Actually, your economy parking is what used to be your original parking. I think I parked there like in 1985. I'm going back a ways. Commissioner Flores.
So just two quick points. The first one, I love the reserve idea, so I love that coming to Palm Beach County. The other one is sort of echoing Commissioner Powell's question. Why are we starting a program that is a super premium, as he referred to it, at where we're not even breaking even, where is a super premium? I would be in favor of starting this program at the break-even point. So if that's the $39, I would be in favor of that. And that way the pilot can actually be successful, because we're always going to be chasing that break-even point.
Right.
If we start under, I think you had it at 36. So we're $3 under right now. And this is a 3-year, and expenses only go up. So we're always going to be chasing that.
Right.
So I would be in favor of starting that valet park at 39.
Thank you. Done? Okay. Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have one question on the valet. How many spaces are we expecting, or reservations are we allowing?
We're starting with about 40 spaces. We can obviously increase or decrease based on the popularity of the product, but we're talking about 40 spaces to start.
Okay, I would be inclined to agree with my fellow commissioners on starting out wherever we need to be. And, with 40 spaces, you'll be able to tell us pretty quickly within a year on how that's looking. So I would be in favor of that too.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Baxter.
If I could, Mayor?
Commissioner Sachs, would you like to be recognized?
Sure. Go ahead and have Commissioner Baxter, and then I'll say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. I agree. I like the idea of starting at the break-even point. Just a question, is there any reason you could see that would not be a good thing to do?
Valet parking?
No, starting at the break-even point, the $39.
Honestly, due to the fact that our premium parking is regularly full and people will park there as long-term parkers, I think that it's not going to prevent certain, people who want to valet at the airport. And it is a premium service. So I honestly believe that $39 per day it won't be cost prohibitive.
And I believe Fort Lauderdale is like 50.
So right now they're at 30, they're advertised,
For
but
valet?
Miami is 39.
Oh, okay. Well, still, we're right there. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Sachs?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to congratulate Laura Beebe. We've been discussing this issue of parking at PBI, and I'm very favorable as to what the other commissioners have said about the price. All this goes to show how PBI is growing, and we're keeping pace with our neighbors to the south. And I absolutely agree with what the other commissioners are saying with regards to the price. But this is an issue that Laura Beebe has been studying for a while, and I do appreciate it. And I look forward to a vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I see no more lights on.
I'd make a motion to
Perfect. I have a motion.
adopt with the new, with the $39 would be the
For
only
valet.
change.
Yes.
You have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a second from Vice Mayor Baxter. Any more discussion? I would like to say that I do agree, we should be starting at 39. No sense in starting behind. And it is a premium service, and people have been asking for it, and so if you're, lots of them. So I look forward to this. So we have a first and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you
Aye.
very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move on to regular agenda item 6B1, Facilities, Development and Operations. Staff is looking for a motion to approve. Does anyone need a presentation on the Atlantic Commons PUD, the civic site parcel located within it? No? All right. May I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
So I have a first from Vice Mayor, a second from Commissioner Flores. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Thank you. Motion carries 7-0. All right, moving on to 6C1. And before I go on, make sure we have cards. Okay, good. We have some cards. Don't want to skip people if we have cards. All right. Staff presentation, 6C1. Would anybody like a staff presentation?
I would like a staff presentation.
Okay, thank you. We are going to have a staff presentation on 6C1. Good morning.
Sure. Hi, Jonathan Brown, Department of Housing and Economic Development. I have with me to my right Sherry Howard. I have Jeff Bolton, and we have Howard Falcon, county attorneys. To my left, Carlos Serrano, Housing Economic Development, and Tammy Fields, our Assistant County Administrator. Thank you for the opportunity to be before you today. So the first item we're bringing before you is a project funding request for Habitat for Humanity. Staff is recommending that we approve Home Investment Partnership Funds, our federal dollars, as a CHODO, a Community Housing Development Organization for Habitat, in the amount of $1.88 million. The funds will be used for two things: construction costs of the units, as well as operating funds. This project will create 11 new for-sale single-family homes in Lake Worth Beach, Lantana, and South Bay. Homes will be sold to those whose incomes do not exceed 80% of the area median income. The project is looking to start fast. There will be an affordability period of no less than 30 years on the units once they're sold. And we're looking at a interest-free deferred loan to Habitat to create these units. And the county assistance is there at 53.23%.
Wonderful. I don't see any lights on. Commissioner Flores.
I'm fumbling over here.
That's okay. It takes a little while getting used to.
Could you explain what the operating funds and how those are used?
Yes. So as a community housing development organization, or a CHODO, as they apply for dollars, we provide the dollars for construction, but then we also provide operating dollars for the organization. Typically, what you'll see in terms of operating dollars, instead of the developer charging a developer fee that goes into the construction costs, we use allowable operating dollars that really kind of supplements or replaces a developer fee.
And how do they use that? What's the usage of in their end?
Typically, any of the operating costs of the organization, so any of the eligible costs, staffing, any eligible operating costs for the Habitat.
Excellent. And these they're scattered throughout Palm Beach County, 11, these are a homeowner program.
Yes, sir. Homeowners at 80% or below the area median income.
Excellent. Love it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Brown, with regard to the 30-year period for the affordability period, what, and I guess I'm trying to say that 30-year affordability period, it prevents the homeowner, if they purchase the home, from any economic benefit if they do decide after 15 years to sell the home. So after 15 years, they have lived there and maybe have been able to lift themselves up a little bit, there's no amortization from that 30-year period. It's a complete 30-year that it has to be at that affordability rate. Is there anything that we have on the books that allows those individuals who are trying to become upwardly mobile to take part in the success of a program as they participate? Because a 30-year time period is, you know, I know most mortgages are either 30 years or 15 years, but I even believe at the 15-year period, if they have an opportunity to build some equity in a home that they're living in, it allows them to gain a stronger foothold in the economy. Is there any tool that we have in housing that would allow that? Or is this 30 years just blanket there and it passes on to the next family member, or if it's sold? Just, can you explain that to me and the people in the audience?
Yes, sir, Commissioner. So typically for the state and federal programs, when we're providing anything that ends in like a down payment assistance, which this will, after the dollars are used toward construction, then we'll convert some of those over to a loan that could serve as down payment assistance. With the state dollars, it's typically 30 years, the same thing with the federal. We have two options when we do that. We can have a recapture provision, meaning that when the individual sells, all of the money provided comes back to the county. Or we can have a resale provision, meaning that when the home is sold, it has to be sold to an income eligible person. Typically, we're looking at recapture. One of the items we'll discuss later, which this is going to kind of fall up under HUD item, home, we're talking about resale, because HUD has a way of wanting that once we give monies to a developer, they create units that are going to be sold. Depending on what that nexus is between sales price and value, they would rather have a resale provision. So this would have a resale provision, if I'm not mistaken on that, Carlos.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
No further.
Okay. Oh, we're going to go back to Commissioner Flores.
Just one quick question. So a person lives there for 15 years, we do the recapture, it stays affordable, and that only lasts for 30 years?
So
What happens to the second homeowner? He gets to sell the house at year 31 at market value?
When we exercise or we put in the project a recapture provision, once the individual sells the home, the money comes back, restriction is gone. When we do a resale provision, which this will ultimately be a resale provision, it's going to remain affordable for 30 years. And then if the individual sells the home sooner, they need to sell it to someone who is at least 80% or below the area median income. So it remains an affordable unit. And if that next buyer needs assistance, then we're going to put another 30-year restriction on for that next buyer.
But I think what you may be asking is, does the 30-year time clock start again?
It will start again on a resale provision if the new buyer needs more assistance. And same thing on a recapture. If the new buyer needs more down payment assistance, they'll apply. The 30-year period starts over fresh for them.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. So what happens if they sell, and just wrapping this all up, what happens if they sell it 15 years?
They can sell it at 15 years. If there is a resale provision, they need to sell it to someone who meets the income requirements. So they're going to have to make sure the sales price is at a level.
Forgive me. What happens to the equity in the home?
If they're selling it if they're doing a recapture provision, they can sell it at market rate.
Are we talking about recapture right now or resale?
This is resale.
So what happens to the equity at the resale?
Then it's going to ultimately go to the person who can afford the new sales price. So we're giving them the down payment assistance, which creates the equity, which makes it affordable for them to get in. Without the county's assistance up front, they would never be in these homes.
But isn't the point of assistance to try to help people continue to move upward?
That's the point of assistance. And so the challenge that we're faced when we're dealing especially with a project where you're giving monies to a CHOTO to construct and then sell is HUD is mandating a resale provision. We don't have an option.
No, I like the idea of resale. I just want to make sure that we're also not just accomplishing some affordable housing, but also helping people do better.
Again, as it's understood.
So, and I believe that Commissioner Weiss actually has a different take on the equity of this, so I'd like to hear from him if that's okay, Mayor.
I'm going to ask Commissioner Woodward, who piped in first, and then I'll go to Commissioner
I think it was
Weiss.
only because it was in reference to the equity question, but up to you.
Mine is too.
Yeah, so go ahead, Commissioner.
My comment is on the equity question too. Because, and this is why for sale is a tricky area for us, because we are providing, this is taxpayer subsidized, whether it comes from HUD or whoever, this is taxpayer subsidized housing. And so it is a tricky area on what happens with the equity. And for this, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't there some part where whatever they've paid in, or there's like a percentage along the way that when they sell it, it's an increase. It's not going to necessarily go to market, but there is something that they get out of the sale, because the new AMI price will dictate what the new home sale price is. And so that difference, the original homeowner will get. Am I correct?
Correct, because again, the max 80% AMI income now may be 40,000.
Right.
When they come to sell it, it may be 80,000. So absolutely, there's a difference then in sales price based on AMI. But I don't know what that will be, and so that's why I say they're going to have to sell it to someone who meets the criteria of the 80% AMI, and then we can determine what the equity is at that point.
And the 80% AMI is what dictates the price on the resale.
Yes.
So there is equity that will be involved, but because this is, again, to keep these homes affordable, it is subsidized by taxpayers. There's a limited equity, but there is still equity that would come with this.
There's equity that come with it. We just don't know what that amount will be. We don't know what it will sell for. We don't know what that AMI will be. And for instance, year 15, we just don't know. So I don't know what that amount would be.
Thank you.
But they'll have something there.
Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, and I think that Commissioner, you just nailed it. It is, they will have that equity. They'll also have, if, let's say they're there for 15 years, they'll have built up whatever pay down in capital on the loan. That'll be returned to them as well. So there's a couple things there. It is capped, though. The equity is capped. But if the house originally sold for $250 and they come back 15 years later and eligible is $350, they'll pick up that $100,000 plus whatever pay down on the loan. So.
Thank you. Oh, we have a
I have a
card.
question.
We do.
Hold
Drew
on
Marco-
one second.
I'm sorry.
Mayor,
Commissioner Sachs, do you have a question?
Right. Yes, I do have a question. And this is to Mr. Brown. Who administers these issues and who enforces them? And is there any oversight by the county or your department?
Thank you, Commissioner. So this is a partnership between the county and Habitat. And so Habitat would be the developer that would actually build the units. The county would be the one that's reimbursing the eligible costs for construction and operating, and then the county will ensure compliance with the federal rules as well as the agreements throughout.
And I appreciate the questions by my colleagues because I think they're on point. This has worked before, so we should have an idea of how this equity on these houses has worked before to, I'm sure, a great success. Mr. Brown?
Again,
not our first rodeo on we're working with HUD for these houses, I'm sure. And
Yes,
so we could, I'm sure it's public what Habitat for Humanity or any organization has done with taxpayers' money.
Yes, ma'am. The county has been administering this program for many, many years, so it'll work similar. It's just, again, we won't know how much equity is there until the individual homeowner wants to sell.
Okay. I think these questions are on point because we all know that houses we buy for $250, as Commissioner Weiss mentioned, after 15 years, there's going to be quite a bit of equity in there. And so it's very helpful to know who administers it, who develops it, and at the end of the day, it's the county. And I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Baker?
Over the years since this program has been in existence, a majority of our participants usually move in and they don't necessarily move out within that period of time. They're in there for a very long time. We've had the opportunity to work with some of their descendants who meets the criteria as well. And so a lot of these units is passed down to the children that are eligible. So we don't have a proliferation of turnovers. As soon as they move in, they then sell and move on. The majority of them stay in there for a very long period of time.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thanks.
I do have some cards, so go right ahead.
Drew Martin.
Drew Martin. I'm here on behalf of the Loxahatchee Group of the Sierra Club. However, I don't think the Sierra Club supports affordable housing, and so we commend the program. However, I do have some questions, which I know you won't be able to answer, but I'll direct them to the mayor anyway. One is, why don't we just take the money that's the profit and give it back to Habitat for Humanity to build more housing? Right, you know, you're giving somebody a good deal so they have a place to live. Why do they need to make money off of that? So I'm not really sure, you know, particularly in this county where we have a lot of problems with affordable housing. Why only 30 years? We think at the end of 30 years, everybody's going to be a millionaire and we're not going to need affordable housing? That's my next question. And then I wonder, is 250 a little high? Even with 80%, a lot of people are not going to be able to afford that. Should we consider something less expensive if it's being paid for 100%? Why does it have to be 250? And what does that need? Is there a need to make money? Or why not just make it much less so that even less wealthy people could buy that? So anyway, I don't know if you can answer those, but I appreciate having the opportunity to say something. Sorry we won't have public comment today, but.
Thank you. All right. No more cards? May I have a motion and a second, please?
Motion.
Second.
Got that? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye. Thank you.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. Okay, now we are on to item 6C2. This is the staff is recommending a motion to approve revised impact fee affordable housing assistance program guidelines. Does anyone need a presentation? Seeing none. Would you like to make a motion, or do we have cards?
You know what,
Oh, you have a
Madam
question. Yep.
Mayor, as a
Yes,
matter of
sir.
fact, can we get a presentation?
Sure. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners. So today we're bringing forward a request to make revisions to the impact fee affordable housing program. This program offers interest earned from parks, roads, a number of different categories to developers to support the development of affordable housing. The revisions that we're looking at are consistent to directions we've received from the board on items that we've recently brought. So the first one, we're looking to increase the affordability period to no less than 30 years. Typically, when we are talking to developers, we look to negotiate, at least 30 years, if not longer, on the affordability period. Then what we want to do as the board establish for the housing bond, decrease the maximum area median income to 110%. And then the last bullet there, what we had noticed is that sometimes some developers will make rental increases during the term of the lease, and we wanted to establish a policy through the board where there cannot be any increases in rent until lease renewal. And so again, staff is asking to approve those changes to the impact fee program. Additionally, we're wanting to clarify that units that meet the county's workforce housing program obligation are not eligible for impact fee assistance. They're already receiving bonuses and other incentives. We wanted to eliminate the ability to buy out of the affordability period. So if we put an affordability period on there, developer decides, well, we just rather pay you off to get rid of the restriction after they've already developed a home. We're requesting that we remove that ability and then require a penalty payment in the event of default while continuing to preserve affordability.
Thank you for spelling that out. Does anyone have any questions? Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Brown, this is to, as you indicated, to preserve affordability. Just for us, this would be reducing the area median income from 140% to 110% for eligibility. Just for that, what is the current area median income that would be increased to or decreased from 140 to 110?
We're going to pull that up for you, Commissioner. And at the 140% AMI, depending on the number of bedrooms in the unit, will actually determine, what those rental rates are. Depending on the household size, will determine a lot in terms of those rates. And so we're just trying to get it as consistent as we can to the board's direction on the housing bond, which then, most of the times we hear that, those at 140% are close to market rate. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that the dollars that are being provided by the county are going to those that are not that close to what could be considered market rate, especially when we take a look at the rents that are allowed at those levels, and you see rents over $3,000, $3,500. So we're trying to make sure we keep it consistent with the direction the board has provided on the housing bond.
Thank you. Would that be Florida Housing Finance's number, which is, so that's 104,000, and at a 10% or at 110% of area median income, that would put that at about 114,400, right? So affordability, especially for rental units, if you're looking at 30% of total income of the 114,000, would end up being around $2,080 a month.
Depending on the number of bedrooms within the unit, yes, sir.
All right, thank you. That's what I was trying to work through in my head. Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. And sorry, I stepped out for a second, but I just wanted to thank you for adding the language prohibiting the rental increases. This, I guess, was recently brought to our attention that as soon as the new AMI numbers come out, I guess it's usually April or May, a number of these properties have given rent increases, even if someone just signed a lease the month before. So everywhere that this can be added, and anything that we assist, thank you for adding this and making sure, until we can get a change made in Tallahassee, we need to add this in every single property that we can. So thank you for that.
We're doing that across the board immediately once it came to our attention that this was occurring, because it was resulting in some people having to move out after 2 months and all of the expenses that are associated with moving, utilities and the like. So we adopted that right away.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores.
Yeah, I just want to ask staff that when we do presentations, especially in a public forum, and we use any percentages for AMI, that we put the dollar value right next to it so that we understand, because I understand that for rental is one number, but yet if you're home ownership, it's a different number. So if we can start in these presentations, I know a lot of people at home don't quite understand what these numbers, percentages mean. We can do that. I think that will help people understand what we're talking about up here. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anyone have any more questions? Seeing none.
I do. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go right ahead, Commissioner Sachs.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Who determines Two questions really. Who determines the location of these units? That is, what cities or municipalities, locations are we going to be putting taxpayer money into? And secondly, who administers and enforces these issues? I know Commissioner Woodward brought up a very good point, and I know that you're filling in those gaps, Tammy and Jonathan, but is that your department that administers and enforces this? And do you have enough means to do so? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. So yes, we ensure that the funds are made available to developers, and we ensure the compliance requirements for HUD and that the contractual requirements for the county are followed. But the developer decides on location, and they bring that via some sort of proposal, some sort of request, and we ultimately present that to the board for a decision.
So in other words, if a developer says, I'd like to have these units built in a certain location, we will have the final say-so on that, the Board of County Commissioners, sir.
The board will have say regarding the funding that's being provided, and then I would imagine whatever government controls the zoning would have a decision on whether the property is zoned appropriately for what that project is attempting to do.
And what county, what when you say government department, that's pretty broad. Are you talking about federal, state, county? I want to know, the question really comes down to who determines the location of these, because we need affordable housing everywhere in this county.
Yes.
And I'm just trying to understand exactly who determines the location, sir.
That's a great question, Commissioner. So the developer will determine the location. If it's in Lake Worth Beach and it's within their municipal limits, then they'll determine whether or not the housing that the developer wants to bring forward is doable for that site. If it's an unincorporated Palm Beach County, then the Board of County Commissioners or through PZB would determine if housing is, that property, that site is zoned appropriately.
Commissioner Sachs, if I may, this is Vice Mayor, I want to add something to your comment. I think what Commissioner Sachs is going at is the dollars are staying within the county.
Yes.
Does that help answer your question?
No, it doesn't. I know that, no, but thank you. It's a good point, Mayor. Appreciate it. What I'm looking at is this. We have, and I have been to that, ribbon breaking at Prosperity Farms. I just would like to see a little more review by the Board of County Commissioners because we represent the 7 districts as to location sites for some of these, just so that we have more of a say-so in where these units will be built, since it's our taxpayers' money. And I'm sure that maybe Jonathan and Tammy could come back to us with that possibility of looking at what municipality we would be focusing on for these affordable units. Is that possible, Jonathan and Tammy?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
That's it.
Okay, do we have any cards? We have no cards. May I get a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
I'm sorry, we had a motion from Commissioner Woodward. We had a second by Commissioner Powell. We have a dedicated phone line with a cord right here with Commissioner Weiss, so pardon us for a little humor here. Is there any more discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
See that the motion carries 7-0. Thank you for the humor. All right, we're going to move on to item 6C, 3A, and B, which is also Housing and Economic Development. Staff is recommending a motion to approve a budget transfer of roughly $215,000 from the Housing Initiative Fund to the Home Investment Partnership Act Fund, and then a budget amendment to realize that fund moving. Any Any members of the board want a presentation? Seeing none, may I have a motion?
So moved.
So I have a motion from the Vice Mayor, a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. See that it
Aye.
carries 7-0. Moving on to items 6C, 4A, and B. Staff is recommending a motion to approve a GEO Housing Bond Loan Program Workforce Housing Multifamily Development Award to Rickman Lake Worth Apartments in the amount of $13 million, and then authorize the county administrator to execute the loan agreement. And would anybody like a presentation? Okay, we have a yes. So staff, would you be so kind as to give us a presentation?
Absolutely. Commissioners, we've had a number of conversations regarding the housing bond that the voters approved via referendum, and the board ultimately adopted policies and procedures. And so here you'll see a timeline of that and when RFPs were issued for the housing bond. To date, there have been 12 total projects presented to the board. 6 are workforce rental projects, 5 are affordable rental projects, and then there was 1 for sale. To date, we've brought back to the board 1 for sale project that the board has approved and 2 affordable projects. Certain parameters that the board preferred that we work within, and so we have done that. And when the projects came back to the board in June, they came back to the board with those parameters in mind: a 15% cap, which was preferred, and then the AMI max at 110% for the program. So this particular project, we have received the conceptual approval from the board. We then submitted this project to the underwriters. The underwriters came back with a favorable review of the project. A couple highlights of this project: it's a $13 million bond request with an affordability period of 50 years. Project's located in Lake Worth Beach. We have 195 units, all of which are going to be under 110% AMI, with certain number of units under 80%. The total bond assistance per unit for this project is just over $79,000, and the cap on this particular one is at 19%. And today, because this project has passed underwriting and it met the conceptual approval requirements of the board, we're requesting that the board approve this final approval for this housing bond item.
Thank you. And I see Commissioner Woodward, your light is on.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of questions on this one. In the backup, I went and looked where the size of the units, and since we've been discussing the 110 AMI, my first question, of the 1-bedroom units, 6 of them are at the 80% mark, 99 are at 110. And then for the 2 bedrooms, it's 8 units at 80%, 77 at 110. All of the 3-bedroom units are at the 110 mark. Reason this is important because of the dollar amount of the rents. We're looking at the 1-bedroom, which is 600 square feet, actually just under, it's 598 square feet. It's $2,100 a month. My question, because this is in Lake Worth Beach, and I was trying to kind of gauge like what's the market rate in that area for apartments, looks like we're pretty close to market rate on some of these. And what happens if we can't rent these units, or they can't rent these units at these prices? The 2-bedroom is 845 square feet, it's $2,500 a month. The 3-bedroom is $3,000 a month. If we can't rent them, do they drop down to a lower workforce number, or can they then just go to market and rent them to whoever?
Great question, Commissioner. So the maximum AMI that we provide, it's a maximum. So the developer can always rent it for lower rent, lower AMIs. They just cannot exceed the 80% units or the 110% AMI on the units that are there.
So if they can't rent them, they will have to reduce their prices.
They will reduce their prices, or those units will be vacant until they find an eligible tenant.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that there is no way if they come back and say, we have all these vacant units that we can't rent, we have to be able to allow non-workforce applicants to apply.
And in the housing bond program, that's prohibited. So they're not going to be able to do that for any of the county-assisted units.
Well, I know that this has made it through underwriting, and, you know, we've approved so far. I'm not going to oppose this project, but I encourage our next round. I know that we lowered it to the AMI, or the 110 AMI, but the majority, I think it's 90% of these units are at the max allowed number, and we need more of a mix. And so moving forward, as the next round of this comes out, these are, you know, we're using bond dollars to pay for this. And, you know, having all of these, I can't say for sure what the market is in Lake Worth, but these have got to be pretty close to market rate there. And, you know, that's not what, I don't believe that this was the intent of this program. So allowing some 110 at the cap, but not 90%. So I won't oppose this right now, but this is something we definitely need to consider on the next round.
And Commissioner, we will be bringing a workshop item to you in January to discuss what parameters the board wants to see when we issue the next round. So we'll take note of that now, and that'll be part of the discussion when we come forward in January at the workshop.
Thank you. And I do agree with what Commissioner Flores was asking, you know, putting the 110, you know, percentage points on here when we're not actually saying, you know, what's the size of the unit, how many bedrooms, what's the actual rent? Like, those are really the important numbers in what we're talking about with affordability. 110% AMI, it really doesn't, you know, we have to dig to find these numbers, and this needs to be like front and center. How much are the rents going to be?
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
thank you.
We can do that. And if I can add, in addition to the workshop item that Tammy just mentioned, we have been working with FIU on a 10-year and a current year affordable housing study. And one of the things that they're going to do is tell us the percentage or number of units we need by AMI. So the board will get an opportunity to discuss that report, see which AMIs need the housing units, and then provide direction as we issue, whether it's a bond RFP or any RFP, on the appropriate breakdown of percentages.
And the housing study will be right before the housing allocation process, so you'll be able to see that snapshot first.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Flores?
I do. Okay. When you're done, Mayor, I'll say a few words. Thank you.
So I echo the sentiments of Commissioner Woodward. This money has already been allocated from the bond. We've already gone out, and the bond's money's already sitting there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you and I spoke a week and a half ago, you brought up to me a concern that you think that there's some projects that might not be moving forward. And that's a concern to me too, because I was thinking we're going to be putting all of these units out in the street soon, but yet there's some hurdles. One of the hurdles is that a lot of these applicants applied for SHIP dollars, sale dollars. Sorry, I get my acronyms confused. But yet they only award one project a year, maybe a second. So can you, I know we're talking about one specific item right now, but there's a few out there that might not be coming forward, and that's a concern to me. And so I want to see this next round, hopefully we'll be more robust, and I look forward to the workshop. But right now, I think the council, the commission previously had put that 15%. This is a little bit over. So if we have to look at that, then that's something that we have to look at. But it's a little bit outside of what the board had already approved, although this was in the first round. I think that was implemented thereafter. But I completely agree with everything that Commissioner Woodward said, and I want to see those type of projects and more of a mixed use. And once again, we're using percentages, and that's hard for people to keep track at home. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacks?
I just agree with everything that's been said, and I look forward to that workshop. I also would request that we get information about these issues before the workshop so that we can digest them, especially with new commissioners on the board. I am really just so pleased to see the fresh eyes on these issues. My concern has always been location of these various units, locations within the city and within the county as a whole, as well as administration and enforcement of what we're doing. So I am just delighted to hear this discussion up to now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any cards?
Mayor, if I can add?
Sure.
We have held one workshop, public meeting with interested parties regarding the housing bond, and we've received some input. We're looking to hold a second one before January 28th. So our goal is to provide you with, one, a copy of the FIU report, and then also feedback from those public meetings with the industry partners prior to the January 28th workshop.
Great, thank you. And I know several of us did come in and stay and hear some of the questions and some of the comments. So thank you for putting that together, and we'll look forward to the second one.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we have no cards. I don't believe we have any more questions of staff. May I have a first and a second, please?
So moved.
Vice Mayor Baxter, Commissioner Flores. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
See, the motion carries 7-0. Okay. Moving on to 6C5. This was the staff recommends the motion to deny the Marina Village project. Any would like a staff presentation on this? No? Anybody want to make a motion in a second?
I would make a motion to deny.
May I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Do we have any cards?
No.
On C5?
Oh, sorry, one card. I apologize.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We will take the card.
Albert Milo.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the commission. Albert Milo, President, Related Urban. Just want to highlight a few items for you on this proposal. This was a project that originally received the highest score in the first round from this board because it had the smallest request and percentage of dollars from as it relates to total project costs. It's under 7% of total project costs. And just a few things that I want to highlight for you. This project has a diversity of income, as you were just mentioning. We have units at 30%, 50%, 60%, 80%, 90%, 100%, and 110% of AMI. So we hit that whole strata of income diversity that the board was talking about earlier. Another important part is that we've already secured almost $16 million from the state of Florida. You were mentioning earlier about that a lot of applicants are coming to you for funds and then going to the state. This project went the other way. We had our state dollars and we came to you for the matching gap funds. And the only reason why staff is suggesting and not recommending the funds is because the state dollars do not allow a hard pay component to the financing, any other financing that is subordinate to them. So it's not because of any program parameter issues, it's just that the loan has to be a soft pay provision versus a hard pay provision. But the loan, it's not a grant, it would still be a loan, it would still get paid back, it just can't have that hard pay language. So I would ask the board to hopefully reconsider, because it's hard for under $5 million to get a project that is almost 150 units anywhere in Palm Beach County, and much less to have that type of income diversity.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores, your light is on. Do you have a question?
I have a few questions.
Okay.
Jonathan.
Yes, sir.
Walk me through this. All right. So this group has already $15 million from sale, which I believe they acquired in '23.
I'm not sure if it was 22 or 23.
It was right at the beginning of 24.
24.
All right. So what happens to this dollar if we reject this project today?
I'll give you my opinion, then I'll let Related kind of share. Typically, if it's a project that they're going to move forward on and the board does not approve these dollars, then if it's a project they want to do, then they'll look at other funding sources.
So they'll have to come back for additional dollars, whether it's with us or anybody else, but they're not going to lose the sale money.
They should not lose the sale money if they can find the dollars to plug the gap. And they don't necessarily need to come back to the county unless the county is providing dollars. If the county is not providing any funding for this project, then wherever they find the funds, that's who they'll work with.
And so there's a big change here. There was different dollars that were applied for, and now they're changing to the housing bond. Is that what changed here?
Well, this one here, the major challenge is that because it's a workforce housing bond request, workforce housing, as was stated, requires that a payment begins at a certain time. Unfortunately, it conflicts with the sale provision where sale requires you can't have hard payments. Sale wants all soft payments. It is, payment, cash flow dependent, things like that. But the bond language and criteria approved by the board requires hard pay for workforce housing bond deals.
Because when I look at the numbers, I like the numbers. I mean, 149 multifamily housing units, 119 county-assisted units. County assistance per unit is about 39, which the one we just approved was like 79. So how do we get this across the finish line? Because this is a project that on paper looks good.
Yes, sir. In this particular case, unless the board is going to make changes to the bond criteria, there's nothing that staff has that can get this one across. What we're doing now is just following the criteria as approved by the board, which all the other projects followed as well.
So it's really a hard pay.
Yes, sir.
So instead of starting at what year again? 15?
Typically, we're saying the program will allow a workforce housing developer to go the first 10 years with kind of an interest only, but that hard pay has to begin at year 11 unless underwriting determines they can begin paying at year 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Right.
So, underwriting will determine that, but at least by year 11, a principal payment has to begin.
So right now, they can't start making payments on us until what year, based on that conflict?
In this particular case, they could not begin payments year 11 if that's what the county ultimately decided, because the sale program, these hard payments, because the sale program, if they want that 15-4, they're not going to be able to agree to our terms.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I had Vice Mayor Baxter next.
Thank you, Mayor. Would you briefly explain the difference, hard pay, soft pay, and how you see what you think could be approached differently?
Yeah, so a couple of things that I think that's important. Any project that comes to this board that has sale financing of any type is going to have the same mandatory provision from the state of Florida. So if your funds are going to be in second position to the state, they're going to have this requirement. So it's not a distinction between an affordable project or a workforce project. In this project, it is the majority of the units are workforce. There's some of the units that are affordable, and that's kind of some of the dialogue that the board had asked, hey, can we have some of this additional income diversity? Now, as it relates to hard pay and soft pay, it's just that if the language can't say that the developer must pay X dollars or X percentage, it doesn't mean that we can't pay. It just means that the language can't say that we must pay. And that's really the nuance. I mean, it's to a certain extent, I'm not an attorney, but it could be semantics in that regard of like, we can't say obligated to pay because the state's loan is ahead of the county's loan. So it's not that the project doesn't demonstrate cash flow to pay. It's not that we can't pay off the loan by the term of the loan. It's not that we can't share, the payments of interest and cash flow with the county. None of that's not the fact pattern.
Administrator Baker, is there a reason that we have to keep must pay in there, especially if we're going to have other sale projects coming in? And again, looking at the numbers to Commissioner Flores' point, that's phenomenal. The dollars for units, this amount of units. So what am I missing?
You're not missing anything. I think because this was a competitive process, I think that we should move forward as a part of the workshop in January, specifically addressed this issue. You have allowed us to put aside some ad valorem dollars in our HIP fund. And for some of this, that may be the pot of funding that we use unless the board changes the rules. The whole purpose of putting in the rules from the beginning to start paying back by a certain period of time is so that we would have a pot of money as projects are coming in, the dollars are being paid back, and we can continue to fund additional projects. The mere fact that this changed after it went to the underwriters, I believe in order to keep equity and be fair, that we address this in another manner. And we'll be having another process coming out.
I guess respectfully, I disagree. We keep pushing this down the road. Why not approve this one and then reconcile it at the workshop?
Again, it's up to the board. I'm simply pointing out this was a competitive process. It went through the underwriters, and then the rules changed. And that is not how we normally handle these types of things. This is an excellent project, and I think it needs to be funded. There may be another way to do it, but because, again, it was competitive, in order to keep everybody on the same playing field, we should go back and address this issue with the board.
Would it help if we approved it and left the funding discretion to you?
I'm recommending
from
that
which
we
pot of
somehow
dollars?
figure
I'm
this.
not saying.
Yeah, I'm recommending we figure out a way to address this issue, because I do believe that it is a very good project. But when we go through a competitive process and we're outlining, they agree, they sign off, they know what's going on, it goes to the underwriters, and then the whole project changes, that's another issue altogether. But I do believe this is a good project. We can go back, work with them, and find a way to come back to the board, if that is the board's direction. I just don't think we should use the bond funds for this purpose, because the rules changed.
Madam Mayor, if it's the board's direction for us to move forward, we would be able to use the HIP funds that still require repayment, but there isn't language in that says that it must be the hard repayment. We just wouldn't be able to use the bond funds, because that was the criteria that we issued in the RFP.
So to reiterate, what you're saying is there is a fund that could cover these dollars and not be the bond fund, and the reason being is we need to keep the integrity of the process, and we can't change once the process has been completed, and which is what has happened here. So if we can find another pot of money, which I think is what all of us are asking for, is we can do the motion to deny because of the bond, but we can say to you, we want to approve this project using other dollars available.
Yes.
So can we make the motion to approve based on funding from another pot of
Another
dollars?
source.
Another source?
The
So-
HIP dollars.
Before,
Hang on.
Yeah.
I'm going to withdraw my second, so you can make. and you wanna
I'll make the motion if you.
So you don't have a second anymore.
Okay, so we are back to square one. I still have some comments from our commissioners, but we have a motion and a second to approve, but using other dollars, not GO bond dollars. Is that a legitimate motion, Attorney?
I don't think we've made it yet. I think he withdrew the second, and Commissioner Woodward was the first.
Be clean.
Can I make a
Hold on.
before we move on the motion, I just want to maybe look at legal and ask, can we defer this to
Yeah.
after this workshop so that we
agree.
can clean things up and we have options, or do we just make a blanket motion right now?
Yeah,
You can absolutely defer it if that's the board's decision.
yes. I agree with that, too.
Thank you.
You may make sure that we get some information from the applicant to see if there's any deadlines that would be affected.
Yes, there are. Florida housing deadlines. This was last year's sale applications. This year's sale applications going now on December 20th. So it is time-sensitive matter to move the project forward. So we will gladly work with the administration and staff to supplement the funding source. But again, you're going to be hard pressed to get any project. I don't think you've seen any project that has this kind of income diversity and this kind of subsidy on a per project basis there. So that we would be able to work through different funding sources with staff in the time and keep the project on track to closing.
Jonathan, you look like you have a comment.
Just a comment, and so everything we were saying is fine. I just wanted to make one clarification. We can assist sale projects. The bond criteria doesn't requires hard pay for workforce developers. If it's an affordable housing project, there isn't an issue because the board has given us the ability to do soft pay. But the thought was, if you have a workforce developer doing market rate, do you want to give them 20 years to make a payment? Right. And so that's why the board had put a hard pay requirement in there for workforce projects.
But I think it goes back to the changing the criteria, which we need to be consistent. We can't keep changing every meeting. We can't keep changing and adjusting. We need to be consistent so that those people that are putting in offers they know what the ground rules are. Yes, so we can't accept this with the ground rules we have in place. So if this is something that the board wants to move forward, we have to figure out something here now, but it's not. It is not the GO bond. Okay, so I still have a couple lights on, and Commissioner Baxter, are you?
I wasn't finished.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. And I think since the second was removed, what I was trying to get at, because I am in favor of moving it forward, I'm also in favor of the workshop coming back for the GO bond. So I would actually like to make the motion to approve this based on funding out of a source not being the GO bond.
I'll second that.
Got that? So we have a motion from the Vice Mayor, a second from Commissioner Weiss, and now we're going to continue discussion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With all due respect, Commissioners, I'm from Riviera Beach. Of course, I'm looking at this. It says it's in District 7, and luckily I get to be the last person to speak before, I guess, after everybody's made motions, which I'm new to the commission. I spent a lot of years in Tallahassee. I don't know if that's how it works, but I'd appreciate it if, before we start making motions in the future, I have an opportunity to opine on something that is directly in a district that not only do I represent, but I was born and raised in Riviera Beach. So I just want to make that a note to my fellow commissioners for the future.
So Commissioner Powell, just to your point, a motion and a second, and then discussion. So it's not that we're moving it without any discussion. It's a motion, a second, and then discussion. That's Robert's rules.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With regard to that, I think I have some interesting discussion to add to this based on what Mr. Milo had indicated. Based on your backup, this funding from the county, the housing bond program, will be about 7.65% of the total cost of the project. You receive $15.4 million from sale monies and then $1.5 million from Riviera Beach's CRA, which of course are significant amounts of funding. One of the issues here is when we talk about housing, especially when it comes to the housing bond program, this is specifically for, from what I'm looking at, rental housing, right? Because sale clearly stands for State Apartment Incentive Loan Program. So this is not like we're putting people in housing that allows them the opportunity to build equity. And I agree that the number of units that are provided in this are significant. I think you indicated that we'd be doing, 149 units? The challenge I have is if this were to move forward today based on it being approved conceptually previously and then it being changed, who's to say that the next project by the next developer comes forward and it's a similar situation where they've received sale monies and we say, well, we're the board and here it is. This is a phenomenal project. I think everyone should have phenomenal projects, but when we get here, be ready and without any adjustments or changing, and then we get here today and the board agrees that it's a phenomenal project and we say, well, it's a phenomenal project. Let's use funding from another source as opposed to the housing bond. And that way, we can move forward with the project. Now, I agree, Mr. Milo, this is a significant amount of money that if there are deadlines that don't meet, you possibly lose, which is a challenge. But at the same time, we got here, and I think that all of us have had this backup to be able to look at. And maybe, I don't know, if there's something that we have to act today, then that would be good. But what's the difference between this project and the next one that comes in that's approved, and we say, well, because of the provisions in hard and soft payment paybacks, now we move and say, well, we'll just shift and use HIP funding for all of the projects? Or why not? If that's the process, then is that the process? Can somebody explain that to me? That if we can't fund it using housing bond dollars, then we shift it to HIP dollars?
Our housing initiative program, the HIP dollars, which are ad valorem dollars, have been set aside to allow for a little bit more flexibility by the board. The process for utilization of those funds is if a project comes in through other competitive processes and it doesn't meet all of the criteria for either our bond dollars or state or federal dollars, that the HIP dollars allow the board to have some flexibility to fund programs. That was the way the HIP criteria was established. When we come back to the board in January, we will also be discussing the criteria with HIP and bond and our impact fees, all of those things that are Board of County Commissioners funded, not coming from state or federal sources.
Thank you.
Sure.
Madam Mayor, just to address things, because, you know, there was no change as it relates to this project. This project was submitted as a tax-exempt bond deal, which had 40% of the units under the low-income housing tax credit program under income averaging, and 60% of the units as workforce. However, the county's bond program, as Mr. Brown illustrates, had only two buckets. It was either strictly affordable or strictly workforce. We were a hybrid. So we kind of fell in that mix. And we do have state dollars, Florida housing dollars, that are under the SIL workforce program. So it's not that we changed, it's just that the two boxes that the county had didn't really match up perfectly for us because we were a hybrid. So we were straddling that. So that's really the nuance and the challenge there.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell, any more questions?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, thank
Mayor,
you.
if I can add just one other
Sure.
comment. Just also a recognition that as the underwriters have approved, one of the things that they have also recommended for bond projects or HIP projects is a personal guarantee, a completion and operating deficit guarantee from a principal from the organization. So I just want to make sure we know that. It's in the underwriting reports, but I just wanted to make sure I stated that.
Thank you.
And Mayor, just one other thing, if we could have clarification in the motion of the funding source so that we are clear on what the board is approving in the motion. I didn't know if it was that.
I don't think we're there yet.
Okay.
But we'll get there. Okay. Commissioner Weiss.
All right. So I think that, you know, in listening, in first off, appreciate staff's recommendation and understanding the parameters you were given, and so the way you brought this forward. But that this is a valuable project to the community, and if there's a way to figure this out. So let me just see if I can try and cut this the right way. Because my understanding is, so on the workforce side is where we prohibit the soft pay.
Yes, sir.
But on the affordable side, we do allow for the soft pay. So what if we split the difference on this one, and we take on the affordable side, we use the housing bond dollars to help fund those. And then for that portion that they requested. And then on the workforce side, we give you direction to use the HIP funds for that portion. That way we can stay consistent with what our housing bond. We can use some of the housing dollars for this. We don't take all of our HIP dollars into just this project. And then when you bring it back for, and I agree, because the process on this, you know, that we ask people how to, you know, what to bring their projects forward, what the rules were, and everybody was treated the same. On the other hand, you know, don't want to see us lose the sale dollars, because that's what I'm hearing, is that if you don't have this done before the new application, you're going to lose those dollars. Is that right?
We have a closing deadline that we have to adhere to. So if we don't have the funds,
What
we
is
have,
the closing deadline?
we have to close in the next 6 months.
Oh, so we have time,
What is that, December 20th?
a little bit of time, because you got to close the deal.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, that would be my recommendation on how to try and move this thing forward, trying to keep it consistent with our housing bond program, but giving staff direction for those HIP funds so that we can move that.
Commissioner, if I can respond to that, we'll definitely need to evaluate it, because I don't know if the sale dollars are all tied to those units. I don't know if there are any units left that we can use, affordable units left that we can use bond funds for.
Oh, so you're thinking that the bond funds may only be going towards the workforce?
They are. That's the RFP that Related applied for, was the workforce units.
Oh, well, then my suggestion isn't going to work.
Any other suggestions?
Uh,
We're back to square one.
Well, we would be back to just
given me
using all HIP funds.
Correct. Okay, so you're not going to amend your motion? All right, thank you. Commissioner Woodward, your light was on, and then Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, let me go back a bit. Let me start with my question for the attorneys. Is there anything that can be added to the language, the way this project was put in, that would guarantee our payback? Because I know the must, can, whatever, that language, is there anything that we can change to this? Or this is state statute, am I correct?
Yeah, let me refer to Mr. Falcon, who's been working on this.
Yes, I don't see how we can accomplish that. I mean, I don't see how we can accomplish that. It's either it's required or it's not. It's not on their, if they're willing to, kind of thing. That just doesn't work.
Okay, because if there's nothing that we can actually put into the contract, I don't support using the bond funds for whether it's soft or hard or any of that discussion. My other question is, for the underwriting, was this the only part that didn't make it through the underwriting, was the hard and soft pay?
That was the conflict, yes. The other parameters of the county's conceptual approval was fine, but it's the hard pay versus the soft pay.
So if we were to move this forward with an alternate funding, the existing underwriting would go ahead and qualify? We wouldn't need to go through underwriting a second time?
No. Right.
Okay. And then, so
But
if
there
we-
was also a provision in the underwriting with a recommendation to get a personal guarantee. So that was part of the underwriting report.
And is that something that the applicant agreed to?
Yeah, we're putting our own equity in addition to that. We're putting another $1.5 million of our own dollars in there. So that's usual and customary on our deals.
And that would satisfy underwriting's requirement?
Well, again, we'd have to go back because the term sheet was not agreed to. So we would have to go back to the county's term sheet to make sure that the project would agree to the terms, which includes the personal guarantee.
So then if we were to move this through, we would still need a second round of underwriting?
Not necessarily a second round of underwriting,
Just an
but
amendment?
Related would have to agree to the terms. So the goal was to always bring you the terms so you'll know exactly what the terms are. So when staff execute agreement and then bring you back you would at least know what you're giving staff delegated authority to do. And right now, we don't have a signed term sheet.
Okay, so if we use the HIP funds, what would the payback look like on that?
In this particular case, the developer would be requesting soft pay requirements, which means that we can't require a principal payment. What we do know is you have 20 years to make a payment toward principal, and so the developer could wait till the end to repay it. We'll receive some interest throughout, but the principal would not be required until, again, the loan matures, the bond matures.
So it could be 20 years before there's any principal repayment, or the entire principal has to be repaid by the 20-year mark? But it could happen in year 20?
It could happen in year 20, if there is no requirement, which I believe is why Mr. Falcon is saying there's really no, it's either a yes, you have to start making principal payments at this time, or no, you don't.
Okay.
I believe under the sale requirements, we could make this a cash flow dependent
Correct.
repayment. So they would have to present to us each year what the cash flow is of the project. Depending on that cash flow, we could get both interest and principal repayment. But if there wasn't cash flow in the project, we would not be able to require that repayment until after the sale loan was repaid.
And that will be in this contract to make it cash flow?
We
It
could
would
do
be.
that.
And we would need to put that in the term sheet. So like I say, if the board is going to give direction for another funding source, then we need to really look at how the term sheet's going to be set up and if we're going to have a signed term sheet, because at this point, we don't know what Related would agree to, but what we do know is hard pay will not work with their project. But there are other terms and other requirements that would be applicable for the HIP funds.
Okay, and this question is for Related. As far as, I was looking, I went through the backup and I can't find, what are the bedrooms? Like what are the units? I see the percentage of units and how many there are, but what are they?
They're a mixture of ones and twos.
Do you have the size of that, like square footage? They're ones and twos?
610 for a 1 and 915 for a 2.
And what's the mixture? Is it like 50/50?
It's 5, 18, 22, 32, 35, 37, 48, 70. It's about 40% ones and 60% twos. If I did my math quickly here on there.
Okay. Thank you. And that's evenly distributed between the income levels?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a requirement of Florida Housing. Like I said, we're between 30 and 110, and we have, I think, 8 different income levels.
Okay, well, I will support the rest of the board in the motion, but just so I know, this will come back to us with term sheets and everything that's been discussed. Well, then, this isn't like a final approval. What comes back to us after this?
We will bring it back, because there's been so many changes, we'll bring it back to the board for final approval.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Coffin.
I was just going to suggest that the board simply give direction to staff to bring this back when they've done the term sheet and had it agreed to and worked out the specifics.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker, your light is on also.
I was going to suggest, because you've given us direction, to simply, you can postpone it, and we can bring it back once we've got the term sheet and bring it back to the board, which
Okay.
would be different than the bond
It
funds.
is a totally different motion. Okay. So,
I would make a substitute motion for that.
We don't need a motion.
okay.
Can it be time certain, please?
All right, we're going we're going off the rails here. Okay, so actually, Vice Mayor Baxter, you were next. So do you have any comments?
More so, I heard your questions, Commissioner Powell, but I wanted to know how you felt about the project. How do you feel about it? Do you like it?
Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor. It leaves a lot. I have not seen a conceptual site plan, so I don't know if I like the project or not. I think 149 units is good. However, when you're talking about units at 900 square feet for a 2-bedroom, 600 square feet for a 1-bedroom, I don't know exactly what that looks like. I mean, to say, do I like a project that I've never seen? I'm a planner, so I would like to see a site plan and what it looks like on paper, at least conceptually. If I told you that I like the project without seeing what it looks like, what the aesthetics of the project coming to a community I live in, I don't have enough information to tell you that. However, I know that it's necessary that we get more units. I know it's more rental than homeownership, which for me is, just doesn't allow people to be more upwardly mobile. My question, though, is, if we were to move forward with the denial or the approval with conditions, does this prevent this from coming back at a later date? If we were to deny today, as staff has recommended, does that prevent this project from coming back before the 6-month time frame that Mr. Milo has indicated? I think there's a lot of information that's not here on paper and that's not in the backup that would lead to be desired. If we're going to move forward with the commission's recommendation to approve barring the staff recommendation, I'm probably not going to be with the rest of the commission, but that's okay. You know, that's the challenge of being a part of the board and a part of the team. But there's a lot of information that I don't have that just doesn't give me the confidence to be able to support right now.
So I will, I guess there's a substitute motion out there. I don't need to withdraw my motion, but I do support, I guess, having this come back with the terms and everything. And I think I would really like you to meet with Commissioner Powell and make sure that everyone is comfortable. I don't think we need to deny it, but I think coming back with some terms and conditions would be great. And then at that time, we can make a final determination.
The only caution I would give is that the cone of silence is still in place because this was a competitive process. So we will provide you with all of the information that was submitted with the proposal, so you'll see the site plan. But we can't recommend that individual meeting be held.
It works.
Okay, so it sounds like, and I still have lights on. Joel, did you want to comment? Sure.
So the reason that I asked the questions and I started this whole thing is because the project looks really good. It's one of the few projects that I actually like the numbers as they stand. And when you're, they're only asking for 7.7% of the total cost. Affordability period of 60 years, I like it. And we started with the bond program 2 years ago. We went and asked the voters for the dollars, and yet there's still no shovels on the ground. And by the time these units are built, it's going to be, another year and a half, 2 years? So we need to prioritize housing, and this is a good project that in paper, looks good. If we just need to divert where the funding comes from, then we should do that. So I don't want to deny, because I think it sends a mixed message to the people. I am in favor of postponing with time certain, hopefully as quickly as possible, early January, first meeting, something like that. And my last question is, the payment issue is, when can they actually make the first principal payment based on the sale? That's what I want to understand. So you said that there's a conflict with bonds, so if they went to another source, when should we expect that? Is it year 15, year 16, year 17? Because I don't want to wait till year 20, but I do want to start getting some principal payments.
With the sale provisions, the payments will be what is called cash flow dependent. So each year, the developer will have to submit to the county the documentation supporting their cash flow. If there is cash flow available to pay principal and interest, it can start
Then
after
that's the
you.
language that I want.
That's what we would put in an alternative.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the word deny is being bandied about. We don't want to use the word deny. What we would like to do, though, is, and what I believe the motion was, it was a motion to approve, but using a different pot of funds. And do you want to postpone? But we're postponing.
Well, it was-
Let me clarify, though, because the deny it has to deal with the general obligation bond. Right. So that is what we really need to clear that up. And what we're saying is, this project going forward can't be part of the GL bond. So the motion to deny is actually an accurate motion at this point in time. We can then do another motion, or a request to bring this back with dollars from another pot. Does that sound agreeable to everybody? Ms. Kaufman?
I think the best thing to do is to postpone and give instructions to staff. We don't want to you could deny it and then tell staff to bring it back, but that's not really what you're trying to do. You definitely don't want to approve it with instructions, because there's a lot of work to be done, including a term sheet that has to be signed. So let's simply postpone it with instructions to staff to try to restructure this in a way that's palatable and get it back to the commission in the first or second January meeting.
So Commissioner Woodward, is that what you would like to do?
Yes, that would be my motion.
Okay, and did I have a second?
Second.
I've got lots of seconds.
does it have to be time certain if you're postponing?
It does not have to be, but you could select a date in January if you'd like.
As soon as possible.
So I would select the first or second January meeting. When is our first? January 10th, I believe, is our first meeting.
Yes, that's right after the holiday. So if you give us direction to do
The second meeting in
as soon
January.
as possible. So if we're able to work out the term sheets with Related during that time frame, and you're saying the second meeting in January,
Yeah,
I think that's
I'll
more
be dropping off my
reasonable.
daughters at school on the 7th, so
Understand.
I'm gonna need I'm gonna need the second meeting.
So we would require that motion with instructions to staff to bring it back by the second meeting in January.
Mr. Brown.
Just, so whether it's this item or the next item, we're going to have to bring back a denial for the bond funds because the board has conceptually approved it. And so it's tied to something and we can't use them in the future unless there is some sort of denial. So on the next item, we're going to have to bring back a denial. We can recommend another source, but we're also going to have to deny to unobligate the conceptually approved housing bond funds for the project.
So that motion was still on the floor. I did not have a second.
So,
Okay.
Okay, but we may, you have said here that this motion to deny is tied to this particular development. So you need a denial on this particular development because you've obligated bond funds to this particular development. And we're not going to be using the bond funds for this particular development.
We can do it when we come back.
We can do it when we come back. So do a dual
You
motion.
don't have nowhere else to spend the money.
Not yet. Not yet. We're gonna bring you some more projects, Commissioner, but we don't have them yet.
Gotcha.
so to be clean,
Yes.
we are postponing with, and direction to staff is to, as quickly as possible, work it out. So we're looking at the second meeting in January for item C5.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we had a motion, we had a second. Any more discussion? Seeing
Mayor?
none.
For the record, can you please restate the maker and seconder of the final motion?
The motion was Commissioner Woodward. The second was everybody, so we'll put Commissioner Flores there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any more discussion? So we will take a vote. All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
See, the motion carries 7. Commissioner Sacks, are you still on?
Yeah, I
Thank
sure am.
Okay,
And I
so-
agree with everything that was said, and I agree.
Thank you. So we have a
Aye.
7-0 vote then. Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to item C6. Go ahead, staff.
Yeah, present.
Go ahead and present,
Okay.
yes.
So again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. So item 6C6 is the second project that staff is recommending denial, the second related project that staff is recommending denial. A couple key things to highlight here. One is the modified funding request, which is when the board requested the best and final at 14.9. It represents 24.74% of the total project costs, a 40-year affordability period, 145 units, which has increased to 160 units now, which you'll hear more about. County assistance per unit here is just over 102,000. Staff is recommending denial for this one as well because it's not consistent with what the board approved conceptually. And I just want to kind of jump there. The board, under conceptual approval, for 60% AMI units, the board conceptually approved 58. The proposed change by the developer would be 0 units there. The board conceptually approved 0 units at 80. We're looking at now the newly proposed would be 16. And then the board approved 87 units at 110% AMI. The developer is now proposing 144 units. Again, more units, but because it's not consistent with the board's conceptual approval, staff recommends denial.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores, your light is on.
Yeah, on this project, I don't like the numbers. I don't like how they moved the amount of units from affordable to not so affordable. So I make a motion to deny.
Second.
Okay. We have cards. So, you got the timer going? You want to call our cards?
We have Bishop W. Osher Granger and Lynn Whitfield, Albert Milo, and then we have non-speaking cards.
Go right ahead, sir.
Madam Mayor, and to the commission and to all staff, of course. One of the things that we are here for, and I represent the Mount Calvary Ministries, we've been a major part of the community for just about 67 years. And we are so fortunate as a church to embrace three basic concepts in addition to life-changing ministry. We believe in support, we believe in security, and we believe in solutions. From a very practical perspective, we have seen, and I as a pastor in this community for almost 40 years, I've listened to and had conversations with persons who have had to leave the county as a direct result and consequence of that not being affordable housing or workforce housing. So on a very human level, I want to appeal to each of you as commissioners to consider this need that so graphically affects our citizenry. I think about law enforcement. I think about educators. I think about young people and the next generations. I want to see them have the occasion to thrive in this county and be able to have a place to live that's safe and that is healthy. I recognize the complexity of the numbers that have been abounded in the conversations even previously, but let me appeal to you on a very human level. Let's make sure that we work through, and I appreciate and respect all of the reference to the details, and I know you and staff and the developers will be able to do what you've done up to this point in this meeting and get together and let's make housing available for people, because people need a safe environment to live. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is V. Lynn Whitfield. I am a resident of Palm Beach County since 1985. I am a proud homeowner in Old Northwood, and I am unfortunately a person who has a millennial who has to live with me now because they cannot afford their own place. And I am not by myself. Believe me, so many of my friends have their children that are back home with them because they can't afford to buy a place or to even rent a place here in Palm Beach County. So we definitely, when we voted for this bond, we voted for y'all to spend it to provide affordable housing. Now, I understand that y'all set some ranges and some motions and some units you want, and that you sent it to the developer and your thing said that they didn't accept it. And that's it? So we just gonna quit? We just gonna say deny? We not going back and try to get together and talk and see can't we work this out? This is too important to us here in Palm Beach County for staff just to say, oh, well, they didn't accept our numbers, so deny them. Let's put some effort into this. Let's work together to make this happen. And that's all I want to say about it. We need affordable housing. We need it in that area. That was the area I first lived in. I live less than a half a mile from that area right now, and we need this housing there. So I would ask that you do not accept the staff recommendation. I've been in government for over 30 years. I know how to make a staff recommendation to my bosses for them to accept, but I also know how to make it work with my private partners to get things done for my municipalities and counties. I ask that you do that and send staff back to the developers to work this out. Thank you.
Virginia, your light is on. Would you like to say something?
Just to the speaker, Ms. Whitfield, she's an attorney and she's worked with it. You also know that a competitive process is a competitive process, and we can't treat one developer differently from another developer. This is a project we think is good, and we'll work with others, but in this particular case, this was a competitive process.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell, your light is on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Commissioner Flores, when you spoke earlier, indicated that you looked at the numbers, and the numbers, you didn't like the numbers. And if you look at the sheet that we have here that's also provided in the backup of the agenda, 60% of the area median income, this was approved at the BCC with 58 units that would be available at 60% of the area median income, or less, right? Or less.
Zero.
And it looks like it was originally approved with 58, and now there's 16. That's a reduction of 42 units at that price when you're talking about, especially now with the number of people who are looking for housing opportunities and moving in and out of Palm Beach County. And then the increase in the 110%. And we talked earlier, we talked about if you look at a family of four, Florida Housing Finance, $104,000. At 60% of the area median income, that's $62,400 at that lower or low or below. At 110% is $114,400. $114,000 for a family of four, 110% of area median income. You can see there's an increase of 57 units from 87 to 144. The question I have in considering making this work, Mr. Milo, it was approved at the BCC with the conceptual approval before I was here, with a completely different number of units, 145 units approved, and the numbers seem to be more favorable for people who may be looking for housing opportunities. And it has come back with 160 units, which is an increase of 15 total, but you cannot overlook the fact that you go from 87 units at 110% of the area median income to 144. That's completely different from what appears to have been approved, unless I didn't see the meeting, unless my backup is wrong and the backup here is wrong. I don't even, how does this happen? Process-wise, how does this even happen?
And you're correct. It goes back to this originally was a hybrid deal, 60-40 deal. So there was a percentage of units that, and a tax-exempt bond execution, have to be LIHTC units, and a percentage that were workforce. In trying to fit into the workforce bucket, we modified that from a tax-exempt bond execution to a strict workforce deal. So that's the change. But you're correct.
Madam Mayor?
You're correct.
Madam Mayor, follow-up?
Sure.
Mr. Milo, with all due respect, how do you all make that decision and come back to the board with this completely different number and expect otherwise?
No, we did not, we're not challenging anything on staff.
Okay.
Proposal, right? We simply, staff asked us to work through the underwriting. We're trying to fit through some of the parameters that were given to us by the board previously and trying to thread the needle. So unlike the other deal that we had state dollars, we don't have any dollars in this. So we're just trying to navigate within the cap set. And again, we had a deal that was partially affordable, partial workforce. So we're just trying to straddle. So I'm not, challenging anything that of your analysis.
Okay. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you.
He had a card for 3 minutes. Mr. Milo?
Did you have a card in,
You had a
Mr. Milo,
card
for
in.
this
Did you
one
want to
also?
use your 3 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. So, do we need a motion to deny?
Are there any more cards?
Thank
we
you.
have a second?
Okay, we made a motion and a second. Sorry, I wasn't here. And any more discussion? I'd actually like to make a comment, but anyone else have a, no one's lights are on. I've been a little quiet. We have parameters in place for a reason. And if we don't follow the parameters, then those that followed them get denied. I'm sorry, those that followed them are on the short end of the stick. So I don't think in the middle of the process, we need to be changing. So I would agree to, with the rest of the board, that this should be denied, because we can't have people, you put in your bid, it is an open process, as Ms. Baker said, and everyone needs to do the same process. So with that, I think we have a motion and a second. I know we have a motion and a second. I don't believe we have any more discussion. All those in favor of denial, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. Okay, it is 11:40. We have 2 more of these? We do. What would everybody like to do about taking a small lunch break?
You want to finish housing?
So we'll finish. Okay. How about, can we take a 10-minute break, and then we will finish these 2, and then we'll take a lunch break after that. All right, thank you. So we're going to recess until 10 of 12. Thank you.
10 of 12.
Very good, thank you.
And after we are done with our housing, we're going to lunch for an hour, okay? So this way, everybody in the audience knows what's going on. And so we are at item 6C, 7A, and B, where we are looking to approve a Home American Rescue Plan award to the Flight Center for $1 million and authorize the county administrator to execute the loan. Now, do we have, would anybody like a staff presentation? Okay, we have a taker. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. So we are, we've worked a little while with Flight Center as well as with Payne Chapel, and we're happy to report back to the board a recommendation for using some stimulus dollars, home ARP dollars, as Mayor mentioned, a little over $1 million for the rehabilitation of 8 units. And I want to state that because earlier there was something about acquisition, but this is about rehabilitation of 8 units that the Flight Center will use that are owned by Payne Chapel. We're happy to also report that Payne Chapel and Flight Center has agreed to a deed affordability period of 49 years and 11 months, so a little longer than the 30 years that was initially presented to us. Those 8 units would serve individuals who are at 50% or below. Flight Center typically serves youth that have been victims of domestic violence and human trafficking, et cetera, et cetera. So there's some great things that they are looking to do for these 8 units. And we are excited that the Payne Chapel is in agreement with them. Here's a breakdown of the cost in terms of the county's contribution, Flight Center's contribution, and the City of West Palm Beach's contribution. And we're here today requesting approval of these funds.
Welcome to your Palm Beach County government.
Okay, we're having an advertisement for Palm Beach County, which is good. If you all had come to the state of the county this morning, you would have had a 20-minute advertisement about the county. Okay, then. Commissioner Powell, this is in your district. Do you have any questions?
No, Madam Mayor, I see that it shows that is no longer acquisition, it is for rehab. So with that, I would motion to approve.
Second.
So we have cards. So what we'll do is, because we have a motion on the table by Commissioner Powell and we have a second by Commissioner Vice Mayor Baxter, we are going to now take cards. Is that clear for the clerk? Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, we have 4 cards. Reverend Odell Watson, Christine Frederick, Alex Ortiz, and Terry Alexander.
Good morning. As the senior pastor of Payne Chapel, I just want to thank the county for your support on this initiative. This is a project where the goals and objectives of the county and the mission of our church align. Payne Chapel AME Church, established 132 years ago, is the oldest church in West Palm Beach. This project provides affordable housing to residents in West Palm Beach. The mission of the African Methodist Episcopal Church is to minister to the spiritual, intellectual, physical, emotional, and environmental needs of all people. Through the funding of this project, you enable us to assist the critical demographic of our community and continue the mission of our church. Once again, thank you.
Could you state your name for the record, sir?
Reverend Odell Watson.
Thank you. Thank you. Who's next? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Christine Frederick. I'm the CEO of the Flight Center. Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, I just want to express our gratitude from Flight Center standpoint. We serve a population that's often forgotten. The 18 to 25-year-old young people who are often aging out of foster care, who are coming from a background of homelessness and trauma. And we're so excited and so grateful to Payne Chapel for allowing us to utilize their space in order to provide housing and allowing us to do this project, where there will be housing services on site as well. The Flight Center is located across the street from the property that we would be master leasing, and we'll be able to do housing services, support services to be able to transition our youth to sustainability after their time living at the location. So we're just very grateful for any consideration you give to moving this forward. We've worked very hard on it, and just wanted to say thank you and express our gratitude.
Thank you.
Good morning, esteemed members of the board, Mayor Marino, Vice Mayor Baxter, Commissioner Powell, Commissioner Weiss, Woodward, Flores, welcome, and welcome to Powell as well, and to County Administrator Baker. I have somewhat of a prepared statement, but I also did want to acknowledge former Commissioner Bernard, who was very supportive of this initiative and in his district, and you now are Commissioner in our district. As you know, I have the honor to serve as Director of Development with Flight Center, and I just wanted the opportunity to express my profound gratitude and excitement to come together with Payne Chapel AME Church, united to this transformative impacts proposed through this very important Hawks Eggs housing and services initiative. This project represents a vital step in our mission to provide critical safety, stability, and opportunities to the vulnerable and at-risk population that we serve, including those survivors of human trafficking, who will have an easily accessible and supportive place to heal, grow, and reclaim their independence. This initiative is more than just housing, it's hope. Hope for youth and families who have faced unimaginable challenges. This program will create a safe haven where they can rebuild their lives with honor, dignity, and support. It will be a catalyst for collaborative partnerships within the community, uniting us all in the shared goal to offer them pathways to independence, resilience, and ensuring them that they know that they are never alone on this journey, helping shape their futures, foster resilience, and provide a roadmap for a brighter tomorrow. We are grateful to you for your time, your consideration, the prospect of your approval for this project, confirming your and our unwavering commitment to continue to build a community that invests in this at-risk population, and we're honored to work alongside you to make our vision their reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And is Terry Alexander still here?
Yes, he is. Good morning.
Morning.
And looking at the summary that's published in the agenda here and previewing through it, there's a lot of ambiguity there. I'm a retired math educator and administrator from the School District of Palm Beach County. When we use inequalities, they have to be used correctly. The term, I won't even call it a term or an expression, no less than 30 years is not an acceptable math expression or statement. We have less than and equal to, we have greater than and equal to, and we have a compound statement. The term no less than means you got a lower bound, but there's no upper bound. It can go from 30 years to infinity. This is unacceptable as written. That's my first comment. My other comment is that as I sat here for the past 2.5 hours, I've seen proposals for monies 3 and 4 times as much as being offered for this particular project. And their term is 30 years. How can a project that's getting $15 million over 30 years be on the same scale as a project that's getting $1.4 million for 30 years? Is our scale logarithmic? Makes no sense. We should have an even scale with a straight slope, not a logarithmic slope. I have no problem with the project. We just need to do things correctly. That's my comment.
Thank you, sir. Any more cards? That's it? Whoop. Excuse me. All righty, so we had a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Commissioner Powell. Commissioner Weiss had his light on first.
So just to clarify for folks, in this case, is this a repayable loan?
This is not a repayable loan unless there's some level of default.
So this would end up as a grant, where what we were talking about earlier today were loans coming from our housing bond.
Yes, sir.
And then our esteemed speaker, so in this case, and what we clarified today is a minimum of 49 years and 11 months to remain at the minimum as affordable housing. But if if Payne Chapel decided to support this to go for 100 years, that would be acceptable as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To address what Mr. Terry said with regard to no less than 30 years, is there a way, Mr. Brown, to specifically address his comments with regard to the idea that there's ambiguity? I said that right, ambiguity? Ambiguity within the wording of the item and even in the backup.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. So the phrase no less than 30 years was because we were working with Flight Center and Payne Chapel on a higher affordability period. We knew 30 years was going to be kind of the bottom because that was what they put in their proposal to us, but we did not know when they would have the final, and ultimately the final came out on Sunday.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Commissioner Flores.
Just for clarity, we're talking about 49 years and 11 months, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that sentence no longer applies.
That no longer applies.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we have had discussion. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. Now we'll go on to regular agenda item C8, and staff is recommending a motion to approve. Deadline for all current conceptually approved housing bond loan programs and HIP-funded projects to be submitted for the final Board of County Commissioner approval no later than March 11th, 2025.
I'll make the motion to move this.
Okay, so we will have a presentation, and in the meantime, we have a motion. Do we have a second? And we have a motion from the Vice Mayor, and we have a second from Commissioner Woodward. We will have a staff presentation, and then we'll have discussion.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioners, the first page I'll start with is information we've seen. This is just the housing bond background summary, going back to from the referendum to the bond issuance dates. Before today, we've seen 12 projects, but the numbers have slightly changed. The workforce and affordable and for sale are fine, but we've seen that there have been some changes as the board has made decisions on projects today. So you'll see some slight changes as we move forward. 3 projects have been approved using bond. Today there was another, and then we have still a conceptual working on another. Prior to today, these were the 3 projects that were approved: Community Land Trust, Sun Foundation, and SP Field, Inc. Today, you discussed these projects. I won't rehash those, but these projects were discussed today. Now, the status of the remaining projects, which is one of the questions that came up before. So there are 3 projects that have been submitted to underwriting and we're awaiting an underwriting report. The first one is Westgate Terrace. The second one is One North Lake. The third is Village of Valor. Village of Valor was approved by the board less than 30 days ago, so that one we expect that'll make progress as well. There are 3 projects that have not yet met the requirements to be sent to underwriting: Isaiah Clark Apartments, Drexel Road Senior Apartments, and Judge Rogers Court. And we'll talk a little bit more about each of these projects. The ones that have been submitted to underwriting, again, the Westgate Terrace, One North Lake, and Village of Valor. Workforce, and you'll see affordable. Here we also have the distinction. The first 2 are not only workforce, but there are HIP deals. And then the last one is an affordable bond deal. So let's talk a little bit about Westgate Terrace. Just want to refresh your memory on some of the terms that the board conceptually approved. It is a $3.2 million amount with a 30-year affordability period was their ask. But if they convert it to HIP, HIP requires a minimum of a 50-year affordability period. So that's what this project would be under as it relates to affordability period. You're talking about 46 multifamily housing units. Again, just another note, this particular project, and we'll talk about the other one, was approved before we set the 110% AMI cap. So as you can see, they have the ability to go up to 120% AMI on their rental units. Total development cost per unit, just over $86,000 per unit. And then here you'll see the capital stack of this particular project. Because it's a for-profit developer, they're going to have an interest rate between 1% and 3% once underwriting is completed. The second project, again, in underwriting, One North Lake, located in the city of Pahokee, $4.6 million at a 30-year affordability period was the ask. They're going to end up being a 50-year affordability period. We're talking about 54 units, again, up to 120% AMI, where the per unit cost is just over $86,000. And here you'll see the capital stack, 2 sources that were provided by the county. One was the ad valorem infrastructure funding, which was provided as a grant a few years ago. And then the last project in underwriting, we've talked about this enough, Village of Valor, $4.3 million, 15% of the total cost, 50-year affordability period. And you'll see the units, you'll see the cost per unit, and the capital stack for that project. So these are in underwriting. These 3 projects have yet to make underwriting, which is, again, part of the discussion as to why we want to have a date set for them. Isaiah Clark Apartments. If you recall, Board, when in June, when you made the conceptual approval, they were going to seek sale dollars. And they've gone through the process of trying to secure other dollars, and they have not been successful as of yet in receiving those dollars. Right now, the conceptual approval we have has it at $7.362 million, 50 years, and 125 senior units. And so at this point, the project is still looking for funding, but they haven't secured the rest of the funding. Drexel Road Senior Apartments also at that meeting shared their desire to seek additional dollars, and if they were able to get the additional dollars, it would hopefully then plug the gap. At this point, they haven't received it. Terms as approved by the board are listed here: 13 million, 50-year affordability period. Initially, they were at 222 senior units. We've had conversations, and that may change, and the number of units may reduce, and they may look at phasing the project moving forward. But at this point, it's still stalled because of funding. And then lastly, Judge Rogers Court, again, as the board has approved, 13 million, 50-year term, 50-year affordability period, and the county assistance per unit is at 195,000. That project, again, has not met the requirements to be sent to underwriting. And so we're just requesting today from the board, and you'll see just an overview of all the projects that have received conceptual approval, and the total amount of bond dollars, HIP dollars that have been conceptually approved, total that hasn't been submitted to underwriting, and then at the bottom, total awaiting underwriting. Today, we're requesting that the board set for these particular developers a date of March 11th to come back to the board for final approval. If not, we want to make those dollars available once we issue the new round of bonds in March, April of 2025. And staff will address any questions you may have.
Actually, I do have one. Your amount total not submitted to underwriting, you have 33 million?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you're right. I did my math wrong. No problem.
You good? Okay.
So wait a second, that doesn't work. But, okay.
I did want to remind the board that when we put the initial RFP out, one of the requirements were that all of the projects would be shovel-ready. And so that's the reason why we're asking for a deadline to be set so that we can free up the funds to be able to use in the next round.
Well, 33 million is tough to be sitting on and not using, so yes. Commissioner Flores, your light is on, and then Commissioner Woodward.
All right, so there's 3 that haven't gone to underwriting. There's 1 that we sort of killed today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's 33 plus that other one. Is that correct?
33 that have not been submitted to underwriting, and if they do not make it to underwriting, that would be 33 million available, on hand available when we issue the RFPs next year, 2025.
And am I correct that Gallery, we denied today?
Yes,
So
sir.
that's another 15.
Yes, sir.
So we're talking about $48 million that the bond has already been issued, and we're paying taxes.
Interest.
Yes.
I mean, interest. Okay. So I'm in agreement, but I do want to bring something else up, which I spoke to you about, which is the sale dollars. And this is something that, I don't know if I'm the only one that has thought it or what, I'm pretty sure it's not. But when we're approving all these projects, they're all coming in for sale as part of their project, yet the state's only going to award once, maybe 2. So if there's 5 projects coming in, and I believe there's going to be another round of RFPs, and we approve them all with sale dollars, but yet the state is only going to approve once or twice, how do we not go out and issue again the bonds before those are finally approved? So to me, that's a concern, because if in the back of our heads, we're thinking we have a pipeline of X amount of units coming online, but yeah, they're all pending sale dollars. We're issuing bonds, we're paying now interest. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes,
Or am
sir.
I the only one? Okay.
Yes, sir. No, you're correct, Commissioner. And so one of the things we've shared with developers when we held the first public meeting was the county makes available funding dollars, whether it's through SHIP, our state program, whether it's through HOME, our federal funding source, or even our impact fee assistance program that will provide the local match that allows a developer to apply for sale or even the 9% tax credit or the 4% tax credit at the state level. And so we're going to continue to encourage those developers, use the programs that the county has always made available for that. And after you secure whatever dollars you need at the state level, if there's still a funding gap, at that point you can come back to the county for other dollars. But it's not been our intention, and I don't believe it was the commission's intention, to tie up dollars while it's waiting for other funding at the state or federal level.
So is it possible not to go out and issue the bond if we conceptually approve them until they get the sale approval?
It depends on the time of year, to be honest with you, Commissioner, because if it's going to be approved as part of the county's budget, we're going to have to make sure we go through that process and make sure that those dollars, and OFMB does what they need to do to make sure those dollars are available. And that's what happened this year. So we were on that timeline, and we knew that we're going to have some projects that are going to begin in January. And so we know we needed to have dollars available. And then looking at the timeline and schedule of other projects, they were giving us dates prior to October 1 of next year that they would be ready to break ground. So we knew we had to have dollars on hand to work or to meet the construction schedules they provided.
I just want to remind us to be prudent with the bond dollars. And if we're already paying interest and money, I mean, we're talking about $48 million, so we're already paying on. So I just want to make sure that we're fair to our residents.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. As I'm looking at this, we actually, I think that we have two different groups that we're working with, because we have 3 that are awaiting underwriting, which means they have actually done what we've asked them to, and they're in the process. And then we have 3 that have not even submitted to underwriting, and they were all approved on June 4th? So we're at the 6-month mark, and when this was put out, this was meant to be shovel-ready, ready to go. And if, I'm of the opinion, if they haven't submitted to underwriting, I say now, but if we want to give them an extra 30 days or something, then, get it into underwriting. And it should have already happened. If you came to us and went through this entire process, because I remember we discussed this, and some of these projects we weren't all excited about, but the idea was let it go to underwriting, and that'll shake out what's good and what's not. If it's not even going to underwriting after 6 months, I say that this is done. And those 3, if you haven't submitted at this point, I don't believe that, you're ready to go. Doesn't mean you can't come back, once you work out all the kinks, come back. But at this point, what you're telling me is what they would send to underwriting is not what we approved initially, because it just doesn't work. The math, it doesn't work for them. And that's $33 million. And I know we're getting ready to issue a new one in a few months. It would be good to know how much money is already being repaid by the citizens of this county, and put that back out there immediately. The other ones that have already submitted to underwriting, I'm confident to let that continue through the process. But these 3, at this point, I would say, no. If you haven't done it after 6 months, I know that wasn't part of the initial process, but the initial process was you're ready to go. When you do this, you're ready to go. So I don't know how the rest of the board feels. I would be fine to give them a 30 days at this point. If you can't submit by then, it's over. Taking this all the way into March, we probably will be ready to issue a new round of bond dollars by then. So I'm not sure what's the point of tying this up for another 4 months. You're giving them almost a year to get to underwriting. I don't like that. So those 3, if you haven't done it, I say you're done. The other 3, I'm confident to let them continue through the process. My opinion.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss.
Mayor Marino?
Yes, Commissioner Sachs, would you like to speak?
Yeah, just put me on the end of the list. I can't see the other commissioner, but I'd like to be heard at the very end.
All right, Commissioner Weiss has his light on, and then I will call on you.
So a couple things. I'm willing to support going to March on this. This is our first time through this, and they're interesting projects, so I'm willing to do that. And in relation to Commissioner Flores, maybe one of the things that we look to do is, which we could have done on this one as well, we could have taken dollars out of our reserves and then replaced them with bond dollars to come back in, so we didn't have to issue the bonds right away and carry that interest until we had deals that actually could take those dollars. So maybe that's a way to look at it in the future, that we can use that for our own gap financing, so we don't issue $100 million until we have $100 million bonded out.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacks?
Thank you, Mayor Marino. I agree with the reasoning of Commissioner Woodward. I think that if they haven't come forward up to now, that we need to put them to the side and move forward on those that have. That's fine with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have one card.
Brian Finney.
Good afternoon. Still afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Brian Finney. I'm Senior Vice President of the Housing Trust Group, and I, along with the Housing Authority, are partners on two transactions that you're discussing here today. Drexel and Union Baptist, which are two transactions that have not gone underwriting, but will be submitted shortly. But what I would like to say, with the utmost respect, is when we submitted our applications according to the guidelines, we had to be shovel-ready. We submitted applications that were fully funded and shovel-ready. In those applications, the financing was reduced by 65% of what we applied for from the county. So as a result, we had to restructure those projects. Restructuring projects means going to all of our banks, restructuring the deals, going back to our pro forma and saying, with this amount of money, how many units can we afford to build? We went through a process, and in aggregate, we're ending up with 313 units between Drexel and Union. We have a $130 million project. And at this point in time, as per the documentations I just submitted to your staff, Union Baptist is ready to proceed to underwriting. We had one letter that was outstanding, which was updated by David Brandt yesterday, and that was submitted to staff yesterday, so we're ready to go. But what I'd also like to mention is that while the goalpost was changed for us and we had to recalibrate, the board specifically told us to apply for Live Local. There was a representative here who spoke to you and indicated to you that there was $150 million in Live Local and we should apply for Live Local for those funds. Although we did not just wait for Live Local, we looked for other sources. The Live Local applications are not due until December 20th of this year. We've done exactly what you wanted us to do. We've raised more bank money on Union Baptist. The Housing Authority has provided us vouchers. We went back and took those vouchers and increased our bank loan from $8 million to $19 million to help address the gap that was created by the change in the financial structure that was put on us. In Drexel, we got a modification to the revenues of the bonds that were about to be issued where, I gotta stop. Okay, where our initial allocation, let's say hypothetically, was $1 per bond issuance. Now it was adjusted to $1.30 per bond issuance. That helped close the gap. We changed the structure. We had to relocate seniors from off-site, pay for that, and then relocate them back once the building was done. We changed our design plans so we could build the structures simultaneously on the site and not have to relocate seniors. So we've done things to make our deal underwritable, but stay within the guidelines that you presented to us. So I ask you, and I beg you, this is work. On top of the fact that I've spent $50,000 in studies, in architectural fees, in order to get ready for what you're asking us to do. And I followed your direction, so please, we're comfortable with the staff's recommendation to March, but I want to let you know that all of us have been working diligently to develop affordable housing, to build 300 units at 80% and below, most of which are for 30% income ranges for seniors, and I guess I have to leave. But please, we've done our jobs as per your direction, and we would hope that you continue on the path that you've dictated that we follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Commissioner Flores, your light is on again. Or did you not turn it off?
I do wanna. So can we clarify
What the motion
what
is?
happens after, what do we say, March 11th?
Yes, sir.
To these projects that have not gone to underwriting? Because I like the project, it was conceptually approved before, but I am not in agreement with tying up money that we're paying interest in a project that hasn't moved to underwriting. But I don't want that project to go off and die, because they have invested money, they have invested resources. It's a project that conceptually has been approved. So how do we keep them in the game, but be able to reallocate the dollars elsewhere?
So when the RFPs open again, the developers that have received conceptual approval that haven't moved forward, or even new developers, will be able to compete again for the new round of funding.
So they would have to, once again, reapply, submit?
Yes, sir.
And for clarification on Isaiah, one of the projects he, I think, called Union Baptist, we did receive the letter from the Housing Finance Authority yesterday.
Keep talking to the mic, Sherry.
And it will be submitted to underwriting. So that one is actually ready to go.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Woodward, your light is on.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know that what the board is recommending is to go to March, and it seems like, I guess the rest are in agreement with this. I would like to know, the March deadline that we're talking about doesn't mean to submit to underwriting. That means that they need to be submitting pretty quickly, and then it would be coming back to us for final approval.
Yes.
But that final approval is on a number of, well, actually, no, because we did Lake Worth today. So how, it's just all of the ones that are showing awaiting in
Yes,
that
ma'am.
category right now.
The three that are in underwriting and the three that have not yet been submitted to underwriting, those 6 projects would need to be on your March 11th agenda for final approval in order to retain its conceptual approval.
And the Marina Village, since we voted, that would be looking for the alternative using HIP funding. That one has now been, that money's been freed up from the bond
Yes,
as
ma'am.
well. And Gallery, we just denied. Okay. So by March, we are expecting to have all of these either through final approval or then it's a reset for any of the projects that would still be outstanding.
That's staff's recommendation.
Doesn't mean that they can't apply for the next round also, right? There's
Yes,
not like
ma'am.
a denial where you have to go away for a long time.
They can
Okay.
apply again in March or April.
Well, I mean, I would support allowing these to continue, but when we have our discussion in the workshop, I'm assuming that we will be looking at putting tighter timelines. This was our first round, and I agree, like, we've had to make changes on this as we get into the weeds on some of these numbers. And I apologize for those who have had to work through this with us, but in the next workshop, I think that this board will be very ready for that discussion and to put, stricter timelines on some of this so that we've learned from what we've experienced so far.
Yes, ma'am.
Staff is already in discussions that we would put a 6-month deadline to get to underwriting for future projects if the board agrees when we do the next round.
Thank you. Commissioner, Vice Mayor Baxter.
My question was answered, sorry.
No problem. All right, I have no more lights on. Did we get a motion in a second? Can't remember back that far. Can the clerk let us know if we had a motion and a second?
I have a motion by Vice Mayor Baxter, a second by Commissioner Woodward.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Commissioner Sacks? So we have.
Aye. Can you hear me now?
Yep, okay, so we have,
Okay, I'm in.
all right, 7-0. And I had promised the board that we, after those two topics, we would take a lunch break of an hour. Would that be okay with the board?
Yes.
And then we will come back and we will finish the agenda. So let's all be back here at 1:30.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I know, seriously.
Good day. Thank
It's all of our responsibility to keep the place we live in clean and beautiful. We can all help 1 mile at a time with the Adopt a Road program. Your community group or business picks up to 3 areas you are interested in adopting. We will provide your group with training, safety equipment, and trash bags. It's as simple as picking up litter at least 4 times per year for a 2-year period. As a thank you, you will be recognized with a sign letting everyone know your group is doing their part to keep Palm Beach County beautiful. Please note we will not list logos, phone numbers, or web addresses on the sign. For-profit groups will be charged a $200 fee to help offset the cost of the program, while nonprofit groups will have this fee waived. For more information, contact the Palm Beach County Traffic Division using the information on your screen or call 561-684-4030.
Welcome to Inside PBC, where we highlight what's going on inside Palm Beach County. This holiday season, give a shelter pet the ultimate gift, a loving home. Animal Care and Control is excited to participate in the Empty the Shelter Holiday Hope event. All pet adoption fees are waived through December 17th. The I-95 entrance and exit ramps to Palm Beach International Airport will experience a lane closure now through December 13th. Between 9:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m., one lane will remain open to traffic accessing PBI. Please drive carefully and be mindful of workers in the area. Did you know the Department of Environmental Resources Management offers an incredible lineup of free adventures filled with unparalleled experiences right here in the Palm Beaches? Each season, they release a brand new Adventure Awaits schedule featuring exciting excursions and surprises. Register today to join them for these epic adventures. For all of this and more, visit our website at pbcgov.com.
Welcome to Palm Beach County's Community Bulletin Board. Stay tuned to find important information on county services including Palm Tran routes, road construction and closures, bids for county services, government employment, Crime Stoppers, PBC TV 20 programming, meet your commissioners, events and announcements, and much more. Thank you for watching Palm Beach County's Community Bulletin Board. Please check the PBC TV20 online program guide for future airtimes at pbcgov.com.
Welcome to Those Who Care, a show dedicated to highlighting the incredible efforts being made to improve the lives of Palm Beach County residents. In this segment, we'll focus on the work being done to create upward economic mobility for families living in poverty. We firmly believe that a person's destiny should not be determined by their zip code. And despite the presence of 47 billionaires and 71,000 millionaire households in Palm Beach County, it's a bit disheartening to know that nearly 60,000 children still live below the federal poverty level. The consequences of child poverty go beyond financial struggles, affecting their health, their education, and future economic prospects. It also increases the likelihood of their involvement in the criminal justice system. And so to tackle these challenges more comprehensively, we're taking a dual approach, addressing both individual empowerment and systemic issues that perpetuate poverty. Our county has an initiative called Securing Our Future, which aims to uplift families out of poverty. And today, we're talking to the CEO of Pathways to Prosperity, Ms. Kimberly Bush, who's been at the forefront of this initiative, offering hope and driving positive change. So welcome, Ms. Kimberly.
Thank you, Dr. Green.
Tell us a little bit about yourself.
My name is Kimberly Bush, and I am the CEO of Pathways to Prosperity. Actually founded this organization with the late Reverend Lance Cheney in 2010. I've spent my life working with children and families, usually in a grassroots efforts, giving families an opportunity to dream and dream big and then realize those dreams.
So tell us a little bit about P2P and what is this organization and what is it that you guys do?
So Pathways to Prosperity was actually birthed from a vision of our visionary, the late Reverend Lance Cheney. He had a vision for Palm Beach County, particularly for Boynton Beach. He wanted an organization that could provide resources and services to the families that were struggling in that community. When I joined the church in 2008, I heard him mention it several times. And so I approached him about starting a program. And from that conversation, Pathways to Prosperity was birthed. We started with food pantries, giving us an opportunity to get to know the community and find out what their needs were. And from that, we've expanded. We have our Bridges program, which works with children and families, 0 to 8, which is funded by the Children's Services Council. We have our Circles program, which is what I want to talk to you a little bit more about today. And then we serve as an umbrella to other agencies like Healthier Boynton Beach and Healthier Delray Beach.
Okay. It's really nice to see the faith-based community kind of stepping up and understanding the needs of our community. Boynton Beach, that area has been identified as one of the areas where poverty is more prevalent. And we certainly want to figure out a way to create opportunities for the families who are living in that area so that they can achieve economic mobility. Just really figuring out ways to increase their household income and to be able to be more self-sufficient. And so from the years that you've been working with this initiative, is there a story that kind of stands out, any successes?
Oh my goodness, there are so many stories that stand out. And it's really through our Circles model. And Circles is an international model that operates in several states across this country. But what's really unique about Circles is that when individuals are identified for this particular initiative, they come in and they're learning like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. They're beginning to understand their relationship with money, that it's not about getting it and spending it, but how do I get this money to work for me? They learn about making good decisions, and then knowing how to interview and get jobs and then maintain those jobs so that they're able to progress in this trying economy that we have.
Absolutely. So, you know, you talk about the circles model, and I'm familiar with that model. I think some years back, it's probably been a decade or so ago, there was something that we refer to as a poverty simulation that took place in this county. Can you describe a little bit about what poverty simulations are and how that is aligned with the circles model?
Absolutely. And what the poverty simulation does, it's really an opportunity for the community to be able to see, and we're talking about our middle and upper income individuals, those who are CEOs of businesses and companies, but giving opportunity for the community to see, to live a month in 3.5 hours in poverty, going through the challenges of transportation, of finding a job, of trying to juggle between school, losing a job, going to jail, homelessness, all of the issues that our families face every day, but families get to have a simulation where they're actually living it, like in real time. And it's so amazing because they go through these 4 weeks, but the first week, everyone, they don't take it serious. But by the second week, when their lights are getting cut off or when they're being evicted from their homes, then people begin to really empathize with what our family members are dealing with in the community of poverty. And the message that we normally hear is, I didn't know. I didn't realize it was like this. Because we have an idea sometimes of what families are going through. We think they can just get a job and everything would be better. But that's not the answer. They need a lot of support. And so the poverty simulation gives an opportunity for us to introduce that to the community.
Yeah, it sounds like the narratives around poverty, you know, individuals is the individual's fault, and certainly, you know, we believe that people should be personally accountable, and there are things that they would need to do in order to help lift themselves out of poverty. But it sounds like the simulation also looks at systems and structures that keep people poor and highlights those systems and structures. And so what do you think are some of the things that those simulations speak to in terms of from an agency perspective or an institutional perspective, or even from a policymaker's perspective?
Absolutely. So one of the things, I want to just go back to the poverty simulation particularly first. When the families are going through and they can't get transportation to get to a job, or maybe someone had a record where they did some minor offense and went to jail or got arrested and didn't do jail time, but it stays on their record. And that prohibits them from being able to get a good job or be able to move into a community that is a nicer community for their families. So it just highlights some of those systemic issues that are in place that keep people locked in poverty. Yes.
So, you know, I've had the fortune of going through one of these simulations, and it is such a transformative moment for many of the people who experience it. You know, for those who have grown up and lived in poverty, it's kind of like a reminder, and you can see how they're processing and determining that, man, just, you know, that they're so grateful and appreciative that other people can really relate to their experience. And for those, as you said, who've not gone through it, maybe an elected official or an institutional leader, it gives them insights about how some of those institutional practices or some of their policies really makes it more difficult for people who are going through those experiences. And so what I'm interested in knowing is are those simulations, how do they support your programs? What are some of the ways that people who go through that experience can then get involved with Circles?
I tell you, anytime anyone goes through the poverty simulation, they're usually asking me, how can I get involved? And we actually have many ways for the community to be involved in this program, and it's through allies. See, one of the secret sauce, I would call it, to Circles is allies. And allies are middle to upper income individuals who make a decision that they want to give back to help one family transition out of poverty. They're willing to lend their resources, not money, but just being able to expand on it's not what you know all the time, but it's who you know that can open up doors for you. You asked me earlier about success stories, and I go back to the first graduating class of Circles. And there was a young lady, I can remember she wanted this job working for attorneys. She wanted to do something in the legal field. And her ally was not even there that particular night, but another ally heard her passion, opened up a door for her to get an interview with the federal government. And I would have you to know that this young lady now, she moved away from Florida, but right now this young lady is a homeowner, she's a paralegal. I mean, she's doing really well with her children and really thriving as a result of the community coming together and helping. So when you say, how can you help? We need allies. We need individuals who are willing to take a moment and be an intentional friend to somebody. It's not about mentoring, teaching them to read. It's not about, showing up at the same time every week, but it's about being there to answer a phone call when someone doesn't know where to turn, or when they've had so many doors slammed in their faces that someone is willing to listen and say, you know what, we're gonna try it again tomorrow. And that, I know you've been starting school and stopping school and starting school and stopping, and it's never gonna be a good time to go. But if you go, I'll be there to push you and help you to find resources for your children to be in daycare while you're attending night school. It's that type of thing, just having encouragement.
Yeah, who can be an ally?
Anyone. Anyone who is willing to give of themselves, to give their time to help another individual.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if they're a for-profit business or a member of a church or a nonprofit employee, it doesn't matter. They can be there to help support these families who are going through these experiences, to help give opportunity to them when they normally wouldn't have those opportunities.
Absolutely, and that is just one way to help is with the allies. Anyone can do it. But then beyond that, we had a gentleman that came through our doors just recently that's opening up his company. And now his company is in Broward County, but he's willing to open it up for apprenticeships for anyone graduating from the Circles program, paying them living wages for Palm Beach County where they're able to take care of their families. And once they complete the apprenticeship, then they're able to earn some really decent money to be able to move economically upward.
That's what we need. We need more businesses
Yes,
getting
we do.
involved and creating those opportunities
Yes.
for the families that we're working with.
Absolutely.
Okay. So we're going to take a quick break. We're talking to the CEO of Pathways to Prosperity, Ms. Kimberly Bush, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to Those Who Care. We're talking to the CEO of Pathways to Prosperity, Ms. Kimberly Bush. Welcome, Ms. Bush.
Thank you.
So, you talked a little bit earlier on about some of the systemic barriers that many of the families face, families that we're working with to help lift out of poverty. talk a little bit about the fiscal benefits cliff. What is the fiscal cliff, and what are some of the things that we might be able to do to address that?
That's a really good question. You know, one of the things, when we talk about the benefits cliff, it's where our families are receiving these safety net services, whether it's a housing subsidy or SNAP benefits, childcare. It's the different subsidies they're able to receive from the government based on their financial status. They get a job and they're earning money, but they're still receiving a subsidy. But then when that employer offers a raise to our families, and it's so sad, and they're so excited about this $1 or $2 increase that they're going to receive. But then in order for them to get that, they lose their safety net services. And that money is not enough to replace what they're going to lose in income from the subsidies. And so families, they turn them down. They turn the raises down because they cannot afford to lose their benefits. So one of the things we have as a part of Circles, we have what we call Big View. Now this is really an opportunity for the entire community to get involved, including our elected officials. But what we're doing at this point is we're training and educating the circle leaders, the families, the residents, so that they can begin to articulate what are some of those systemic issues that are keeping them locked in poverty. They can't seem to get ahead no matter what they do.
Right.
So one of the things, so the families, they're sitting, we're talking, we're listening. We actually had a meeting this past Monday night, last week, and it was absolutely amazing because the families began to take a look at, okay, in order for us to have real policy change, in order for us to change the trajectory of what's happening to all of us, we're going to need more people to vote. And that's coming from them.
Yeah,
it's coming from the circle leaders. They realize that their voice matters and that they want to hold accountable those who are in position that say they're there to help, that they actually do that. But they figure they can't do that if only a few of them are showing up to the vote, because they had said prior to this, they were not even thinking about it because they didn't think it mattered. So now they realize that they have to use their voice, they have to use their power that they have in order to change what's in front of them. I can tell you early on, one of the issues that the families face, and I think this was in 2015, quite a few of them, they wanted to work on childcare. Like, this childcare is ridiculous. We can't get on the list. It's taking 2 and 3 years. By the time my child comes up, it's time for them to enter school. And that's for subsidized childcare, because in order to pay for it, these families would have to pay an astronomical amount of money. They can't afford it. They got together and asked us, told us who to invite. It was funders. There were some policymakers and individuals that came together. Churches were there, and they shared their plight. And I will tell you that one of our local funders did open a door so that those families that were coming through the program would be able to not only get on the list quicker, but that they would have that subsidy regardless of the amount of money that they made. And that was huge.
It's a wonderful example of how local communities can come together and align policies to address systemic barriers like the fiscal benefits cliff. Right?
Yes.
So if families earn a certain amount and they're going to lose their child care, having another funder step up and say, nope, hold on. We're going to make sure that you can maintain that child care as you continue to earn more and to move out of poverty. That is just phenomenal.
Exactly.
And I really liked the insight about families understanding the importance of getting civically engaged and going to the polls and voting, because so many families are not connected to many of the systems and the structures and the policymakers who are making the laws and that cause the cliff, the fiscal benefits cliff, or that are providing advocacy efforts to make sure that the funding they're receiving for these programs that are supporting them as they move out of poverty continues. And things like the child tax credit right? That was huge during the pandemic and helped
Amazing.
lift millions of people out of poverty throughout this country. And that subsidy is up for debate in terms of whether or not you want to make it permanent or not permanent, and how much. And all of these things are policies that can help address some of the barriers that our families are facing. And so them understanding that we need to make sure that our policymakers understand our plight is phenomenal. And it's great to have an organization that creates the space for this conversation to happen, but then to also help them to achieve those things that they know need to happen. So
Absolutely. It's the best piece of Circles.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because no one likes to just be spinning their wheels, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, you help one family, but then there are 10 other families there that need the assistance. And, you know, the question is, you know, when will we ever start to really make a change in the right direction, right?
Yes.
When will we ever? We have 60,000 kids in Palm Beach County that are living in poverty. Can we reduce that number, right? From a population standpoint.
James, I believe that we can.
Oh, absolutely.
I believe that we can. It's just going to take all of us.
Yeah, yeah.
We need the involvement of yes, government, but we also need the involvement of business owners. We need the involvement of churches. We need all of us
That's
to
right.
come together. I think together we can figure it out. I think that we work so much in silos. This individual trying to do this group, this group is trying to, but if we come together, and I think Big View is a good way for us to do that.
Absolutely.
So we do meet every fourth Monday of the week and of the month. We meet the fourth Monday of every month, and we kind of rotate the meeting between Boynton and Riviera Beach, anywhere in between. But I'll make sure that you know, and we can put the information out there so others can join us.
Well, where can people go to find that information?
They can actually go to our website, and that is www.pathwaysboynton.org.
Okay, very good. So what would you say to a family, say a single mother, who is making $45,000, $50,000 a year, but she can't access those supports because she makes too much money? Like what? But she needs, you know, housing is extremely expensive, food is expensive, childcare is expensive, just living in this county is expensive. What would you have to say to that single mother who is just going through the motions right now and, you know, not knowing what to do?
Oh, wow. Dr. Green, you would be surprised at the number of single mothers that come in with that exact same story. And these are professionals. I mean, these are individuals that are teaching our children. These are individuals that are protecting our streets, and they're not earning the money that they need in order to be able to progress economically upward. What do we say to those individuals? We ask them, first of all, get involved.
Yeah, okay.
Get involved with Circles. But actually, it's just actually showing them, we have to show individuals at the level of money that you're making, because it still boils down to your relationship with the money that you do have coming in.
Right.
We try and find other ways for them to bring in additional income.
Okay.
But beyond that, it's about showing them how to maximize the dollars that they have and giving them an opportunity to earn more money, opening up doors for them. And so we've been able to do that for several families. I actually got a call this morning from a young lady that joined this program in 21, wanting to go into a particular field. She actually just landed the job that she wanted. It's her dream job, never given up. Comes with a company car. She needed a new car. Nice. And the position came with a car. She's a single mom. She's got 3 children, but she's well on her way to turning the corner. Good. And it was her ally, that individual that constantly encouraged her, and then her coach that's a part of Circles, that's constantly just telling her, keep moving, keep pressing forward, and then the door opening by those individuals that are sitting in those rooms when we meet regularly.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. And you know, it's also important for them to know that they're not left out of the conversation. Like there's a lot happening now around things like workforce housing.
Yes.
That's for our teachers and many of our restaurant workers and nonprofit workers to gain access to home ownership, right? Which is just one lever towards lifting them out of poverty and them beginning to earn wealth.
That's
and
right.
And so those conversations are taking place as well. And so they do need to get engaged. They need to get involved. Sometimes they may not know how to get engaged or how to get involved, but certainly there are organizations out there that are advocating for them, just like we're advocating for those who are in the lower tier in terms of economics, who are making less than 30 or 50% of the area median income here in Palm Beach County. So, so you mentioned how people could actually access your services. Can you tell us again what your website is and where they can go to?
Absolutely. Yes, just visit our website. It's www.pathwaysboynton.org. And our offices are located in Boynton Beach. Our administrative offices, they're at 639 East Ocean Avenue, and we're in Suite 101.
Okay.
So we're there Monday through Friday and quite a few Saturdays, but we are there for office hours Monday through Friday from 8:30 to 5:30.
Okay, very good. You know, last year in 2020, actually it was the year before last, in 2022, we had the opportunity to come together as a system for the Securing Our Future Economic Mobility Summit. And we brought speakers like Dr. Raj Chetty down, who talked a little bit about social capital and looked at some of the major factors that help lift families out of poverty, and looking at things more comprehensively, looking at the intersection between housing and employment and food and health and wellness, and how all of those things need to be in place in order to help families to move out of poverty. From your perspective, what are some of the key factors that need to be in place in order to create an ecosystem where families can thrive?
First of all, when we talk about the social capacity, it is absolutely amazing, and it really is the backbone of what Circle stands on, because it's all about the connections. Realizing that once families are educated, because you can be out, you can have all the education that you need, but if you're solo, it's kind of hard to move forward if you're standing alone. But with the social capital piece, that's our allies. So now we're connecting individuals with other middle to upper income individuals that can help guide them out of poverty. But it works in so many ways. It works with employment. It's using our social capital through employment. It's opening up doors. We both know, and probably your listeners, that it's not all about what you know as far as it is who you know.
Yep, that's right.
And it's not always the zip code. Yeah, zip codes matter. But as you opened this segment, you talked about zip codes should not matter in a person's economic upward mobility. And I think that we have an opportunity to change that by using our social capital and connecting individuals across class lines.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us for this segment of Those Who Care. And you've been watching Those Who Care. We've been talking to the CEO of Pathways to Prosperity, Ms. Kimberly Bush. We'll see you next time.
It's having a catch in the backyard. It's playing in sandlots or on fields. It's the roar of the crowd on opening day and the echoing sound from the crack of a bat hitting the ball. Baseball, for those that love it, it's more than a game. It is life. And in the Palm Beaches, you can live it all year long. From the year-round leagues, where the purity of the game is alive and well, to spring training, where major leaguers are getting ready for the show. Whether at Roger Dean Stadium or the ballpark of the Palm Beaches. Rooting for hometown heroes or just cheering for the love of the game itself. Few places have the same level of dedication to America's pastime as the Palm Beaches. Come and discover your perfect game at thepalmbeaches.com.
I think I've got quorum here. Let's go ahead and get started. I appreciate everybody being allowed to take a lunch break. I think we all needed that. Okay.
If he's, I need to request it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mayor, I would just like to request a reorder to move item 6G1 to now out of request for the presenter, or the presenter, sorry, needs to leave, if that's okay.
Anyone have an issue with that? No? Do we need a motion?
Nope.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Woodward, a second from Commissioner Weiss. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so we have moved the agenda around a little bit. Item 6G1. And Pam, I believe you're in the audience and would like to share with us? Yes. Come on forward and you can adjust the mic as you need.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Very esteemed bunch. I thank you all for your role in our community and for your leadership. It means the world to most of us and all of us. I'm here today on behalf of the Advisory Commission on Women and wanted just to share with you a little bit about our work in 2023. My name? Pamela Dubin. That's a very good point. It is my honor to be part of this group trying to get a hold and make sure we are representing for all of you the issues that matter most to women across this vast, wonderful county that's in the largest growth mode almost seen in our history. I can offer to read you something, and I can offer just to submit it and keep this shorter for you. and
We'd
just
like
share
short,
with
but
you.
why don't you give us a recap? Quick recap.
The recap is, in 2023, we had a time of switchover and change within our organization, and have had new people come forward and other people leave. And within that, we made some new decisions of how we were going to reflect women across the county. And in reflecting women across the county, we went out at first to get a survey and to ask people what they were worried about, and interpreted their information. And we noticed that there wasn't enough participation in that we would perhaps like going forward, and then talked about what we can do to try to broaden that knowledge and outreach, and came to the conclusion that we would finish the 2023, because now we're at the end of 2024, but I keep speaking a year ahead of time, so you'll please pardon me with that. And so we made a decision to really look at data. So I come from data, so I'm a data-driven lady. So last year, what we did is we spoke to organizations, local organizations, including Legal Aid Society, Palm Beach County, Children and Family Services. We created a video on violence with the Victim Services, who did an outstanding job and really believed that collaboration and finding ways to work together would be probably not only the secret of all smart women, but the fastest way to get things done most quickly. And we met only 4 times in the course of the year of 2023. In April, we had a meeting that came to a conclusion that what we needed was a speakers bureau for all of the women who are serving, who reach such varied audiences across the entire county, to speak on different issues. And then we decided we had to know what those issues were and come to the fore together to describe what data mattered most to inform all of you with. We looked at the U.S. Census Bureau. We had meetings with an extraordinary woman by the name of Rita Barreto, who also coordinated with the Florida Commission on Status of Women. And we found out the information used in Los Angeles County Commission report. And then spent 2023 preparing what kind of data and reports we were going to put together in 2024 so that we could inform you about women's top issues in the beginning of next year. That is going to be the end of my comments today. Finalizing a presentation for approval by the Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners to establish goal for the 2024 calendar year. Can I answer any questions?
I don't see any lights on. So this is just a motion to receive and file.
Yes.
So moved.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor Baxter, a second by Commissioner Woodward. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Again, thank you all for your service.
Thank you. Okay, so now we will resume the regular part of our agenda, and we left off at, thank you, 6D1, Equal Office of Business Opportunity, and this is a motion to approve on preliminary reading and permission to advertise for public hearing on January 14th, 9:30. Anybody need a presentation? A brief?
A summary.
Maybe we have a brief presentation. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor Marino, Vice Mayor Baxter, members of the board, and Administrator Baker. I'm before you today along with Tanya Davis-Johnson, Director of Office of Equal Opportunity, Alan Gray, Manager, Richard Sienna, Assistant County Attorney. Before you today are the proposed OEBO ordinance revisions, which are twofold: to align the ordinance with procurement code revisions, amendments to administrative reforms, affirmative procurement initiatives, and program administration that are consistent with the Office of Equal Business Opportunity policies, processes, and practices. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, ACA Duran. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the board. To respond to the request for a brief presentation, we wanted to make you aware that we were aligning the OEBO ordinance with the procurement code revisions that became effective November 16. Now, some of the substantive revisions that we are making to the ordinance specifically deal with definitions. We also wanted to specifically make you aware that we were incorporating the mentor protege pilot as a permanent addition to the ordinance due to its success. The pilot program was created and rolled out in 2019, where there was an opportunity for prime contractors to mentor small minority women business enterprises. And just for the record, we have a total, so that you'll know, the total number of SMWBEs that are certified as construction managers that would be great candidates for this, total 61, and the breakout is as follows. We have 2 SWBEs, which are white females. We have 27 blacks, and this is under the SMWBE category, 27 black, 12 Hispanics, and the SBEs, which are non-minorities, total 20, for a total of 61. So those vendors would be eligible. So we are making that a part of the ordinance to allow for it to continue. We also added language under SBE price preference. We wanted to make sure that where there are no opportunities for a vendor to subcontract, we want to make sure that they are performing the majority of the work. So we added that language in there to shore that up for us. We also added language to the vendor invoice and payment procedures, where we were talking about the payment of undisputed portions of an invoice, and where there are disputed portions, they could come in and address those and resolve them and pay that undisputed portion. But we didn't want to hold up a full payment, and that was already in there, but we just shored it up to include the Local Government Prompt Payment Act language from the Florida statutes.
Commissioner Flores, do you have a question now, or do you want to wait till the presentation is over?
We'll finish it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We also added language to update the fees for special masters. We recognize that small business enterprises don't necessarily have, an abundance of dollars in order to pay a bond for a protest hearing. So we did work on a sliding scale, which is very much in line with procurement. So that language has been added, and I'm happy to give you those dollar figures if you would like. But, no? Okay. And then we wanted to clarify the frequency of reporting requirements in the OEB ordinance. We wanted to be sure that we were in compliance with what our PPM says and what we should be doing by way of reporting. Now, what we did do, we indicated that the first and third quarters will be presented as receive and file. The semi-annual and the annual will be presented to the board at a board meeting, and I believe we are scheduled for February 4th to bring you the 2024 numbers. And then the other thing that we did was being sensitive to the audit and not being negatively reflected for not providing specific information. In the reporting section, we did remove some language that we don't have an ability to provide, and I believe that that's the statement that Commissioner Flores wants to address. And that was simply where we were removing some sections that could be evaluated. But in having conversation with Commissioner Flores, having conversation with our consultant, there is language that says that other specific performance measures by which the success of the EBO ordinance might be evaluated, depending upon the availability of data. So it won't be necessary for us to remove the language that we were looking to remove, because we did not want to have a negative reflection when we are doing the our audit, or just when we're reporting. We want to make sure that we have it out. So with that being said, Commissioner, would you like to, I don't know if I can ask him.
No problem. Commissioner Flores, do you have a question?
Because that's the area of interest.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it can, but finally, I would like to say that we did meet with industry with regards to the proposed revisions that we were presenting, and we received no opposition to the proposed revisions that we were making to the ordinance.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores.
So, as I went through the red lines of the ordinance, you brought up one of my concerns, which is we're removing some of the, let's see, it's page 43, line item 1203, which is the MWBE evaluation preference for best value. So we're removing some of the matrix that we're going to use to measure the program. And we're keeping most of them are growth numbers. So did we grow the program basically year over year in the amount of numbers? So if we did 100 this year, did we do 102 or more the next year and so on? So these are, to me, simple metrics. And we're removing the hard metrics, which is how we measure efficiency in the program. So that's a concern, just because I want to make sure that this program is efficient and we are able to, and even if it requires us to invest a little bit more, but that we're able to compare how we're doing, how this program is doing compared to industry. So if we have a company graduate from the program and they fall because they were 100% dependent of this program, did we do that company justice? So there's things in this metrics that concern me, and I brought that up to them. And then the other thing that concerned me is in page 43, there's a line that says pretty much that if there's any findings or recommendations, they need to be referred to the county administrator no later than 6 months. We've stroken that, we got rid of that, but nowhere in here did I see if we find something that needs to be made aware, are we referring it back to the county administrator? So like, I'm looking for fail-safe. So I know that we had an issue with audits. We didn't file reports for a number of years. I know that this program concerns me, and it has concerned me for a long time, and I want to make sure that it works. So when we have things like this, that if this is, to me, a fail-safe, that if we find something that needs to be referred to the county administrator, that we do that, but we are removing it. Does the rest of the item need to be removed? Probably, but that sentence to me is a trigger that if something's up, we should report it to the administrator, but we're getting rid of it. And this is an ordinance, so once, it becomes effective, it's effective. So these are just a couple of the concerns that I have.
Thank you. Do you have a way to address that?
So what we would propose on the reporting element, we will leave it simply because we will remove the red line and strike through under the reporting items, which was C, D, G, and H. We will remove that from red line strike through to leave it and to remain, understanding that we do have the language that precedes it, which says that performance measures by which the success might be evaluated, depending upon the availability of data. So that does support us. But what we did find was we reached out to the disparity study consultant to find out if this information will be provided in the disparity study, and they have indicated that that information will be contained in the disparity study result. So we'll be looking to see it there, but we will leave the information as it currently is, removing the underline and strike through for that.
Thank you.
So when we return the ordinance, you will see it in its natural form.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. Following up on what Commissioner Flores was saying, so basically, the reason you're saying you didn't submit the information required in the ordinance for the auditor was because you didn't have it?
No, what I was saying.
Wasn't available?
What I was saying.
Please keep your answer short.
What I was saying as it relates to the reporting mechanism, I just wanted to make sure that we could adequately report out the information that is available to us.
So, and I'm looking through, do you happen to have a copy in your presentation of the lines, because I don't have it in front of me, of what you are taking out saying that you don't have that information to be given to the auditor? Is it part of the presentation or no?
No, I did not put the full ordinance.
Well, not the full ordinance, just if we're taking out a requirement of reporting to the auditor, I think that's a very specific lines that would be valid to this conversation.
I did not put it in the presentation. I have the information that's contained in the red line and the clean copy that I provided to the board.
Which we did go over, so I do appreciate that. I just want to make sure, so are we, If we can't put it up there, would you mind reading it to us?
Which portion would you like for me to read?
The part
What
that
I
you're
was
saying that
striking?
has been, yes, that has been stricken.
Alrighty. It says, growth in the number of SMWBE and MWBE firms that are bondable and in the collective bonding capacity of SBE and MWBE firms. Growth in the number of SBE and MBE firms that successfully graduate from the program and remain as viable competitors after the passage of 2 years. Comparability in the annual growth rates in median sales of SBE firms and MWB firms as compared to other firms, and growth in the percentage of contract dollar participation of MWBE firms in the private sector of the relevant market.
So these are numbers that that are no longer going to be required to be reported to the auditor?
No, as the information becomes available to us, we can include it.
So then, who is determining the availability of the data?
They're asking us to compare Palm Beach County certified versus the universe of SMWBEs. That information had not been readily available to us. So to the extent that that information does become available, we are happy to provide it. There is just, we did not have information that was directly related to the universe of small businesses. We were only able to get the numbers, but when we get the numbers from the department, I think that is the Department of Economic, from the state, when we look to get that information, we simply just get the numbers of vendors that are in the state of Florida. And then we specifically look at Palm Beach County.
Even with the red line striking through all that, we will still be required to report the number of successfully graduated subcontractors?
We can tell you those that graduate from the program, but remember the board approved for us to be able, in March, you approved for those vendors to continue on their contracts.
No,
So
which
although-
I want. I'm just making sure we're still reporting those.
Yes.
Okay, that was most of my question. And I just want to make sure that we are getting as much information as possible. I don't want to remove requirements because they're difficult or information is hard to find or delayed. We need as much information as possible to make sure that this is successful.
And we will provide the information that is available to us so that you will be aware of what's going on in the atmosphere of
Thank
small
you.
business.
Administrator Baker. Administrator Baker. Just wanted to clarify, when we talk about small SMWBEs in the universe, we have to be talking about SMWBEs in the universe that do business with county government, because there are some that do not do business with county government. So I'm not sure, but we will follow through to make sure that those are readily identifiable. If I make no mistake, that should be a part of the BEBR, because that's where the numbers are going to come from, Bureau of Urban blah, 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 from the University of Florida. So we'll look at that information and work with our consultant to make sure we're comparing apples to apples and not businesses that don't work with government.
And just to clarify, we are also going to continue with using software that other counties and
Yes,
organizations
ma'am.
are using as well, and having the ability to see that those companies, those small businesses, are already certified somewhere else.
Yes, you're talking about B2G?
Yes.
Yes, we will be utilizing, we are currently building the program with B2G now. So that will be available to us to be able to look to see who else they are certified with.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Flores.
Just to confirm, we are removing these strike-throughs, and that's keeping. And then in regards to my other concern, the fail-safe that we report to the administrator, can we work on that for the next reading? I just want to make sure that that's included. It doesn't have to be addressed right now, but maybe if that needs to stay in, we should work with the administrator. Thank you.
You mentioned 1207, and I just wanted to make sure that we are speaking the same language, because 1207 in my red line and strike through dealt with the mentor protege program. Gotcha.
Once again, we don't have to discuss it
Okay.
right now. I'm just saying maybe for the next one, if you
I'm
can
clear.
work with the administrator on that.
I'm clear.
Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can we just be clear? I want to have a clear understanding of what's being eliminated. And I know when we were talking, it sounded like we're on page 43 with regard to the language. Is this language being removed from the mentor protege program, or is that language being moved from somewhere else in this particular ordinance?
So what we are doing is making the mentor protege, the SBE, MWBE mentor protege, a part of the ordinance. And so the information that was being stricken dealt with the work group that was convened to create it. And after Mrs. Baker and our previous director of facilities went through this, what we're doing now is just simply saying that the evaluation preference is now a permanent part, and we are striking out just the information which created the work group that was used to create the protege program.
Thank you. What's the language that we're looking for, and maybe the administrator can answer this question, the data that we'd be referencing from University of Florida's Bieber, the data, the values of the variables of data that would be, and is that data available? Does Bieber produce that every year, or is that something that has to be aggregated?
I'm not 100% sure. That's why we need to double check it to make sure that when we talk about the universe of small minority women-owned business, that that data exists somewhere and is desegregated enough that we can determine who does business with government. So we can just look at those particular businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Does anyone have any more questions? Please remind me, do we have a motion and a second? We do not. Okay. So would someone like to make a motion to give permission to advertise? So I have a first from Commissioner Weiss, a second from Commissioner Woodward. That's from...
Did we need to make a amendment to the motion to change that part of the ordinance relating to line 1,000 or the reporting to the administrator? I'm missing something here. I thought we wanted to amend the, it is, but we should give direction to staff and how to bring it back.
I think the board has given us direction on that, and we will bring it back when we bring back the information for adoption, the adoption portion of it. Okay. We will also get with Commissioner Flores to make sure that we've covered the issues that he thinks needs to be specifically covered.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? See that it carries. Commissioner Sachs, are you on? See that it carries 6-0.
Yes, Commissioner Sachs is on. Yes, 7.
See that it carries 7-0.
No, can you hear me? That's okay. That's okay, 7-0. I enjoyed the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we are now going to move on to 6E1 of the regular agenda, planning, zoning, and building. And everybody wants to hear this conversation, and we have 2 cards. So let's hear the conversation of the transportation master plan request for proposal.
I got it. Fast. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, good afternoon. Give you a quick update on the action before you is just want to give you an update on direction you had previously given staff, and then just confirm your direction to proceed with issuing the request for proposal for the countywide transportation master plan. And the clicker. Yeah. So just going to run through a few points. I will say that this has been one of the more complex ones to put together for good reasons. It has included significant interaction with municipalities and others for all the right reasons and for good reasons. And we think we've got a very good product that's we're ready to hit send on to put the RFP on the street. But there's been a lot of work that's been put into it in a very few months. So just kind of touching base on the purpose, you see the 5 bullets there: establishing a multi-jurisdictional process, incorporating intergovernmental coordination, which we've already begun, identify multimodal transportation needs, and then using the end product as a foundation, not just for us, but for our 39 municipalities as well. The 5 components of the master plan will be just initiation, moving into public engagement data collection, then the analysis by the consultant, preparing the master plan, and then presenting the draft master plan recommendations and moving on down the road. So we'll run through the timeline in a second on where we see fitting those pieces in. But know that as fast as we've gotten it to this point, it is on an express path as well, getting the work done and bringing back a final product. So when we go back in time, we talk about the initial board direction going back to May and June. And the direction in June, and Ms. Baker said that she'd begin her work working with the City Managers Association, which has been done many times. Started in June. I think we've been to every meeting through October. That group has been instrumental in helping bring this along, has been a great conduit to our cities, and has helped us all along getting it to this point. That group in turn formed kind of a core group themselves of City Managers Association, which we worked with on developing the final stages of putting together the RFP and its last steps. So going through the dates, again, we're talking early summer, working at that point. I'm gonna call your attention to September 9th. And part of the group working with the county administrator decision was the drafting of the scope was to identify staff members. And we took planning folk from Palm Beach Gardens, West Palm Beach, the county, Boca, Wellington, and a representative of the Glades. And that crew, with Twee and Kevin and others shepherding the process, met every week for 5 weeks in a row and put together a scope which was pretty darn good. We took that scope, met with the city managers, that subgroup I spoke about, and I'd have to say it was about 95% baked. There were nominal changes along the way, just highlighting the great work the group did. So we've shared with the board the summary. We've shared with you some of the timelines, which we've included in here. The scope itself, again, working with purchasing, working with Melody and her folks, we have a scope that is ready to hit the streets. Further to the points on coordination, not with the City Managers Association and then the city staffs, also met with the IPART groups, both the Issues Forum and the Executive Committee. We've been to the League of Cities, their Board of Governors, and the general membership. So been to a lot of places, just to the point to try and get the request for proposal out, and then we will really start the hard work. But you can see, going through dates, we're up into late November with further outreach. Last couple slides, just framing it all out on work, and then the looking forward piece. Some of those dates we go back to August and talk about work with the city manager, developing that core technical group, that planner group that did the greatest work developing the scope. Run through the dates. Presuming board direction is in the affirmative today, we will hit send on the RFP in about a week or so. Would look for submissions to be in late February, work with them, work through selection, work through contract negotiations with said selected consultant, bring back a contract to you. We're estimating June, and I'm going to say June-ish. Just always can be permutations and things along the way, but that's the schedule we're working on. Last slide I wanted to share was then the moving forward piece. So you're going to ask, what is the consultant doing? What does that general time frame look like? So we start project initiation in July. We've already had some conversations with cities, and I think at both the IPARC meetings and at the city manager meetings, there's nothing that precludes any city from starting to gather their information, their data, their plans, their thoughts right now. They don't have to wait for a consultant. They can have that ready to go. But once that initiation kicks off, You see, we're getting into late summer, into early fall, the public engagement, the data collection from all the cities, from all the interested parties, working late fall into early 26, consultant performing the analysis. Then we get into early 26, from probably the winter into the spring, working on, preparing the master plan itself, starting to do the reach out, then with that, taking that draft out, meeting with others, and presenting it. So we're looking at spring of 26 to have this done. Can only tell you there are a lot of interested parties. We know that. A lot of information that's going to be out there. It's going to be a tall task placed on our consultant. So, and we will be sure they are aware that we're on a very tight time frame. That's all I had. I just wanted to say a quick thank you. I really want to note TWE's work. I want to thank Whitney, first of all, for delivering part of her staff to this mission. They're not done yet, but Kevin Fisher and TWE, Krashid's in the back, Moyadeen, Joanne Keller in engineering, have done so much work on this to get it to this point, whether it's meetings with that core group, going to city manager meetings and others, working with Melody and purchasing so much. And a big thank you to Melody to get this moving so quickly. It's been a lot to get this RFP ready to hit the send button for. So big thank you to all of them to getting to this point. And with that, we're here for any questions you may have.
Vice Mayor Baxter and then Commissioner Woodward.
Commissioner Woodward can go first.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank all of you, staff, and Administrator Baker for working so hard on this. It was a big ask, and I think the work that's been done has been pretty incredible, especially my, shall I say, naivety to understand bringing cities and county together was unexpected on some of the difficulties, but I think we should all be very proud of ourselves for the work that was done, and I'm very excited about this moving forward. We are on a tight timeline with this, which I'd just like to put out there for the public that's listening. Now would be the time to start getting your stuff together before the consultant's chosen, and I'm sure us, we already know what we need to deliver for our unincorporated areas, but we also have county roads and Palm Tran, all of the projects that go throughout the entire county. That's on us, but there's also a number of special districts that can participate in the Issues Forum, which has so far been a very good outlet for this to have discussion. I know we gave direction for them to reach out for like ITID, even Lake Worth Drainage District, because they have a lot of easements that, if they're listening, we'd like to put some trails on. That's a separate conversation, but it's good for us to be reaching out to all of them so that once the consultant is chosen and they are ready to come to us, that we are ready for them to come here as well. So anyone that's listening, just know that this part was a very small process because it needed to be. But once this opens up, everyone in this county is a stakeholder in how we move people around. However that is chosen, we want to have extra options. But once that consultant's chosen, please, everyone, be ready to have these discussions. School districts are part of this. Anyone who moves in this county will be a part of this, and whoever the consultant, you do have a big job, but this is going to be an amazing project. And I think that if we land this correctly, that there's places around the country that may want to see what we've done, and other parts of the state. So wherever we travel, this could be something good moving forward. I just wanted to thank you all for the work, and for all of our cities out there who've participated. Thank you very much. This was a big lift, and I appreciate your work.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, thank you guys for organizing this. I had mentioned it before, and I kind of wanted to ask again. We're expecting this to take, what, roughly a year? Is that typical for consultants, transportation, for that sort of timeline?
I would tell you that we've never done one like this ourselves, but looking at a time frame and looking at the tasks that are involved, this is an aggressive timeline as it is, considering how many other parties are going to be involved and taking time to assess the feedback and giving a consultant the appropriate amount of time to absorb and deliver ideas. Because remember, while it's this board funded it and this board has directed it, as we work with everybody else, we're going to want that continued feedback, not just the data, but the feedback and the assessments from the cities as well.
And one of the things that I had asked for at our previous meeting really was the scope, right, of this RFP at least, at minimum. And am I missing it in this presentation?
What we shared with you, the scope proper, we have not provided that to anybody outside. It was developed by the core group. The city managers reviewed it, did not get hard copies of it. What we provided you were a couple of the slides here as well as a summary of it. That's been our public-facing document all along. That's been consistent with our procurement practices forever, where the scope is staff-led job, and we put that together and we'll have it out. But, be happy to review with you what is included. I can tell you we've heard the direction a number of times, and the pieces included in there in the scope reflect that.
Thank you. And Attorney Kaufman, have you found any legal reason why a county commissioners cannot review an RFP prior to it being sent out or go over more specific details within an RFP?
No.
So, I mean, why, if there's no legal reason, is there ramifications? Can they sue us for seeing it too soon? I mean, why the hesitation to allowing us to see what's in the RFP?
In this situation, I think it's a matter of there's so many people involved that there's no beginning and end point if the scope of work is allowed to be circulated.
What does that mean?
That means that one person has one word they want to change, and then somebody else has to review that and approve it, and then somebody else changes a word here or there, and it just goes through a constant cycle of wordsmithing and changing this and that and going through different parties. And there's so many parties involved that, it's difficult to reach resolution. That's the only, I'm just speculating, honestly. I was not involved in that. That's a procedure that's trying to streamline the resolution of this.
So follow up, Mayor?
Sure.
So, but we could then all receive it. We could all review it and then come back to a public meeting and state what we liked or didn't like in it?
Absolutely.
But then we're delaying the process even more. And quite frankly, I think that, and I know that this question has been bandied about, and I'm going to interrupt for a minute. This question has been bandied about. The development community has wanted to see the scope of work. A lot of people want to see the scope of work. As we said, and as I've said to a number of folks that are in this room and are listening, we also have a question and answer period next month after the scope is put out, and the scope can be adjusted at that point in time. Is that correct?
Wouldn't say the scope.
can massage it a little
Questions
bit?
can be answered, clarifications to points, yes.
Okay, and we were trying to contain this because every time a document goes out, it gets changed.
Correct.
Okay. So by putting this out today, and I know that there have been a lot of questions about the scope of the work. If we don't put it out relatively soon, we are now again continuing how long this is going to take in the future. So, I mean, Commissioner Weiss asked for this how many months ago? May. So I know that I have more lights on. My opinion would be that we just need to get it out there. I think between the staff, between the city managers that are the ones that are actually going to be the city managers and the engineers are the ones that really know what the scope of work should be. I believe I'm comfortable with the process so far. I know that there's going to be technology involved. That was a question that was asked over and over again. This is a very specific request. There are only going to be a few people that can possibly answer this proposal. So I will leave it at that, and I know there's some more lights on. So Commissioner Baxter, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I had a few more questions.
Sure, go right ahead.
So if we did decide, or if the board decided that they wanted to see what is in an RFP prior to being released, is there something we could put on it or label it as a draft or something that says this is not a final copy, there will be changes coming? I don't want to delay this either. May is a very long time, but at the same time, it's still, everything else comes back to us that we want to review and then go over. We have several things that come back all the time, and I think it is very important for us, the commissioners, to make sure the direction given and what we want to see in an RFP exists. So this is one of those times where I believe we are the policymakers here, but it doesn't feel we're getting all the information to make policy.
Vice Mayor, I'd say that we are implementing the direction that we've provided.
Your
You've been given-
interpretation of that direction, correct?
And we've heard, a number of us have heard the directions given at board meetings, and as well, taking that, working with our city partners, city managers and others, putting those pieces together. At its core, we were following the same procurement practice we did with any other one that's out there. So I would offer that deviating from that would be something from a policy perspective the board would do at that level first before moving into any specific one, trying to make a change to it at that point. But I think you're going to find that the scope was written with a balance of addressing the points, addressing what was out there, addressing a lot of the thoughts and feedback we got from others, but doing it because we're responsible on the procurement side, doing it broadly enough so any respondent can hopefully understand it well and be able to make a good application.
Excuse me, Pat, but we won't know that until it's already issued, right?
That's correct. You've directed staff to put this together, and again, working with our partners, but you'll have that, as is the practice we have with all our other requests that go out.
Thank you.
Commissioner Flores.
So I want to, this is not an ordinary RFP. And the reason that a lot of people have wanted to see the scope of service is because we want to make sure that when we go out, it's the exact same thing that we're all expecting. And this is long before me, so I'm trying to play catch up. All I can say is that the only reason that today I feel comfortable with moving forward is because I talked to my city managers. There's one sitting in the back here today. I met with Palm Springs. I met with Atlantis city manager. And these are people that I trust, and when they tell me something, I feel confident in what they're saying. So I am going to go along with this today. But we have to realize that what you're asking us to do is not very comfortable when you're on this side. Because we're the ones that are elected. We're the ones that have to face the music. If we go out, we spend all this money, and it's not exactly what we need it to be. So I want you guys to understand that side of the house, because at the end of the day, we're the ones that should be making the decision. And I understand that you guys have your process, and I respect it. But this is not an ordinary RFP. We are looking at changing transportation in the county for years to come. So I want you guys to please, as we move forward, to understand that that's what we are elected for. And now, do we need to get into the weeds with an RFP? Probably not. But do we want to make sure that everything that the board wants to is included in the RFP? I think we have a right to see that. My comments wasn't regarding that, but since Commissioner Baxter made some comments, like I said, I'm going to go along with this just because there are some people out there that I sat down with and they calmed me down and they said, you know what you're looking for, it's in there, okay? Now, one of the things that when we sat down and we spoke that was a little concerning was that you guys are going to, at the end of this process, you guys are going to come before us and give one recommendation. I would like this board to be the one to make that final decision, maybe the top two or the top three, to come before, present, answer questions, and make sure that we are comfortable with who we decide to pick at the end of this process. So to me, that's important because I want to look in the eyes of the people that are going to do this project moving forward. Very similar to my first meeting on the dais up here. We had two firms come up, they presented, and we decided who was going to carry on this task. So those are my comments. Thank you for the work that you guys are doing. I understand the work that you have done up to this point. One final comment is, I understand we want to get this done, but I don't want to rush it and have something fall through the cracks. So that's my last bit of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Marino, when it's appropriate, I'd like to speak.
Okay, Commissioner Sachs. Commissioner Sachs, hold on a second. I have 4 people whose lights are on, and when they're done, I will call on you. How's that?
I said that when the other folks are done, I'd like to be heard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's a little difficult to hear you. Commissioner Powell.
Okay, I'll speak up then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my comment would be that Commissioner Baxter and Commissioner Flores indicated, just seeing the RFP. Now, I don't know if there necessarily would have to be any proposed changes, but maybe the process would be to see, and then if there were things that I wasn't here on the board at the time, but seemed like they were missing, that probably should have come before the vote on the process. I don't know. As you all have indicated, it is a unique RFP, so that's why I can relate to what Commissioner Flores is saying in terms of being on this side and trusting the process and trusting the city managers. I met with a few city managers who have indicated that this has been a long and arduous process that they put a lot of effort into, so I trust and believe that. I have a question, though, and the question is with regard to the comprehensive plan and the transportation element. Is there a nexus, a relationship? Must there be a relationship between the countywide transportation master plan and the transportation element of the comprehensive plan, and what is the process, what happens there, right? Does the comprehensive plan, will that inevitably, of course, probably need to be changed based on the recommendations of this proposed RFP? And in terms of an RFP, and being in the blind, for a countywide master plan, exactly what are we hoping for? What is the ultimate objective?
To your first point on questions about the comprehensive plan, yes, all 39 cities plus ourselves for 40 comprehensive plans are plugged in. We'll know, not just the static ones on the day of, but changes that are made along the way as well, be it your transportation element or site-specific amendments that increase density or intensity along the way. The idea is the end product isn't a one and done end product. It will be fluid and organic and move with the changes. Was the other question related to, do you want to take that one?
So Commissioner Tweesh, again for the record. Again, we envision this to be a framework. This is one of the first land use based transportation where you would take into account all, the development that's been approved, will be approved, so on and so forth. The purpose is to all municipal partners and the county agree on a system, a methodology to obtain how you prioritize key nodes in the county, how those get eventually get adopted by the different municipalities if they choose, while respecting their home rule, and then also how to move people and goods in an efficient and safe manner, because it can't exist the way it is now. So this is our collective way of getting everybody together, seeing what transportation means to each of those communities. It may mean certain transit alternatives. It may mean roads that needs to be maintained, widened, whatever that means, sidewalks, anything related to transportation, to be able to effectively implement this plan. And then every municipality has a chance to go in and look at their prioritized, roadwork network and see how they'll be able to implement. There'll be cross-section that could be agreed on for different critical roadway. We will be working again with the planning, zoning, transportation expertise that exists in all those municipalities. And we will be asking for each of those municipalities to give us names of the key technical people that are in there so that the consultant can work with county staff as well as the city staff to do that. So the purpose is to try to collectively come up with a resolution to resolve what is existing right now. I'm not sure if I answered that. And then whatever comes up as a recommendation will be incorporated in the county's comp plan and all the other municipalities if they choose. But hopefully collectively, when we do get some regional transportation answers, we could start looking at funding, getting leveraging from the state or the federal government for this as well. So, and budgeting for our own needs.
Good. Thank you. Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I would like to just start with the RFP. It was written to be, I don't want to say vague, maybe broad enough that consultant firms can come to us with their own ideas and interpretations, because for my own limited research, I was unable to find another type of plan like this anywhere. Nothing in the country. I think the closest I came to was, I want to say Singapore or something like that, because we are quite unique. Palm Beach County is very large. We have a number of municipalities that are going to be a part of this. So trying to say exactly what we need in this RFP is really going to be impossible, because for us to go out and put really tight parameters on this would be a mistake. We need for companies to come to us with innovative ideas and ways to comb through all of this data, to give us this evergreen plan of what you're talking about, so that as all of us make changes to our own comprehensive plans, this thing lives. This isn't going to go in a binder that sits on the shelf. And we can't write an RFP to such specific standards when this is not our area of expertise. It's not any of ours. We know what we think we need, but really it would be nice for whoever puts in for this, to bring amazing ideas that we haven't even considered. So trying to say, the scope of work in the RFP, I believe for something like this, it needs to be broad enough that firms from maybe around the world are going to, it would be nice if we have a whole bunch of firms from around the world that want to compete for this, and we are able to choose someone to do this. But, trying to get into the weeds on this, just for my own, I'm trying to recall, I've only been on the board for 2 years, but I don't believe I've ever seen an RFP before it went out. Is that ever our process?
No.
Okay, so I get it that, we want to see this, but there's a lot of people, I would wager, that are watching this meeting right now in different cities who also very much wanted to see this. And none of us have seen this. We've trusted our own staff. They've trusted their staff. They've trusted each other. This has been vetted by a number of entities. And what is being delivered, I feel comfortable in saying, let's move forward with this. But make no mistake, there's a lot of people watching this. And for us to, as county commissioners, this is one of those times where we have to realize we're asking the cities to trust us as much as, we are trusting them in this process, because they had a seat at the table. And this was a unique process. It was grueling for those of you that had to participate. And I thank you for that. But for those of you who are listening, my promise to you, all of the cities all along, was that you do have a seat at the table. You are active participants. And that is because what this comes down to is the citizens out there. They don't know if they're on a city or a county or a state road. All of our areas blur into each other. This is about us, all of us coming together to come up with a better plan on how we move people, and not to get into our jurisdictional silos, not to get into, shoving matches on who's in charge. We together have to fix this. And of course, there's going to be cities that have their own plans within their cities, but then we also have to look at the bigger picture too. And we do need a consultant to come for this. But trying to get into the weeds on exactly what the scope is, I don't want to delay this process anymore. There's been a tremendous amount of work, and we're asking cities to trust us. We are trusting our staff. We've asked our staff to trust cities. There's a lot of trust on the line right now, and I just don't want to see us derail any of the work that's been done. We need to move this forward, and we need to start moving our people better. So we've never seen an RFP. None of us have ever read through the details of this. I really don't want to. I don't know how many pages it is, but it gets into legal stuff that we don't need to do that. That's why we have staff, and we either trust our staff or we don't. And the cities trust us, we trust them. That's what's on the line here, and we need to have the citizens be able to trust all of us to do our jobs. Off of my soapbox, thank you.
Administrator Baker, your light is on. Do you want me to turn it off? Okay. Next up, Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you very much. First off, I want to thank the folks from that represent the municipalities and their support for moving this forward. I want to thank our staff. I know this goes back to May. I'm not thrilled that it is now almost the end of the year and we still have nothing out on the street, but I also understand there's a lot of things that are not in our control, and there were a lot of negotiations that need to be had. So understanding that, I implore you to please do whatever we can to shave time off this, because invariably things are not going to go as fast as we think, and things are going to get delayed. So anywhere we can save any time, I think is really important. As Commissioner Woodward said, as it relates to getting involved in the RFP, and I just want to be clear, I've never, other than giving direction, and my direction, as far as I'm concerned, 99% of the time is followed by staff. However, this is going to come back to us. This will be back in front of us after to make an award. So we will have had time to digest what's in it, and we'll have an opportunity to say, no, we don't want to do it. And so be it, if it doesn't deliver what we want. But we need to get this out on the street. We're not going to know, how well we did or didn't do until we actually have the experts who know how to respond to this and whether it made sense to them. And we'll see that in their responses. And if it makes sense, then we move forward. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. And we miss whatever windows we were trying to get to. And I guess we'll have to all be comfortable with that. But again, I want to thank our staff. I know we put a lot on you all to get this done. And I'm looking forward to having this put on the street and getting this moved along, because our residents, our businesses can't wait any longer. We're already behind, and every day we continue to get further behind, not through anybody's fault, but that's just the reality. And so we need to move forward, get this done, and figure out how we're going to be for the next 20 or 30 years in this county to move people, goods, services, and be as productive as we can for everybody.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. Briefly, I do agree with Commissioner Flores. I think I would like to see the top 2 or 3 come before us with a presentation, and we select from them. Next, I would also, I do agree with Commissioner Woodward. I would like the RFP to be broad. I've never said differently. I don't want to get in the weeds, but I don't think one is exclusive from the other of being able to see a broad RFP versus a specific RFP. Have we never seen an RFP before? Yes, but I have a problem with that in general. I think if there's an RFP out, we should be able to see it, or that is getting ready to go out. I'm all for more information. I don't want to get in the weeds. I don't want to line strike things, but I think we would like to know information. That is what helps us make better decisions for every resident in this county. And wanting to see it doesn't mean we don't trust our staff. A very famous person, and a quote of mine that I love to say is, trust but verify. We can trust our staff, but still verify the information that's in it. Again, I don't think those two are exclusive from each other. I do agree with Commissioner Weiss. I would like to see this moved forward quickly. We have huge transportation problems, road congestion, you name it. It can't be done fast enough, but we do need to also make sure it's done properly. And that's what I'm going to end with. So thank you, everyone, for your hard work.
Commissioner Sacks.
Well, thank you very much. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I am so pleased with the type of debate that we're having today on this, because I think it incorporates everything that staff has wanted to do. And I also am pleased that Commissioner Weiss brought this up in May. I'm looking at the schedule of meetings been going through since May 7th, 2024, when direction was given to them, probably by Commissioner Weiss, to develop a preliminary framework for a county-wide transportation study. Now, this is you. really comprehensive. We're in a county that's larger than 11 states. We have huge agricultural areas. We have uses in our cities that are just deadlocked from traffic. And then I see that staff, and thank you, Patrick Rutter, for putting this on, but you've been working like every week you have different meetings with different cities and different organizations within the city. I represent county. I don't have any cities in District 5. And I don't think there is a commissioner here, and I'm so happy that we've heard from everybody, that has not voiced an opinion on transportation and how we can comprehensively use development and public transportation, as well as roads and a system of roads, so that we stay connected. Because right now we're not at all. As you know, or may not know, lots of public transportation does not go far west of 441. So it's a big issue. And yes, we have to be apprised as this thing goes on. Obviously, you have the staff, our staff, and thank you, Patrick. You've met just about every week since May with different groups. As far as I can remember, I haven't met with anybody about this. And I don't know if you met with specific county commissioners. I would imagine that you should, and if you didn't, you should now. So before this thing moves forward, and I think it should be moving quickly, and I wish that we were now in June and discussing this moving quickly. I think that we need to be appraised of what's going on. It doesn't have to be in a BCC meeting. It can be individually. It can be through email. But I think we all need to be consulted as it moves forward, because it involves one of the most important issues in every one of our districts. I don't think there's anybody on this board that doesn't go to a meeting in our district where we don't hear about traffic. So this is hugely important to us as policymakers. It should not delay this at all as you all move forward to keep us in the sunshine when it comes to your meetings and how you plan to develop this comprehensive, which is a very big undertaking, a comprehensive transportation and mobility plan for the county. And yes, we should move forward quickly. It's already taken a long time, but you've been through a lot of meetings. And you should continue to keep us appraised as it moves forward. So I'm absolutely for it. I'm absolutely for to have this thing move as quickly as it can. But I'm absolutely for having us part of your meetings and what you plan to do with pulling together our county as a unified transportation master plan. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Commissioner Baxter, Vice Mayor Baxter.
Administrator Baker, what would it take for us if we wanted to, I guess if somebody didn't want to see the RFP, one of us commissioners, or if we did, would you need a vote, a change of an ordinance? What is the current policy or process in place for that?
I think it's more of protocol and practice that we've had in place. We can definitely talk to, and we have spoken with some of you, not necessarily going into the nitty-gritty detail. This board can direct me to do so.
But is there a current ordinance that would need to be changed, or a policy or practice?
I'm going to look at my procurement director in the back. Is there something in the ordinance that specifically talks to RFPs and procedures, or?
And our ability to see them, because as commissioners, is it not our right to see them?
Commissioner, Vice Mayor, the only thing I'm going to try to
I've heard all the warnings. Please just, if we could stick to, is it allowed via what is currently there or not?
Good afternoon. I'm County Administrator Baker. Currently in our ordinance, does it delineate about the RFP process? It does, but it is silent as it relates to board members reviewing and/or approving it prior to.
I wouldn't.
So if somebody doesn't want to see it, they don't have to, but there's nothing that precludes us from seeing it. So can we then request individually to see it?
Ma'am, I would
I
have to.
think this board needs to give us direction to do that.
I'm going to jump in here for a minute. This is not an area that we want to be in, and I will give my opinion as to why. If one commissioner sees the RFP, another one doesn't, or another one does, then the commissioner goes and talks to somebody in the public, and that person now has a leg up over somebody else. This is not our purview. It's never been our purview. We are the ones that make the final decision. That's what our purview is. I do not believe this is a slope that we do not want to be on. I'm sorry, I disagree. I believe that we have the best staff that we have. They hear what we say. They fulfill the direction that we give them, and sometimes we give them too much direction. But in this instance and in other instances, the procurement process has been in place the way it has for a reason. For us to wade into this process and to see the RFP and then try to change it, now we have a leg up over somebody else, and we give that information to someone out in the public who then has a leg up on someone else. That's not a position we want to be in. I do not want to be in a lawsuit with someone saying, well, you knew and they didn't, and that information got out. Don't want to be there. We have enough lawsuits going on in this county. This is not something we need to open. This is not a can of worms we need to open.
But yet the managers of other cities are taking that risk, right?
They haven't seen the RFP either.
They have.
No, they haven't. That's the question. That's the discussion. They have seen what let me backtrack. I know that there are several commissioners that have met with managers. I am one of those commissioners that has met with several managers. I've met with several elected officials. I've met with the Economic Council. I've met with stakeholders. We've had discussions of what we would like to see in the RFP. No one has seen the RFP. The RFP is I shouldn't say no one, the folks that are putting the RFP together are the ones that know it. The engineering committee that TWE is on has helped with the bones and the scope of it, and that is the normal procedure for an RFP. If we're not going to trust our staff, why have them? We are not experts in transportation. We are not engineers. The closest that somebody comes here is Bobby being Commissioner Powell being a planner. Yes, we are the ones that hear when our constituents are unhappy about traffic, like the extension of Okeechobee above Arden. Yeah, well, that's a later discussion. You can bring that one up. But we are not experts. And what we are doing here and what we do with every other procurement process is we give staff what we think should be in the document. We have the ability at the end to add, we don't have the ability to add, subtract, but we do have the ability to, whoever does bid on the scope of work, include anything else that we think, because now we think there's something missing, add it. But this is not a process that we need to be in the weeds on. It is a nightmare for legal, is all I'm going to say. So you may.
So to follow up on that, so the managers have not seen what's in the RFP?
Let me be real clear. The only thing that the managers have seen was we handed out no documents. The planner group that created the scope, that was reviewed with the subgroup of the city managers, not the large group. No documents were handed out. It was on a screen, made nominal changes to it. That's the only other body, the only other people who have seen the full, and that wasn't even the full scope, because as the procurement entity, we're the ones working with Melody's office who plugged all the other pieces in, but that scope went into it. So basically, your staff is the one that's seen it from A to Z, but the planner group is probably like that's done on a staff level, like as we spoke to a lot of the other city managers and said that's the way they handle their cities. Their city managers saying they didn't see them in most cases.
They have more information than us and more trusted than us.
They all shared the same way that this process has been done, the same way that they handle it in their cities as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick reminder, we do have 2 cards. But I did want to say, I support what the mayor was saying as far as us not seeing this. And for my own benefit, because I haven't seen the scope, I have had the freedom to speak with any group that's come before me and anyone who's wanted to talk about this, speak freely on this, because I'm not privy to any of that, and there's no notion of me giving anyone the upper hand who's wanting to discuss this. But the bigger thing I think that we may be losing sight of is that the RFP is to go out to choose a consultant. Shaping the plan is where we really have a lot of influence. We are actually the largest city, or we're not a city, but, percentage-wise, that's us. And we have, wide reach in all of the counties. So shaping the plan, once the consultant is chosen, is where we really have our chance to be heard and what we're going to say, along with the cities and the school district and every other entity that uses this. But that's when our voice really needs to be heard. What is it that we want for transportation? What are our goals in our different districts? If it's road priorities or bridges or public transportation, that's where our voice needs to be heard. Getting bogged down at this stage before we even are able to choose a consultant, I feel is a waste of our own energy, because we need that energy in the coming year. Once this consultant is chosen, that's when we shape the plan and we shape the future of transportation in the county, not in this part. The consultant will then listen to us, whoever that is that gets chosen. That's where we should be speaking. So with that being said, I'd like to make the motion, unless Commissioner Weiss would like to, since he brought this forward in the first, and I'd be happy to second.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, we do have 2 cards too.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Weiss, a second by Commissioner Woodward. We have 2 cards, and Commissioner Flores has his light on. Would you like to speak, Commissioner Flores? Okay, and Virginia, your light is still on? Okay. All right, thank you. We have 2 cards.
We have Drew Martin and Jonathan Hopkins, although he said if he had to leave, could I read his comment into the record? Okay.
Do you want to go first, Commissioner Woodward?
Can you read that?
Drew, go ahead.
Okay. Drew Martin, I'm here on behalf of the Loxahatchee Group of the Sierra Club. Obviously, we're very concerned about modal transportation. We'd like to see things other than cars, just because we have a lot of cars already. And that's what the problem is. And a lot of people get in their car every time they want a quart of milk and this and that. Now, ultimately, as more and more things can be delivered to people, we might see less cars. In fact, Amazon wants to use drones. So who knows if the drones will collide with birds. That's something we'll be concerned about from the Sierra Club angle. But, I would like to see more public transportation east to west, because that's when I get on Forest Hill or Lantana Road or Hypoluxo to go west, and it's after 3 o'clock, I know I'm going to hit a major traffic jam, particularly going over I-95. And the problem is, if you have a problem on the Turnpike or I-95, you really multiply it fast. And, people coming out of Palm Beach, it's a huge traffic jam through Lake Worth. So I think it's really, this is important, but to get people out of their cars. Now, some people cannot get out of their cars. We understand that. But I notice young people a lot now are not even getting driver's licenses because they're using motorized skateboards. I see a lot of motorized bikes. Now, I don't know if that's a safety issue, but it's definitely getting people out of their cars. Now, the thing I'm really concerned about, and I take Palm Trans, is that you don't have covered places to wait for a bus. And I hate to see people running the risk of getting totally soaked or struck by lightning because we don't have any cover over those bus stops. I don't know if that's going to be something you're going to talk about when you do this report. But if you want to get people to ride the bus, and the buses are air conditioned, really cold air conditioning as a matter of fact, but the bus stops don't have any air conditioning and there's no way to get out of the heat. So I think we need to look at bus stops, and I'm hoping we'll have a chance to make those comments from the public standpoint, because I think we need to reduce the number of cars and we need to encourage people to drive less. And maybe one of the things we need is maybe to have businesses not all be 8 to 5, 9 to 5, 9 to 6, whatever, so people are running their different times a day. So The last thing I want to say is just on matters by the public. I know you didn't have it today. I know it's not on the agenda, but apparently it was online. And as some people did come all the way over here, including the lady sitting next to me who came all the way from North Palm. So I don't know why you don't have matters by the public, but I mean, I'm sure that's your right not to have it. But it would be nice, you know, to make it really clear so that people don't drive all the way down here. Thank you.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Okay, and this is for Jonathan Hopkins. He asked this to be read into the record. This transportation master plan is critical, and the joint city-county drafted RFP is the right path to create one. It recognizes that the needs of different places in our county are varied, but progress is essential. Cities and county staff have worked diligently, and their efforts should be complemented. Time and quality are essential. We hope the commission helps expedite this process while ensuring quality outcome. Please support RFP release to move this essential process forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores, your light is still on.
Yeah, I think it's just a point of clarity. Two things for legal I want to ask. The first one is, if there was a public records request to get a draft of this, could they actually get it?
Yes.
So we're preventing something that they can actually, anybody can submit a public records request last week, and they've had to share that document with the public.
Yes.
Thank you. And the other point is, did you state that there's nothing that would be illegal by us seeing it, or at least a scope before?
There's nothing wrong with you seeing it and/or having input into it.
And would it interrupt the process at all?
That I can't answer because it depends on what you say and discuss after you see it, and how many other people want to see it after you see it, and what kind of, where it leads from there.
Okay. Like I said, I'm going to go along with this, but at the end of the day, if the board wants to see something, they should have every right to.
Vice Mayor Baxter.
So am I going to have to submit a public records request if I want to see an RFP? Do we, but why
The board can
direction?
just give me direction because it's a change in our protocol that we've always had. And so I don't just break it, but if the board wants to give me direction, you can give me direction.
But
We'll
it's a
give it
public
to you.
record.
We can give it to you, Commissioner. I just need the board's direction, so we can give it to all of the
So,
commissioners.
but if I do a public records request, then I don't have to give you direction?
You can do a public records request, we will respond to the public records request. But it shouldn't have to go to that level. If
Agreed.
we're gonna change procedure, this board can give me direction to change procedure.
I thought we already established there wasn't a procedure preventing us from.
That's what our legal person said, our protocol and procedures today, and if you, in most cities, if not all of them, staff, you give, the board, council gives direction, we take that direction, we develop an RFP, we issue that RFP, and we don't come back to the board. That has not been our protocol in doing so. If this board wants to change it, just tell me.
Well, I would like to give that
I will
direction.
change it, as long as the board overall.
In the future?
Again,
So, I mean, whether we give direction or I can public records request it, either way, I get the information. So thank you.
In the future, when we're giving board direction, I would like a consensus from the rest of the board. We've had a lot of times where there's been direction where we just sort of sit back and say, oh, well, but I think there are times where I think going forward in the future that if there is an individual commissioner who wants to give direction, I think it should be based on consensus from the board. Commissioner Flores.
I just saw the attorney shaking her head through some of the comments, so I just want to give her the opportunity if she has anything else to add.
I just believe that we have on occasion brought RFPs to the board for Palmtran for the board to have input into what went into the RFP. Because there were concerns with what the results were and the board wanted input.
Was this after the RFP was put out or before it was put out?
I think they had to re-advertise and redo the RFP.
So the RFP had already gone out once.
Yes.
Okay.
I can,
Wasn't that it was the
Madam Mayor, I
original
can clarify
procurement?
that if you like. Sorry. So we actually came to the BCC relative to an RFP on paratransit services most recently. It was not something that we shared the RFP with. We shared very high-level parameters, such as what you've gotten from staff today on this, but not the details, nor was there a plan to bring back that document of that RFP. I mean, and the reason is to just maintain the sanctity of that document, to prevent exposure from us. That RFP's been challenged a number of times already, and when you start getting in that level of it, that's what we worry about in the back end, is those challenges that we're going to get. And if you want to slow down that process, that's why some of those types of things are guarded until you get that out on the street, so that you have as fair, level, equal playing ground amongst folks who are bidding on it. And that's what we did with PomTren. So we did not share that document, though, in its entirety, but just very high-level details of what we plan to maybe change in it going forward from previous documents. So just to clarify that.
And staff, if board gives you direction today to proceed with the issuance, when is the RFP going out?
About a week, it will be out next week.
So all of this machination over 1 week?
We're ready to go.
All right, thank you. You had your light on and then turned it off. Okay. Vice Mayor Baxter.
Following up on what Todd was saying, so you keep harping on a fair. Can anyone make a public records request? Mm-hmm. The attorney. So can anyone make a public records request?
Absolutely.
So
And-
isn't that fair to everyone?
Well, and the best scenario is discussing at a public meeting, so anybody who's interested in bidding can hear the conversation, will know what changes are going to be made. Everybody's going to have everything posted on the website, including the RFP, any questions and answers regarding the RFP. So,
And to me, this isn't just about this RFP. I mean, yes, this is a unique one, but I think any commissioner should be able to get any information if there's an RFP out there. And the conclusion that I'm always hearing is that this board is going to do something terrible, like go share this information. Honestly, I'm quite disappointed, I guess would be the best word, that the worst case scenario is always drawn for how we will handle information. We can keep things to ourselves, I promise you. I mean, I can read an RFP and not go share it to anyone. And the assumption that I wouldn't do that is kind of, it's really silly. So, go ahead.
it was not my intention to say that commissioners should be getting drafts of RFPs individually.
I understood.
Yeah, it should be done at a board meeting. If there's an important enough matter for this board to discuss, it needs to be done in a public meeting, and that's a fair forum for everybody.
I guess my point is, but again, if we can already public records request.
You can.
Any RFP that's in draft, then we could potentially see it.
If it's been drafted and shared with someone, then it becomes a public record.
Okay.
In
So-
this case, it has been shared.
And so that's my point. And again, whether it's this RFP or any future RFP, information, holding information back from us, I think, is a bad practice. Transparency is key in everything we do. So I don't know why this seems to be such a different scenario. And as far as giving direction, again, this is only a week away, so I'm not going to give direction for this particular RFP. It's not worth it, but I think this might be a bigger conversation for another day.
Agreed. Okay, there's no lights on. It's been a challenging discussion. We have a motion and a second on the table. At this time, I will take a vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, we are on to 6F1. Commissioner Weiss, did you say you had a hard stop at 3? Sure. Commissioner Weiss, you can be recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, I do have a hard stop with a community event that I had scheduled before this meeting got moved. So I'd like to take a moment of privilege and appoint Stacy Smith to the Personal Appeals Board. That's it. Thank you, and have a great rest of your meeting.
Do you have any? Do you have any
Mayor.
proclamations or anything? Okay, all right.
Mayor.
Ms. Baker.
Before staff leaves the room, I'd like to thank them. There's been a lot of hours and machinations going in here. And I also know that the city manager for Green Acres was in the audience as well. I'd like to give a huge thank you to the technical staff that actually did the real work, our engineers, our planners, et cetera, on doing the groundwork for this. This was very unique. It took a lot of effort to get to where we are today. We started out with a meeting with the city managers. The first one was not a very pleasant meeting, and it's because of home rule. Everybody wanted to make sure that their home rule was covered. And so we're at a point now we can continue to move forward, and I thank the board for your indulgence in this. We hear you loud and clear, and it is our goal to implement what you tell us, nothing less. So I look forward to, if we want to change protocol, that this board directs us to do so. Other than that, Patrick, thank you. And I'd like to thank Brian Morey from City of Atlantis and Mike Bornstein from Palm Springs, because they were very instrumental in working with us. So thank you.
All righty. Parks and Rec. I love this part.
Hi.
All right, we are on a regular agenda item 6F1, and this is the motion to approve the County Parks and Rec Long Range Master Plan.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for the shout out at the Chamber of Commerce this morning.
You're welcome.
And the importance of parks in our community. I think you'll find, and we'll give the presentation however you'd like us to today, but what we're talking about today in our Long Range Park Master Plan dovetails with, we heard transportation, trail systems, connectivity countywide, as well as the tourism master plan that's going on currently, and the housing master plan as well. It's all connected, and parks move along with that. So I'm Jennifer Cirillo. I'm the Director of Palm Beach County Parks and Recreation. With me at the table is Assistant County Administrator Tammy K. Fields, Annie Helfant, who is our county attorney for Parks and Recreation for 22 years now, I found out on Friday, and Bob Hamilton, who's our Director of Parks Planning, Research, and Development as well. Would you like a presentation as we move through this?
It looks like we don't need one, but brief? Can you do a
We can
brief?
give the quick. We
Yeah.
can give the quick version.
Yeah,
So
the cliff notes.
Okay, so Bob and I will do that. All the pictures that you're going to see in this, and for the public watching at home, these are all taken in our current Palm Beach County Park system. The reason we're moving through this process is very important for continuous improvement, to provide us a guiding document for the next 10 years and beyond. And it's just it's guidance for us as we continue to come back to you with our parks department really growing what we currently do to meet the demands of the public, that you'll see that we continue to, our community changes and we need to change with it. We need to adapt. So that's the purpose. Also, CAPRA accreditation requires us to have a master plan. That's the national council that accredits parks and recreation agencies. It's critically important for additional resources for our county, grant opportunities, best practice training, and utilization of our CAPRA accreditation when we apply for the gold medal again in 2026. So Bob's going to give a very high level, and we'll probably skip to the demographic summary trend. You've heard this over tsunami and the growth of population, so he'll touch on that a little bit here.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Really, our takeaways from the demographic portions. Look, we expect population to continue to increase through 2035 by about 150,000 residents. Program is going to need to be adjusted to account for growing senior population, as well as those under 55 years of age. Household income levels are on the rise, but there remains a need to provide free and affordable access to our park system. And there's also a need to ensure a racially diverse population is represented through programming and facility design. And then jumping into just a really high level park inventory level of service is really what we have in terms of amenities and where do we need to be. So as it stands right now, we're at about 8,200 acres of total land, about 74% of which is developed. As you can see, we have a wide variety of recreational facilities and amenities across the county. We use a variety of types of level of service metrics: acreage level of service, facility-based level of service, and access-based level of service. From an acreage level of service standpoint, our target is about 5 acres per thousand historically. We're currently over that, but we do expect by 2032, 2033 that we're going to be below that 5 acres per thousand level. If we look at a amenity level of service analysis, if we just took county park facilities against the countywide population and against the national averages, we're deficient. It's a little bit misleading. If we go to the next slide, you'll see if you include municipal parks, which also provide recreational amenities to the public, that we're really in the green. We're really above where we need to be. From an access level of service standpoint, we look at things at a 10-minute drive as well as a 10-minute walk. And as you see from there, and in the master plan, for the most part, we're doing a good job. There are parts of the county, though, where we need to do better, especially with neighborhood parks and a few of our district parks in portions of the county.
Next thing we looked at in the process was leisure trends at the national, state, and local level. And for everybody following along on these slides, it says what page numbers in our master plan, which will be posted online, you can refer to see more about this information. So at the national level, we really saw a huge increase in outdoor recreation use and park destination visits since the pandemic. AI is definitely prevalent and becoming more prevalent in the use of parks and recreation. Our climate impacts, workplace wellness, pickleball, more and more pickleball. Cricket as well increasing at the national level and locally as well. Specialized programs and events. Kidults is us going back to our roots and recreating how we like to recreate as kids, but now doing it as adults. That's a huge trend. Special programming, festivals, community dog parks are hugely popular nationally. And then we heard about e-bikes as a transportation, again, dovetailing with that master planning process. Statewide trail activities, really no surprises here. Saltwater beaches, nature, being outdoors, wanting to participate outdoors. And then this is a local market potential index. So basically at the national level, if you think of that as being 100, anytime we're over 100, people participate more locally in that particular recreation activity than they do at the national level. So again, no huge surprises. Golf, of course, as the mayor knows, yes. Fishing, bicycling, again, walking outside for exercise, backpacking, aerobics. Roller skating was a little unusual, but we do have a lot of inline skaters in our community as well. So then we transitioned from that to a needs assessment where we did have a consultant come on board. And Bob, did you want to walk us through that process?
Yeah, so briefly on the needs assessment process, we brought in AECOM as a consultant to be able to kind of pull ourselves away from the process and have a third party, work with the public, work with different stakeholders throughout the county to be able to come up with what we think that the residents' needs are throughout the county. And very detailed, about a year-long process all in, and it provided a really great amount of information, from there. So if we go to the process itself, we can just skip through a couple of these, but it just goes to show when this process started, when it was completed, and really kind of the common themes there. It's just overall high public satisfaction, strong emphasis on access, affordability, and connections, strong desire for events, family-oriented programs, an expectation that we would maintain and improve existing parks, and the need for flexible, multi-use, generational parks, as well as increases in safety and security.
And I do want to mention, although this is a guiding document, what we saw in this needs assessment really does validate what the board's already been working on and some of the recent approvals you've given for us to move forward. We really have been pleased to know that that's what the public wants. Beaches came out #1 as the absolute top facility need and priority. Multi-use trails, again, Shade, we know with the very hot summer we had, shade's critically important, both native tree canopy that we're working on, and thank you for that approval of the shade canopy in the glades, as well as in our capital infrastructure. For the first time this year, we added a capital line for shade. That proximity Bob was talking about for neighborhood parks, larger regional parks, restrooms, everybody wants clean and accessible restrooms, and our swimming pools, drowning prevention, aquatic facilities, et cetera. Bob's going to touch real briefly on land acquisition, and just historically, when we look at that acreage level of service, this was Okehely Park, how we acquired land over the years, real brief.
Yeah, so just, so long as the county's population increases, there's going to be a need to acquire additional parkland. If you can take a look at it, this gives you an idea of just how we acquired parkland over the past few decades. Sources of land acquisition, really 45% was acquired via donation, 31% acquired through land purchase, and 24% through lease agreements with the state or solid waste authority or another party. Land is becoming much more difficult to acquire, and obviously we need to look towards other sources to be able to fulfill, future needs. The slide, if you want to go back to that slide there, I think that there's one of the things that we need to focus on potentially is a partnership with a school district. Other jurisdictions around the country have that type of partnership, ready-made recreational amenities already in place. It's something we've worked with the school district at Park Vista High School, as well as the Canyon, the middle school at West Point Middle School. So I think furthering that over the next decade or so is going to be critical to kind of meeting the needs for the public.
So again, a 10-year plan through 2035 with flexibility built in as a guiding document, but we're looking 20-year capital development. So we have short-term, midterm, long-term strategies. These are some of our short-term strategies to really continue to be creative and adapt infrastructure that we have. Implement technology where we can, enhancing shade we talked about, our operational reviews, and where it makes sense, only where it makes sense, to engage in public-private partnerships to leverage resources and where it has a public benefit. Our midterm, really prioritize our funding that we do have available, look at other strategies. Really connectivity, accessibility. We have a separate ADA access plan we're going to be working heavily over the next 10 years. And increased security. We heard that people want to feel safe and secure and be safe and secure in their park system. And then long-term, really modernizing some of our outdated facilities built in the 80s and 90s in particular. Constructing some regional attractions, working with the TDC perhaps to do that for the benefit of both sports tourism and public use locally. And then we need to continue to reflect our diverse community as we move forward in everything that we offer. And that is all. Again, with the approval of the board today, we hope to apply for our accreditation within this month. This is a required document to do that. And once approved, the plan will be publicly available at pbcparks.com. Thank you for your time. And we'll take any questions you have.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. And just a couple of questions about this. I wanted to know for the trails, because people did put that they're interested in trails. Is there any ability for us to have trails not just within the parks, but also connecting the parks?
That's our goal. And when you mention that with the transportation master plan, I think that Parks and Recreation can fulfill a role in there, and not just us. Of our 39 municipalities, about 20 of them have Parks and Rec departments. So I think there's an opportunity for us to work together and create that system. Many of us already do. We're working on that bridge connection through South County Regional Park to the National Wildlife Refuge already. So again, now you have local, federal connections, right? And it's going to take all of us to do that countywide, but in other jurisdictions, Miami-Dade County, and others around the country, the Parks and Recreation is who works on that and that trail connectivity and works with the water control districts and everybody else to kind of bring that together. So we would love to do that.
Good, thank you. And then the last question, just because we've recently voted for a conservation partnership for protecting the lands,
Yes.
Is there any indication that we could do something similar for our parks lands?
Yeah, absolutely. So, like and us worked hand in hand. We have natural areas, but all of our natural areas are within a park that also functions as something else and has high visitation. So for those areas, and I've been talking with Deb Drum, the director at about this, I think there is an opportunity for those areas of the park that we know we never want to or could develop to really look at that same system for those specific areas of a particular park. Because we do have natural areas. If you picture Riverbend in District 1, Okehely, Park, there, even John Prince Park has Custard Apple Trail that has very restrictive underlying things. We would never recommend it be developed, but that's one more layer of protection, as Deb was talking to the board about. It's one more layer of protection to make sure someone doesn't see that space and think it's unprogrammed, because it's not. It's programmed for nature.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores.
So I just want to say thank you for taking the time to go through the master plan with me. It's very exciting. I know the tourism arm of the county loves to use your facilities, so I love that component, so where you guys get to tag team. And we talked about that in our conversation about making some of those natural areas, you know, part of the park system where the people can walk through them. I think that would be key. So just want to say thank you. I thought this was very good, and let's go get that gold seal. Is that what we're looking?
Yeah, the gold medal.
The
Yeah,
gold medal,
3
yes.
times. We're going for 3. Yeah,
Let's
the
go.
three-peat. All right.
Thank you. Any other questions? I just want to say I love the way you all work
Mayor
with it.
Marino, if I could just,
Sure, go right ahead, Commissioner Sachs.
as long as you can hear me, thank you. I just wanted to thank Jennifer and her staff. They have been enormously helpful for county parks, as well as definitely for the Murakami. We have 200,000 people visit Murakami every year, and Jennifer's always ready to work with us on all our county parks, and I look forward to getting that gold seal again. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to commend you on how you work with other agencies, South Florida Water Management District, Fish and Wildlife, the other municipalities, how we have several parks that connect to each other. We have different trails, the NEPA Trail. Yeah, so it's wonderful. And the fact that, I don't know if folks know this or not, we actually took an old landfill and turned it into Dyer Park. And you've got radio control little airplanes there. You've got the first tee there. You have recreational teams that are doing softball, baseball, basketball, running track. So the county has done a remarkable job in repurposing land that we have and then trying to buy other land. So congratulations on that. We don't have a motion or a second yet. May I get a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Oh, we got a motion by Vice Mayor, a second by Commissioner Woodward. All in favor?
Wait, we do have 2 cards.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. We have 2 cards. So,
Drew Martin and
Going
Gail
so
Wad.
fast.
Drew Martin, I'm here on behalf of the Lock Century Group, the Sierra Club. We obviously support this wholeheartedly, and we want to thank the Parks Department for everything they do. A couple of things. We like the idea of connectivity. A little concerned about e-bikes just because people can be reckless, and that might be dangerous to hikers and regular bicyclists. I don't know who's, oh, okay. Such a nice little song. So, you know, we are, the connectivity also for wildlife. And the other thing we're concerned about is lighting. It's nice to have nighttime activities, but lighting is really bad for wild animals as well as trees. And so we'd like to, if nobody's using a field, it shouldn't be lit at night. When people are done, turn the lights off. I think that's very important. The other thing we're concerned about is the use of chemicals on park areas that could affect children. And one chemical that in particular is Roundup. And, you know, it's considered cancer causing. And I know that there's probably weeds and it's probably a problem to keep control of that. But, you know, it'd be nice if we could not use a lot of chemicals. The other thing is I like the idea of shade. That's wonderful. Unfortunately, when they built the dog park in John Prince Park, they actually cut down a bunch of trees. And I thought, geez, dogs like shade too. They also like to use the tree as a place to go use the toilet. So I felt bad for the dogs that they lost their trees. I do think native trees, I really appreciate the sensitivity to native trees, native wildlife. I think we really need to have extensive native wildlife. connectivity to local city parks, that's great. And I think people should be able to walk or bicycle between the parks in, particularly areas of campsites. And there was, our campsites in some of the parks, which I think is great, because I know when I was young, I used to like to go camping quite a bit. So we appreciate that. Less open grass and more trees and wildlife. I really appreciate the custard apple in John Prince Park. That's great. I was really glad we didn't put a national baseball team in John Prince. It's actually our oldest park, and it's one of the oldest parks in the state of Florida. On the risk of commercialization, obviously there is some commercialization. We think that parks, we don't need a lot of golf courses. I think we have golf courses that are private, which are being maintained. So I don't think this county needs to pay for a lot of golf courses. But I would like to see less grass, more natural. But again, thank you. Guys doing a great job, and go for that gold medal.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am Gail Ladd from Jupiter, and I am also a member of the Sierra Club, Loxahatchee Group. And first of all, I want to apologize for my alarm going off. That's just something I have on every day, and I forgot what time it was. Also, I want to say congratulations to Commissioner Powell and Flores. I haven't had a chance to talk with you, and thank you to all of you who are here still. We appreciate you being able to talk with you about concerns we have. Another thing is I'm one who came for Matters of the Public. It was on the website. I checked before I came, so I don't know what happened, but I'm glad I stayed because Drew Martin asked me to stay as long as I was here. So I also want to commend the Parks and Recreation Department. Thank you so much for all you do for all of our recreation and parks in the county. I think all of what you've been doing is so great for all of us. And I do want to talk about the fact that hopefully you're not using a lot of pesticides, especially on the children's parks where they are. And I'm not sure if you use any of the artificial turf in the parks. That's not something that I think is very safe, even though they say it is. That's my opinion. But I want to wonder if there are passive parks, mostly where it's just natural areas. Thank you. That's excellent. I just think everything you're doing is great. So I really appreciate it, and I appreciate the County Commission and all of their positivity and all of their doing to help you and give you the money that you need. So I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And can you address the Roundup question? I know I've gotten emails about that.
Sure, I will. And I do sit on the Natural Areas Management Advisory Committee as the board's appointee from County Parks and Rec as well. So I know that they had a position statement. The board actually has had a position statement with about the use of glyphosate, which is Roundup. We have an integrated pest management program where we do not use pesticides if we cannot use pesticides. We have a policy, we do not use them in playground areas or in dog parks, period, at all, in our county park system. We use other things that we test constantly to see if they have the same efficacy. But I will say that we do use it, but we use it in areas where on fence lines and places that are, because we do not have the manpower or resources. That's the reality. And once it's dried, and the position statement is, we make sure that there's not contact with our workers through PPE, who are maybe most susceptible to the possibility of exposure, and to the public. And in those areas where we use it, it's infrequent as possible, and we use all other methods to exhaust before we have to apply it.
Okay, thank you. All right, I see no other questions, comments. We had a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Yes, aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, we are now on to board appointments. I will start to my left. Commissioner Flores, do you have any appointments? Okay, Commissioner Woodward. Okay, Commissioner Powell. Okay, Vice Mayor Baxter.
Yes, I would like to reappoint Stephen Wallace to the Sports Commission.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And board appointments do not need ratification by us because they are individual. So thank you. All right, we are moving on to staff comments. County Administrator, any comments?
Yes, I have the board directives that we are in process of updating. I do want to highlight, and we'll finalize this as well, the Convention Center garage debt payoff and potential parking revenue. That issue is scheduled to come back to you in its completeness in January. So we'll bring that, and we'll also bring the staff that you requested come back and provide you with the detailed information. We'll address all of the Convention Center revenue caps and when things have to be paid off. Actually, the bonds will mature in 2036, and once the bonds are paid off, there will be no restrictions on third-party usage of it as far as the revenue is concerned. However, we'll be bringing back all of those issues to you at the January meeting. We gave you the countywide master plan high-level overview today, and so we will get it out on the street next week. And then the others, the renaming of Sandcastle Boulevard for Commissioner Bernard is being done, and the signs will be put up because he's already been sworn in as the senator. So we'll follow up on the others being completed. So I'd like to ask the board to receive and file directives.
So moved.
First by the Vice Mayor, second by Commissioner Woodward. Commissioner Sachs, I failed to ask you, did you have any board appointments?
No, but I have a question for Ms. Baker. A very important question, if I may. Ms. Baker, is the street to be named after Mac Bernard? Is that going to say commissioner, mayor, or senator?
Good question.
We don't make signs quite that long. It's actually going to be Senator Mac Bernard Way.
Yeah, I love it, and I love the way. I'm sure that's exactly the way he'd like it to say. Very good. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to ask that question.
Oh, you're welcome.
I don't have any other questions at this time.
Thank you.
Sure.
And our county attorney.
I have one more, if you
I
don't
apologize.
mind.
Go
That's
right
okay.
ahead.
That's okay. Thank you for allowing me to do this under my comments. It's bittersweet to celebrate one of our long-term outstanding employees, Mr. Wayne Condry, who has been in our Human Resources Department since he left school about 40 years ago, a little over 40.
Longer than that since I left school.
And so he has worked in every section of our HR department and has served as our HR director for a very long time. He's been a stalwart when it comes to union negotiations throughout the county, and I depend heavily on him. And I know that Mr. White, my predecessor, did as well. He is closing this chapter in his life at the end of this month, even though we may still be pulling him back in. And he's opening a new one, and it's going to be exciting for him. It's retirement. He'll be able to spend time with his brother and his sister-in-law and the kids in Orlando, but he's going to remain here. He's going to be a major part of our community. And as we all know, once you are a member of Team PBC, you are always a member of Team PBC. I want to submit to him a certificate of appreciation. Thank you for over 40 years. I didn't put the specific number here. I thought you'd appreciate that. Of outstanding service, dedication, and commitment to excellence. Your loyalty, hard work, and positive impact have significantly contributed to the success of Palm Beach County. Presented on this 10th day of December 2024. Come on up. And in addition to that,
That's my staff back there. I made them come.
and we also wanted to give you something that you will enjoy as you continue to move forward.
Thank you for everything. Thanks, guys. I want to tell you this in all honesty. When I first started working here, I intended to be here for just a short period of time. I came to take this job. My father was ill at the time. My mom wanted me to come down and provide him some assistance. So it was supposed to be 1 year. And 40 later, you know, life happens to you. So I've had the pleasure of working here. It's been an honor being your HR director. I've worked with some great boards, and you guys are going to continue to be great. Best wishes to you in the future. And I've served my time and look forward to the future. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah, that's glass, so don't.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Did you want a picture?
Thank you, sir.
Yes. It's Wayne.
Have a camera?
Come on, we want to take
Oh,
a
okay,
picture.
great. That's even better.
You want to bring your?
Yeah, don't make the move. Don't make the move. We'll take it up here.
I'll do it. I'll get it to him. You take it. Yep, I'm taking it.
I also want to thank our outstanding HR staff. Thank you for being here today. I know this was a long day for you, but thank you. And thank the staff back at the office as well.
Come on over here.
How's that?
No, come move back. Move back.
I don't do this very often. Baker made me come down for this. I want you to know. Thank you. Commissioners, thank you very much.
And he's going to work every minute.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
That's
for
what
everything.
You too.
Likewise.
Thank you. Good luck. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Though you know
together.
You know I hate.
I know you did, but I didn't care.
Yeah, I know. Her last directive to me. Not the absolute last one.
Oh, you're not gone
I'm
yet.
not gone
You
yet.
get more.
You're welcome.
Mayor?
Attorney Kaufman.
Mayor, it's me. Sorry to interrupt. For the board directive reports, receive and file, I have a motion by by Vice Mayor Baxter, and I believe that's where we left it.
Second by Commissioner Woodward. And a vote? 6-0? We did vote. I thought we did the vote. You didn't hear it?
I think
Okay.
I heard that one.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Well, because Weiss is gone.
Greg's gone. Okay.
Okay.
County Attorney.
Because we're coming close to January 1st, and I've heard some different stories about the House Bill 1365, I gave you all a handout on what this bill is really about. I call it the Unauthorized Public Camping or Sleeping House Bill. And basically, it's pretty simple, even though we've heard a lot of different variations of it. So I'm not going to read everything to you. You all are capable of reading, but it's important to know that public camping or sleeping means lodging or residing overnight in a temporary outdoor habitation used as a dwelling or living space and evidenced by the erection of a tent or other temporary shelter, the presence of bedding or pillows, or the storage of personal belongings, or lodging or residing overnight in an outdoor space without a tent or other temporary shelter. A county or municipality may not authorize or otherwise allow any person to regularly engage in public camping or sleeping on any public property. So we have that we can't authorize it, we can't allow it, And we can't allow regularly engaging in public camping or sleeping on public property. No, there is no definition of what regularly engaging is. What we do is we have to assume it's a common sense approach until the courts say something different. Then we'll figure out what it really means. What's also very important is that there can be a civil action for an injunction to stop us from allowing public camping or sleeping. So that doesn't mean a complaint for damages. That means a complaint to say the county must stop allowing Joe Smith to camp on the government courthouse steps. If they're successful in that injunction lawsuit, then the court can, but is not required, to also grant the filer attorney's fees and costs. So that is the downside of what we're looking at if someone is successful in suing us to get an injunction to stop public camping or sleeping on public property, not private property. The county has an option of designating certain property to be used for a period of 1 year for public camping or sleeping, and there's a whole lot of requirements associated with designating that property. That property can be in the county or it can be in a municipality, but we have to have the approval of the municipality if we designate in a municipality. And we have to meet minimum standards and that sort of thing if we choose to go that way. We are not required to house homeless people. That nothing in this law says that every homeless person must have a house. What the law says is that we can't allow someone to regularly sleep or be located on our property if we are given notice of same. No one can bring a lawsuit to enjoin us unless they give us 5 days written notice first. So if we get a letter addressed to the Board of County Commissioners giving us 5 days notice of a potential injunction action, we would probably send the sheriff out there to provide assistance, or our homeless resource center folks out there to provide assistance to the person and have that person relocated before the 5 days expires, hopefully. So there's some questions and answers on the sheet. Just to kind of distinguish some of the rumors and things that we've been hearing and clarify some of the facts. So if anybody has any questions, they are free to ask me, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you. Just to be clear, the notification that is required is for the governing body, so it would have to go to all county commissioners, right?
No, the official notice to the county commission is a letter to the mayor or a letter addressed. I think it can also go to the administrator. So there's legal process that says who gets notified. The letter would be addressed to the Board of County Commissioners, but it could be delivered to the mayor.
So there is a chance that a single email box could be the notification?
No, it's going to be a letter. It's going to be a formal notice.
Like a certified letter? And then we have 5 days
And then you have 5 days.
upon receiving?
Correct.
Okay. And we do not allow, so, I mean, that, we've already
Right,
taken
we're
care
not
of that we do not
authorizing,
allow
we
or
don't have a
authorize.
program that authorizes or allows people to camp in a public area.
Okay, so then we would just have to deal with within
Right.
5 days of the notification?
Correct. If we come upon, if we find out that someone is using public property on a regular basis to camp, then we probably should address it.
Mayor,
Ms. Baker?
we actually have signs out that tell people you're prohibited from sleeping, camping in these particular areas. In addition, our modified signs that we put out, come on up, actually gives them a number to call if they need help. It is in English, Spanish, and Creole. Tammy did a presentation at FAC for their Health and Human Services group, and they fact, is actually going to use our sign to share with our other folks across the state. They were very interested in what we were doing. So this board allowed us to also add additional park rangers, so that we could cover the entire 24 hours within our parks. So we are working with our members, we're working with our partners. So as we find individuals that need assistance and we've got beds, we help, and they meet all the criteria, we put them in those particular beds. We also work with Deputy Mackey with the Sheriff's Office as well, who was recognized at the national level for our program that we're doing here in Palm Beach County. So this board deserves accolades for what you've allowed us to do when it comes to the unsheltered. So just wanted you to know that.
Thank you. Ms. Kaufman, anything else? You're done? Okay. We'll go to commissioner comments. I'll start on my right this time. Commissioner Powell, anything you'd like to say? Any requests, proclamations, or anything of that nature?
No, thank you.
You're good? Okay. I'll come back. Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to send condolences to Christian and my staff. Her grandma, Ada, passed away over the weekend, and I was very, very close to her grandmother, so I'd like to send condolences to her and her family as they, it's a difficult time of year to lose someone we all know. And I would just also, this is our only BCC meeting, so I'd like to wish everyone Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, all the happy things that happen the rest of this year. So, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores.
I'll come back to you. Remind me.
So, I don't know if you guys heard, but I guess my condolences to the entire Palm Beach School Board and all of the fellow teachers. Yesterday, the 2022 Teacher of the Year was tragically hit, and unfortunately she passed away. Her name was Tashimi Janiga, someone that I've known for a long time, someone who got recognized for her work, was run over in one of our roads here in Palm Beach County. Obviously, we know the tragedy that happened on Southern. It seems like we keep having accidents on our roads, and it's a shame that people aren't paying attention to what they're doing on the road. And as we endeavor in this transportation plan, I also want to, part of it should be making our roads safer and making sure that people are paying attention. So I hope to be working with the administration and staff to make sure that our roads are safer and that we deploy some sort of informational campaign to make sure that people are actually paying attention on the roads, because we lost the best teacher in Palm Beach County. And it's sad. It's sad that this continues to happen in our roadways. I know the TPA has
Vision Zero.
Vision Zero, and I know we might never get there, but that should still be our thriving goal, something that we should try to make sure that all of our people are safe on our roads. And I was looking at the news, and the number of accidents we had just this weekend, it's crazy. And we are approaching the holidays, and I'm pretty sure everybody wants to be home with their loved ones in the holidays. So I want to make sure that we work with our staff, our law enforcement throughout the entire county, make sure that all of our people are safe and that our people are actually putting in the effort too, because without them, we can't have safe roads. But unfortunately, we lost a great educator yesterday.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't bring up the fact, since everybody's bringing in condolences, as we go into the Christmas season, I do want to recognize that Marion Dozier, who worked for me while I was a senator from 2016 to 2019, passed away on Friday. Marion had formerly been a reporter. She had worked for the Detroit Free Press for many years. She returned home to Riviera Beach, where she spent time as a legislative aide to the council in Riviera Beach. And then in 2016, I picked her up into my legislative office. Marion was responsible for writing press releases. She did our newsletters and wrote the scripts for our YouTube videos, the Powell Press. When she left my office, she maintained a good relationship and continued to communicate through her TYS Media. She had a number of good relationships in our community. She is somebody who we will sorely miss. She is the daughter of Mr. Dozier, who does Dozier Electric, and her family and my family connect way back, as her father and one of my uncles went to high school together back in the day, which is many, many years ago. But, you know, our community does mourn the loss of Marion Dozier, and I did not want to let this moment pass without sending condolences to her friends and families as we go into the Christmas holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs, are you still on the line?
I'm right here.
Do you have any comments you'd like to share?
Hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Well, I want to thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor Baxter, and my colleagues for allowing me to participate in today's meeting. It's very important, no matter where we are as commissioners, that we stay in touch with each other and hear what's going on. And I do appreciate the courtesy today. As we're talking about our friends and families and who have passed, my Janet from my office, Arguella, who's worked for this county for many, many years, her mother-in-law passed tragically right on Janet's birthday. So it was a really tough time for her and the family. And I'd like to, part of our Palm Beach team, to commemorate and to give our condolences to her family at the loss of her very dear one. And I'd like to thank Virginia Baker and Tammy Fields, Jonathan Brown, and James Green for all the work they do for finding housing for everyone. We don't differentiate in any county, any municipality in this great country of ours, whether somebody doesn't have enough money to pay rent. We will make sure, and we spent hours today making sure that our monies and our talents and our time go towards housing for those who may not have the financial resources. And some of those folks, in fact, the majority of our unhoused, unsheltered folks today are those who once didn't have the money for rent and were thrown out on the streets. And I have seen many of them, and I know, and I'd like to state that Dr. Green has been so wonderful in treating and helping so many of our folks in our county who couldn't pay the rent and were thrown out on the street, and they have become our homeless, our unsheltered, our unhoused. And I really thank everybody in our county for making sure that we have housing for all. And I look forward to working with everybody on our workshop on January 28th, because our mission is never to put anybody out or in a tent. Children who are presently living in cars because their parents can't afford a house. We in this county have committed our talents, our treasures, and our time to find housing for all, as we discussed today, and we will continue to discuss. There is no law, and there is no governor or legislature that will ever dictate to us what our legal obligations are when it comes to making sure that we have housing for all. It is part of our commitment as proud residents of Palm Beach County. So I just want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, And I look forward to seeing you real soon. Thank you so much again, and thank you, Mayor Marino, for allowing me this opportunity to participate. Thank you.
Be safe wherever you are. Thank you. Vice Mayor Baxter.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, Maria.
Thank you, Mayor. Administrator Baker had brought up something about the parking garage, and it reminded me of something of our parking garage here. We had asked quite a while ago for it to be transferred to Park Mobile, and I just wanted to know where that stands. Thank you, Isami.
A little bit faster. Good afternoon. Isami Adela, Director of Facilities Development and Operations and Assistant County Administrator. We are in the process of completing a piggyback contract with the vendor that supplies the Park App mobile application so that then we can proceed with the installation. The contract is currently with the Procurement Department. They are working with the County Attorney's Office in finalizing the terms and conditions with the vendor, and we should be moving forward in the coming months.
So it should be within the next few months we should see Park Mobile?
That is my expectation, yes.
Thank you. Also, lastly, it was brought to my attention recently, and it was my understanding, so forgive me if I misunderstood, that we were supposed to do evaluations of the county attorney, administrator, and the auditor by October. And it was never performed, and I guess the information that I received was that it was contingent upon reviewing the book that the mayor had put together for us. I did get through most of it. Thank you for that.
It was heavier than you all thought it was going to be.
Yes, and so I am going to give my book to one of the new commissioners, or unless you've already in the process
I'm
of making
actually
them.
having theirs.
Okay,
done
awesome.
and
So
will
I would
deliver.
like to kind of continue this discussion at the first meeting in January and see, and let them help actually shape this as we move forward. So if we could get this on the agenda, I'd like to give direction without objection to put this on the agenda for the first meeting in January. Thank you.
Anything else?
That is all. I know we have our zoning meeting on Thursday, but I still would like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays, everyone, Happy New Year, and just thank staff for everything they do.
Thank you. As mayor, because I haven't done this yet, am I allowed to ask for an off-site proclamation, or do I have to have someone else ask for me?
You can pass the gavel, proverbial gavel.
Okay, I've just passed the gavel. I am requesting an off-site proclamation for January 15th, recognizing the 100th anniversary of Gunster Law Firm. Gunster will be in communication with everyone's offices to invite you to the celebration. It will be a ribbon cutting on January 15th at the West Palm office. So, without objection? Oh, so I have a motion and a second. A motion from the mayor, a second from Commissioner Woodward.
Stop trying to be mayor, you passed the gavel.
That's all right.
I have
A motion from Maria Marino.
Mayor Marino, a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor?
Aye.
Please let the motion pass 5-0.
Okay, I also would like to request.
Passing it back to you.
No,
Oh,
I'm giving
you
it
need
back.
another one? All
I'd also like to request an off-site certificate of appreciation for Donna Ross, who is retiring on December 20th after 37 years working in our 911 communications for multiple municipalities in Palm Beach County.
Can I get a second? I have a first from Mayor Marino, a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor?
Aye.
Please let the motion pass 5-0.
Thank you. I do want to I would like to notice that it be noticed that we receive and file the board appointments. I think you all have your list.
So I can't, well, I still have the gavel, so you can make the motion.
So I'll make the motion that we receive and file the board appointments with one adjustment. Vice Mayor Baxter will be the chair of the Value Adjustment Board, and Commissioner Flores will be the other member of the Value Adjustment Board. The one thing I haven't filled is the Juvenile Justice Advisory Board. Anybody think about that? Let me know if that's something you'd like to do. Don't all run to the table at once. But okay, if no one does that, I'll end up doing it. But put your hats on, figure out if you want to do it or not. That's the only thing that hasn't been filled. You'll do it? Okay. Let the record show that Commissioner Flores has volunteered to do the Juvenile Justice Advisory Board. Thank you, because you're doing the regular advisory board. Thank you very much.
I need a second. To receive and file?
No, it's a discussion yet. We haven't filled it yet. Okay. Also, there is another, Commissioner Woodward is not an alternate on MCFIC. She is an actual member. We have 2 members that are on MCFIC, and I put alternate here by mistake. So, okay.
Did you get all that, clerk?
We'll give you a clean copy. Thank you.
So I have a motion to receive and file. I need a second. Please let the record reflect. Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
Perfect.
Oh, we have 6-0.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I do want to say thank you to everyone that attended the State of the County breakfast this morning. There was a ton of energy in the room. And for those folks that lasted through the entire presentation, actually, they gave me 20 minutes, it wasn't bad. There was an amazing amount of good information shared about our county, and I could not have done it without our wonderful staff who gave me 6,000 words, which you saw I pared them down, multiple slides, multiple meetings, multiple presentations, the videography, everything. I couldn't have been done without all of you, and Lisa D., I see you back there. I know at FACT this week we were still working on it, so I do greatly appreciate it. And the rest of you, whoever's not here, please send them my thank you. And with that, I'll wish everybody a happy, Merry Christmas, Hanukkah, and we'll see you all here Thursday for zoning. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, everybody.
We're here for the 2024 Turkey Giveaway event.
Today, with the help of the ORC, we are passing out community turkeys and some meals here for our families. Our founder, Ms. Runner here, she